This young man is plagued by a mind fractured beyond repair, and despite his mother's desperate protection, he seeks self-destruction like a moth to a flame. He is possessed by a singular, dangerous conviction. He believes that if he endures the fires of hell, he will unlock a god-tier ability, a theory the world calls madness. Let this be a warning to all mortals: do not attempt to walk this path of ruin at home. Naturally, a boy raised on such twisted beliefs could only end up in one place: an asylum teeming with the most eccentric souls in society. Each patient here is a slave to their own delusions, creating a living nightmare for the medical staff who try to contain them. Yet, our protagonist reigns supreme as the king of madness, earning him a one-way ticket to the high-security ward for the truly unhinged. It is within these padded walls that he encounters a kindred spirit, a man who finds exquisite pleasure in inflicting pain upon others. Destiny strikes when Fan and his brother-in-arms, Jang, devise a lethal cultivation method, wrapping Fan in wires to channel high-voltage lightning directly into his soul. Miraculously, the sirens of salvation arrive just in time, and the emergency team fights a war against death to pull them back from the abyss. The surgeon curses the heavens, exhausted by this lunatic who treats the hospital like a revolving door, yet against all odds, the surgery is a success. No sooner does the doctor collapse from exhaustion than Jang seizes the opportunity to infiltrate the recovery room like a shadow. When Fan begs for assistance in his cultivation, Jang unleashes the universal method, driving dozens of needles into his friend's body without mercy. Fan's physical limits are finally shattered. His heart rate plummets to zero as the Reaper comes to collect his due. The head physician abandons his meal in a panic, rushing to save the bastard one last time, praying this near-death experience will finally break his will. The medical team defies logic to resurrect him for the 48th time, and in that moment of absolute agony, the strongest man system awakens. The system reconstructs Fan's biology. Now, pain is no longer an enemy, but the very fuel that grants him invincible power. Outside, Wong waits anxiously with the transport, believing Fan is cured. They decide to discharge him, unknowingly separating the duo. A nurse approaches, handing him a mask, a parting gift from the mysterious figure who performed the surgery. Wong recoils in terror as he recognizes the chaotic fire symbol branded upon the mask. The hospital director sends a desperate prayer to the heavens to keep these monsters away, but fate is cruel, and the ambulance pulls up to his doorstep instantly. Wong collapses to his knees in defeat, declaring that dealing with these patients has driven his own doctors to the brink of insanity. In a panic, Wong grips the nurse's shoulder, promising better care elsewhere, before dumping the patients and fleeing the scene with his ambulance at full speed. The nurse turns to the abandoned patients with a heavy heart, asking about their condition, but they appear deceptively calm. They are returned to the Heart of Darkness room 666, where they are bound tightly to prevent further catastrophes. Jang rides in discomfort, but Fan is deep in mental cultivation, guided by a voice in his head that promises limit-breaking power. They realize their previous trials, electricity and needles, were successful, but to reach the next realm, they must attempt the legendary hammer method. From the safety of the surveillance room, the director watches them, unsettled by their eerie tranquility. The assistants tremble at the mention of a hammer, but seeing the room is empty of weapons, they walk away, believing the crisis is averted. But destiny loves a twist, and the alliance between a genius and a psychopath is about to unleash a new headache for everyone involved. Elsewhere, under the cloak of night, a lone girl navigates a dark alley. Unaware that a predator is stalking her from the shadows, she turns, freezing in terror as a grotesque monster lunges, painting the alleyway with a splatter of crimson. Back in the asylum, the seal breaks. Fan shatters his restraints with raw power and asks Jang the ultimate question: where's the hero's underwear? Our boy stands proud as his clothes tear away, revealing a physique so magnificent that even Jang is mesmerized by his transformation. A mere touch confirms it. His abs are as hard as steel, signaling that his body is finally ready to withstand the hammer exercise. Later, in the dead of night, an unsuspecting repairman fixing the wiring feels a cold, iron grip on his shoulder. Fear grips his heart, for rumors of two ghosts haunting this ward are legendary. He turns to face Jang and nearly loses his composure entirely. He tries to steady his breathing, but Jang looks like a specter. The repairman focuses on survival, unaware that Fan is silently stealing his hammer. Jang offers a polite, eerie excuse and steps back, while the repairman prays he never has to lay eyes on this lunatic again. The repairman exhales a sigh of relief, but as he reaches for his tools, his blood runs cold. The hammer is gone. Suddenly, a heavy, Rhythmic thud echoes from room 666. He investigates and witnesses our hero casually smashing his own body with the hammer. Jang turns his gaze upon the intruder, sending the man running for his life. Meanwhile, the system announces that body tempering is complete, unlocking godlike enhancement options. The repairman is dragged away by staff, screaming like a madman, warning them that the room is a slaughterhouse filled with blood. Yet, when the director throws open the door to room 666, there is no violence, no gore, only silence. The repairman stares into the abyss, his mind unable to comprehend how a room filled with carnage is now spotless. A chill runs down the director's spine, but he dismisses it as a hallucination, while the repairman weeps, begging for his hammer even if it costs him his sanity. Unless Shay doubles the payment, the deal is off, and the man turns to leave. The director, desperate, turns to Fan and demands his hammer back. Fan plays the fool, denying he has any weapon, yet a suspicious, massive bulge in his pants tells a different story. It is not what you think, it is literally just a sledgehammer. He retrieves the weapon and offers it up, but the aura is so intense that everyone freezes, their hands shaking too much to accept it. Even the director is paralyzed by fear, realizing he's not quite ready to meet his maker just yet. With his heart pounding like a war drum, the director finally grabs the handle. The staff looks at Shay as their savior, but the enemy notices the director is sweating buckets. That night, the news broadcasts a grim warning monsters are causing chaos, and the Elite Four have been dispatched to handle the threat. Meanwhile, in the mental ward, two delusional patients point at the screen, claiming the reporter is their long-lost wife and daughter. Tears stream down their faces as they embrace, completely lost in a heartwarming yet hallucinated family reunion. The broadcast continues, announcing that Lion is being recruited. Jang turns to Fan, asking if he recognizes the famous girl. Our hero casually claims she is his girlfriend, a statement so bold even his insane roommate has doubts. Suddenly, a red alert flashes. Civilians must stay indoors. A monster is on the loose. Elsewhere, Shang overflows with arrogance, convinced her team can slaughter the dog-type beast in a heartbeat. Her squad treats this like a game. Deciding to hunt the monster as a secret mission, they are chasing glory, expecting the government to shower them with praise. The news displays the date as February 29th, but Jang argues back, convinced in his own reality that it is actually March 7th. Fan questions if his watch is broken, but Janang insists it is a top-tier luxury timepiece. Another patient wanders in, claiming he is a master repairman since he bought the watch from the same shop. He tinkers with it for a second before the watch is completely destroyed. Jean wails in despair, realizing he's been scammed. Our boy hands him a cup of cocoa to calm him down, finally admitting that the mysterious girl in his head has started speaking again. She reveals that the gateway is open. Time in the real world has frozen, and it will only resume once he completes his quest in the imagined world. His mission is critical. He must protect the heir of the Chenchu founders. He needs to stop the bullying of Lin Yunjing, and his target for this mission is a student named Yang. His consciousness transfers, and he wakes up staring into a mirror in a lavish room. Seeing a feminine reflection, he prepares to explore his new female body, but his mother bursts in. The truth hits him instantly. He is not a girl. He is a cross-dressing boy named Yang. Later, fully dressed, he joins his mother for breakfast. She tries to comfort him about his school struggles, but our MC is distracted. He pours an entire carton of milk into his bowl and devours it like a savage, praising the delicious soup. His mother is left trembling in confusion. He steps outside, admiring the peace of this world, before heading off to the battlefield known as school. He boards the bus and spots a girl standing uncomfortably, so he immediately offers her his seat. Moments later, Yang's classmate, the bully Zheng Ha, steps onto the bus. His face twists in rage when he sees Yang did not save a seat for him. The bully threatens violence, but Yang does not even flinch, his cold stare creeping Zhang out. The girl defends him, which only fuels the bully's desire to beat our boy to a pulp. Suddenly, chaos erupts. A maniac appears with a massive butchering knife, screaming that he will slaughter everyone on board. The blade swings toward the girl, but our hero moves like lightning, catching the sharp steel with his bare hand. He questions the attacker's motives calmly. The maniac screams at him to let go, but our boy asserts dominance, ordering the villain to release the weapon first. Overwhelmed by our hero's killing intent, the man drops the knife in terror. With a voice deeper than the abyss, Our MC demands answers. By the time police and paramedics arrive, the attacker is huddled in a corner, terrified of our protagonist. The criminal begs for mercy, pleading to be kept away from Yang. Meanwhile, even the bully, Jang, is trembling as Yang approaches him. It is a chilling reintroduction. They shake hands, but Yang's palm is thick with his own fresh blood. A nurse wraps his hand, stunned by his stoicism. Any normal human would be screaming in agony from such a deep laceration. He simply replies that pain is just another form of training. His mind is an iron fortress that physical pain cannot breach. The nurse looks at him like he is an alien. As the criminal is hauled away in handcuffs, he spots our hero one last time and nearly faints from fear. The police officer salutes Yang's bravery, promising to contact the school to ensure he receives a hero's commendation. Our boy remains unfazed. He simply turns and walks away, focused only on not being late for class. The officer tries to send him home to rest, but Yang repeats his philosophy to the cop, leaving the man completely speechless. To him, suffering is growth. Arriving at school, he muses that the bully, Jang, might actually make a decent teacher. Before stepping inside, he enters the classroom and claims his desk, an island of calm in a chaotic world. A memory surfaces, his real mother worrying about him, fearing his lack of empathy made him a psychopath unfit for society. Reality snaps back as a girl approaches and stabs his arm with a pen for crossing the desk line. She expects tears, but to her horror, he does not even blink. She drives the pencil deeper into his flesh, but for our hero, this isn't pain, it's just playful banter, reminiscent of the rough housing with his old asylum ward mates. Frustrated by his silence, she twists the lead viciously. Yet, Yang remains stoic, not a single flinch betraying his iron will. She yanks the weapon out, crimson blood sprays across the desk. The sight shatters her composure completely, and she flees the room, sobbing in terror at his monstrous endurance. Meanwhile, Jang Ha twists the narrative. He claims Yang terrified his girlfriend, rallying the pack to teach this freak a painful lesson. But the moment Yang approaches, Jang's bravado crumbles. He greets him with a trembling smile, convinced that messing with a psychopath is a one-way ticket to the hospital. His lackeys are baffled by this sudden submission. Just then, the classroom door slides open. The demon instructor arrives for a surprise poetry recitation. She is legendary for her explosive temper. A heavy silence descends as the entire class holds its breath, praying to remain invisible. She targets Yang instantly, but instead of cowering, he calmly admits he hasn't memorized a single word. The students gasp. Nobody dares to defy the tiger teacher. A sudden chill runs down the teacher's spine. Her instincts scream danger. An invisible pressure radiates from this seemingly ordinary student. Yang politely requests to take his seat. The teacher freezes. Unnerved by his smile, it's a predator's grin masked in polite innocence. Against all logic, she permits it. Yang thanks her with a bow, leaving the rest of the class stunned. How did he escape the dragon's wrath so easily? The bell finally rings, signaling the end of the torture, and the teacher dismisses the bewildered class. Later, Yang prepares his secret training method, inserting a key into a live power socket, but suddenly, Shu Tian storms in, roaring accusations about disrespecting Jang Ha. He grabs Yang by the collar, but our hero remains unfazed. He simply explains that high-voltage electricity is the key to stimulating muscle growth and unlocking latent potential. With a straight face, he lectures that channeling raw lightning is the fastest path to achieving a diamond-hard physique. Shu Tian is dumbfounded but challenges him to prove it. Yang accepts the dare instantly. The circuit closes, and blue lightning arcs violently through both of them. Yang absorbs the lethal voltage like it's a warm bath, standing perfectly still while the energy surges through his veins. A bystander mistakes Shu Tian's convulsions for a cool dance move and grabs him to learn the current jumps like a chain reaction, frying the entire group until they collapse in a twitching heap. In seconds, a mass electrocution event sweeps the room, all unintentionally orchestrated by our oblivious protagonist. Yang removes the key, disappointed. The domestic voltage is far too weak. This level of cultivation won't suffice for his ascension. He glances at the unconscious bodies littering the floor and nods respectfully, assuming they must have passed out from sheer academic exhaustion. As Yang heads to the restroom, the math teacher arrives for the next period only to freeze in horror at the sight of a classroom massacre. Panic overtakes him. He frantically dials emergency services, screaming that an unknown phenomenon has knocked out the entire class. Yang returns from his break, gazing casually through the window at the chaos unfolding below. Seeing the flashing ambulance lights, he sighs deeply. So many casualties from studying. He concludes that modern high school is truly a terrifying battlefield. By evening, the news breaks every single student in Class 12. A2 suffered severe electrical shock, everyone. That is, except for Yang. Moving forward, a shy girl hides behind an ancient tree, her voice trembling as she calls out to Yang. Our hero halts, sensing a presence. She steps into the light, clutching a sealed envelope, but before she can speak, Tongji darts out from the shadows, snatching the precious letter from her hands. He cackles maliciously, waving the envelope high. A love letter for this freak. He announces it to the world, relishing the mockery. Like sharks smelling blood, the other students swarm around. Jeers and laughter erupt as classmate A and B join the cruel spectacle. Tangji dances away from the crying girl, but in the blink of an eye, Yang moves. He snatches the letter back with movement too fast for the human eye to track. Humiliated, Tangji's face turns red with rage. He issues a vile ultimatum. Read it aloud to everyone, and maybe I won't break your legs today. Yang ignores the threat completely. He turns to the trembling girl, asking with genuine softness, "Do you wish for this message to be heard?" She shakes her head violently. Tangji loses his patience, smashing his fist against the tree bark. "Read it, trash, or face the consequences." Terrified for his safety, the girl sobs, begging Yang to just comply so he won't get hurt, but Yang stands like an immovable mountain. "You dare ignore me," Tangji roars, his pride shattered by Yang's silence. He prepares to launch an all-out assault. As the mob closes in, Yang doesn't throw a punch at them. Instead, he casually raises a fist and taps the massive tree trunk beside him. Crack. The ancient wood splinters and crashes to the earth with a thunderous boom. Meanwhile, panicked students rush to the faculty office, screaming that Tangji is murdering Yang. The teachers sprint to the scene, expecting a bloodbath. But when the dust settles, the reality before them defies all logic. Yang isn't the victim. Tangji is on his knees, trembling like a leaf in a storm, stammering apologies while Yang looks down with calm authority. The faculty stands frozen in place, their brains unable to process this impossible reversal of the hierarchy. The boy they thought was weak has shattered the food chain. Yang stands tall, his presence overwhelming the school's most feared tyrant. Yang gently pats the bully's cheek. "You seem weak. Eat more protein," he advises, terrified. Tangji nods frantically, agreeing to anything just to survive. Silence reigns. The legend is born instantly. Yang has not only defeated the bully but tamed him. The school's power structure has changed forever. Amidst the rubble, Yang hands the pink envelope back. The girl, blushing furiously, finally finds her courage. "Keep it. It was always meant for you. Always." The sight of a pink envelope usually signals a confession. Yang stood still, listening as she blushed crimson, confessing her feelings and asking him to be her boyfriend. But before he could utter a single word, the teacher burst into the room, shattering the mood and forbidding any romance on school grounds. Later, Yang delivered the cold, hard truth. He rejected her, declaring his only goal was to become the strongest man alive, humiliated and heartbroken. She cursed him as a bastard and fled in tears. Left standing in the dust of her departure, Yang recalled old Jang's wisdom: the minds of women are truly impossible to understand. She was the only one who had seen his true potential, and he had once dreamed of this very moment. Yet, he was the one to crush it. His first love had withered before it could even bloom. Meanwhile, at the hospital, nurses scolded the reckless youth of today while ruthlessly scissors kicking the hero's clothes right off his body. Watching the destruction, Jang cried out in agony, watching his expensive Armani suit turn into rags. The nurse snapped back with killing intent, warning him to behave or face a premature death around them. The groan of injured students filled the ward like a symphony of pain. One student recalled the doctor's diagnosis with trembling lips. They had all been struck by high-voltage lightning. "I never touched a socket," one protested. Another spoke up, realizing the connection Jung Hao had made contact with Shu Tian right before the blackout. Voices rose in agreement, realizing the chain reaction. They only lost consciousness after coming into contact with Shu Tian. Hearing the accusations pile up, Shu Tian exploded with rage, demanding they stop pinning the disaster on him. He desperately explained he only tapped Yang on the shoulder, but then the memory surfaced. Yang had declared he was going to stick a key into the electrical socket. Shu Tian stammered, admitting he never believed the madman would actually go through with such a suicidal act. The puzzle pieces clicked into place. The lightning disaster was caused by Yang channeling the electricity, and Shu Tian confirmed he was merely the unfortunate conduit. Panic turned to confusion as they scanned the room, realizing the main culprit, Yang wasn't even among the survivors. Shu Tian scoffed with a dark grin, suggesting the fool was likely fighting for his life in the emergency room. A hushed voice wondered if Yang was already dead. He may have been an eccentric oddball to them, but he wasn't evil. Memories resurfaced of how he would often share his food with the class, a small kindness in a harsh world. Even though they considered him the class clown, a heavy silence fell. It would truly be a tragedy if his flame was extinguished so soon. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed against the door, breaking the tension. Thinking it was the doctors, one student prepared to beg for his phone, assuming his worried mother was trying to call. But before anyone could move, the door swung open to reveal Yang, standing tall and asking if this was the ward for Chwangi High. The entire room froze as if time had stopped, oblivious to the atmosphere. Yang smiled brightly, greeting them like nothing happened. He was here to visit. The students rubbed their eyes in disbelief, whispering frantically, how could he be alive and completely unharmed after that explosion? Yang casually reached into his bags, announcing he had brought a feast for his injured classmates. Jaws dropped to the floor as he began distributing snacks, the students still questioning reality itself. Yang stepped forward and extended a packet to Shu Tian, stating simply that it was for him. But Shu Tian recoiled in disgust. He slapped the offer away, screaming for Yang to get lost and accusing him of plotting some twisted scheme. Before the aura could turn violent, Jung Hao stepped in to defuse the ticking time bomb. Addressing him as Brother Yang, he quickly apologized, claiming Shu Tian was just delirious. With a bow of genuine respect, he politely asked Yang to share the bounty with the rest of the class. Shu Tian stared at his friend in betrayal, screaming that Jung Hao must have lost his mind to bow down to a loser like Yang. Just then, a throat cleared. A student checked their phone, and the temperature in the room dropped instantly. A video had dropped in the elite group chat. It showed Yang standing like a god of war against the tyrant, Tang Ji, forcing the bully to his knees in submission. Even Shu Tian, who had just been barking insults, felt a chill run down his spine, his body trembling uncontrollably. Realizing the gap in their power, he swallowed his pride, forced a terrified smile, and thanked Yang for the snacks, his arrogance completely shattered. Elsewhere, a man stood on the precipice of death. His wife's cold voice echoed in his mind, demanding a divorce and calling him a waste of time. Her cruel words slashed through his heart sharper than any blade. She had mocked his short life expectancy. 10 years of marriage and devotion, reduced to nothing but betrayal and a hollow void. With nothing left to lose, he leaned forward and let gravity take him. Inside the room, faces went pale as they saw a shadow plummet past the window, a human falling from the roof. In a split second, Yang moved. His arm shot out the window like a viper, his fingers clamping around the falling man's wrist with the grip of a dragon. Anchoring himself against the frame, he defied gravity and hauled the man back into the safety of the hospital room with a single heave. As the dust settled, Yang looked down at the man he had snatched from the jaws of death. The stranger wept, revealing his tragic fate. A terminal illness had left him with no hope but the end. Furthermore, the darkness in the man's heart spills over. He reveals the crushing truth that his wife has betrayed him, parading another lover before his eyes and demanding a divorce after 10 years of sacred marriage. Yang places a comforting hand on the broken man's head, channeling the wisdom of a mentor. He echoes the principal's philosophy, saying that when life delivers its bitterest poison, one must shed tears to cleanse the soul before rising again. These words shatter the man's last defense, and he collapses, clinging to Yang's leg as he weeps uncontrollably. Suddenly, the doors burst open as a chaotic swarm of doctors and nurses rushes in, gasping in shock at the scene before them. The suicidal patient has been snatched from the jaws of death, leaving the medical team completely dumbfounded by Yang's miraculous intervention. Jang notices something terrifying. Yang's arm is mangled and blood is dripping freely, a fractured mess that would cripple a normal man. Yet Yang stands there like an unshakable mountain. Yang casually dismisses the agony, brushing it off as a mere scratch, and vows he will patch it up later, acting as if bone-shattering pain is his daily bread. Jen Hao and Yang Shutian look at him with awe, hailing him as their big boss and cheering for his monstrous vitality. Meanwhile, the Class 12 A2 group chat is exploding with activity. Messages flood in declaring Yang as the undisputed apex predator of the school, a legend worthy of worship. Even Tang Jai, the former tyrant of the halls, swallows his pride, admits his defeat, and terrifiedly begs for the honor of becoming Yang's disciple. Back in the hospital, Yang lies in bed, insisting that physical torment only sharpens his warrior spirit, claiming he knows his facility and its people all too well. Hearing his delusional ramblings, the nurse whispers that the poor boy's mind must have finally snapped under the pressure. As they prepare the procedure, Yang tries to protest, but the nurse informs him that the anesthesia is already coursing through his veins, fighting the heavy fog of sleep. His last thought is a panic about being broke before the darkness claims him. The world shifts instantly, and the robotic voice of the system resonates, announcing the analysis of his mission. The hostility gauge has plummeted to 0, while the admiration and respect metrics have skyrocketed past the required threshold, confirming the mission is a total success. The system logs the details inside the illusionary world. He successfully protected the descendant of the Chinchubian arts, ensuring Yang would never again bow to bullies. A golden notification flashes status successful, evaluation the legendary S rank. His rewards manifest before him complete mastery of the Chinchubian technique, a supreme martial art, along with the Jang training resources. With the objective complete, the system declares that the frozen sands of time and his true reality will now flow once more. The countdown begins 3, 2, 1. The illusion dissolves into light as his consciousness slams back into reality. Inside the grim walls of Dingshan Mental Hospital, Fan sits in room 6 with Jang, explaining the bizarre truth. He describes a voice in his head telling him he was trapped in a fantasy, living as a madman in pajamas, a story that Jang finds deeply disturbing and twisted. The scene cuts sharply to Yang in the real world. His eyes snap open, and the agony of the physical world floods his nervous system instantly. Tears stream down his face as a voice echoes in the room. It is the desperate cry of his mother, clutching him as if she were holding on to life itself. Yang's body convulses from the overwhelming pain, while his mother pours her heart out in a frantic attempt to soothe him. Time skips forward. Yang stands at the school gates, trembling slightly as he scans for his mother, who is parking the car, but every second feels like an eternity of anxiety. Silent prayers fill his mind, begging for her to return quickly. Steeling his resolve, he takes a deep breath and steps onto the campus grounds. But the moment he enters, Yang freezes in shock. The entire student body, including his former tormentors, stands in formation, watching him with intense focus. The school reporter's voice booms across the courtyard, broadcasting a heroic tale about Yang from Class 12A2, hailing him as the warrior who crushed the gangs without blinking. They speak of him not as a victim, but as an idol, a beacon of strength for everyone to follow. Yang's face drains of color at the sudden spotlight. The crowd surges forward, chanting his name like a mantra of victory. A girl steps forward to confess her awe, calling him a true hero and lamenting that she is unworthy to even stand in his shadow. Meanwhile, in Mayan City, the atmosphere at the Special Force headquarters is suffocating. Liu Hai stands paralyzed by the briefing, struggling to process the report that the cursed creations are evolving, gaining terrifying intelligence. Linting is gripped by dread, realizing that if these monsters learn to think, humanity's extinction is all but guaranteed. He questions why they are wasting time in a meeting instead of preparing for the apocalypse. Shinsung stares into the void, wondering what dark fate awaits them if the beasts continue their intellectual ascension. The leader silences the room with the cold truth, stating that this is no longer a theory to be debated, but a nightmare that the research team has confirmed as absolute reality. A chilling realization begins to take hold of him. He stares into the abyss, knowing that if these cursed creations gain intelligence to match their power, humanity is doomed. The gravity of the situation hits them all like a physical blow. The entire city stands on the precipice of annihilation, and the defense force is already stretched to its breaking point. Panic begins to spread as they whisper among themselves. Can the lower-ranked fighters even hope to survive such a catastrophe? Linting is drowning in despair. He sees only two outcomes collapsing from sheer exhaustion or being slaughtered by the beasts. Broken by fear, he suggests the unthinkable, that they should simply retreat to their homes and wait for the end to come. But from the depths of hopelessness, a true warrior rises. Cyclops, the leader of the Mayan High City Special Force, steps forward. With eyes blazing with rage, he confronts Linting. As the city's strongest guardian, he roars that survival isn't given. It is earned by those brave enough to face the darkness. Meanwhile, the atmosphere shifts as everyone sings a birthday hymn for the president. The master beams with joy, cherishing this rare moment of celebration. The crowd cheers, praising their leader as the greatest of them all. They urge him to make a wish. He closes his eyes, asking the heavens for just one single day of peace. But fate is cruel, News breaks that chaos has erupted in room 666. The corruption is spreading. The president clenches his fist, tempted by forbidden technique, but his honor holds him back. Lin, Fen, and Jen step forward. They hold up crude drawings, depicting strange shapes that look suspiciously like eggs and sausages. Confusion spreads. Is it a quail egg? No. Lin and Jang reject the guess with disgust. That is not what they desire. Instead, they point frantically to another option. The tension breaks when the president finally arrives, and the duo immediately demands their prize. The president tries to refuse, but their aura of determination is overwhelming. They will not take no for an answer. Defeated by their persistence, he finally sighs and orders the warehouse to be opened. The crowd holds its breath. What could they want? The answers revealed heavy metal, 50-kilogram dumbbells, and massive training bags. Lin and Jang seize the equipment with burning excitement and immediately begin a hellish training regimen. Sweat pours down as they finish. Jang declares that Fan has finally awakened as a qualified fighter, and Lin bows in deep gratitude to his senior. Back on the battlefield, the Yellow Jacket warrior gathers the fury of nature itself. Boom! An explosion rocks the earth. From the smoke emerges a nightmare, a level 2 cursed creation, the Devil Dog. Jang Ying acts instantly. She crushes a first-grade pill and channels her spiritual energy to heal the injured warrior in blue. With his vitality restored, he unleashes a supreme sword art shifting from heaven to hell, yin to yang. He strikes the beast's chest with devastating force. The monster howls in agony, but the beast is resilient. It activates an indestructible golden body to tank the damage. The tide of battle turns instantly. The Devil Dog ignores the attacker and charges straight for Shang Ying. The Yellow Jacket warrior screams in horror. It is too late. Shang Ying hits the ground hard, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The tactical reality sets in. The monster knows the first rule of war: eliminate the healer. Seeing the desperate situation, the Yellow Jacket warrior realizes the beast's defense is impenetrable. He orders Shang Ying's evacuation and desperately condenses his energy into lightning charms. But the Blue Jacket fighter throws himself into the fray. He takes a crushing blow to shield his comrade, screaming for them to run while they still can. With time running out, the man in yellow turns to the fallen healer. He begs her to move. He swears on his life that he will hold this monster back, even if it costs him his soul. With a roar, the Yellow Jacket warrior charges the Devil Dog, his sword clashing against claws. Shang Ying swallows a second-grade pill, desperately focusing her chi to restore her strength amidst the chaos. The battle reaches a fever pitch. The warrior is being crushed under the sheer weight of the beast, crying out Shang Ying's name in desperation. Pushed to the brink, he ignites his bloodline. An ancient ancestral power awakens within him, unleashing a technique designed to slaughter demons. A cataclysmic blast shakes the ground. The Devil Dog roars in pain, stumbling back from the overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Jen lies in the garden, lost in a trance as he watches ants marching in the dirt. Ding! The system voice rings out, "Congratulations. The main character has acquired the chi training technique, mortal level." The energy of heaven and earth begins to flood his body. He calls out to Fan, his perception shifting. Even the tiny ant appears to be weeping in his enhanced vision. He looks at Fan, sensing a disturbance in his aura. Is something wrong? Suddenly, a system warning flashes red. This ancient art is too potent. It exceeds his mortal limits. His vessel is about to explode from the overload. Blood trickles down as Jang desperately intervenes with a needle. In a flash, Jang executes the galaxy transition acupuncture. He seals the meridians, stabilizing the chaotic energy just in time. A scream of pure agony rips from our hero's throat, releasing a shockwave that blasts Jang backward, recovering. Jang stares at the scattered ants, shaking his head in pity at the chaotic disaster before him. Suddenly, the system interface flashes into existence. A notification rings out. Fan has successfully awakened the legendary Absolute Vision. This divine ability completely neutralizes the risk of a chi explosion. The protagonist stares in disbelief, stunned that such a god-tier skill has manifested within him. Fan turns to Jang, his voice trembling as he explains the ordeal. He had followed the mysterious voice in his head, enduring a cultivation process that felt like tearing his soul apart. But looking at his friend, a wave of relief washes over him. He would have been lost without Jang's intervention. Jang immediately checks his pulse, boasting with a grin. My galaxy transition acupuncture is unrivaled under the heavens. Our hero nods, acknowledging the supreme effectiveness of the technique. But the moment of peace is shattered. Fan's stomach roars like a starving beast. He clutches his belly, overcome by a voracious hunger. Jang calmly hands him an ant, introducing it as Machi Siadu, a rare insect overflowing with essential energy and protein. With the confidence of a gourmet chef, he assures the main character, "Trust me, it tastes exactly like premium crab vermicelli." Jang pops one into his own mouth. It's a bit sour, but survival food is survival food. Our boy watches him, wide-eyed at his friend's utter lack of hesitation. Finally, the lunch bell rings. Jang drags Fan towards the dining hall, celebrating that they can finally trade insects for actual savory noodles. But chaos erupts. The other patients scream that Fan has devoured the entire supply. Jang scoffs, remarking that our hero will likely puke it all up anyway, so there's no need for greed. A nurse witnesses the carnage and rushes to report. She frantically informs President Wong. Patient number 1 from room 666 must be stopped before his stomach ruptures from gluttony. The doctor steps in, analyzing the situation with a cold gaze. Is this a mere eating disorder, or something far more complex? Our boy roars that he is still starving, but Dr. Wong narrows his eyes, convinced this is a psychological breakdown rather than physical hunger. Suddenly, a blue screen manifests before Fan's eyes. Congratulations, you have obtained the Chi training technique mortal rank. This heaven-defying skill allows him to devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, the cost of such power is an eternal, bottomless hunger. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a tactical jacket emblazoned with the insignia, Special Investigation Squad. The elite team breaches a dark cave, their flashlights revealing a gruesome sight. A lifeless body lies cold on the stone floor. The operation is led by the guardian of Mayan High City, the fearsome Cyclops. His mere presence sharpens the team's focus, imposing a heavy silence over the crime scene. A grim report is delivered. The victims were 4 elite graduates, geniuses with a bright future ahead of them. It was 4 against 1, yet they were utterly slaughtered. This confirms the terrifying rumors. The cursed creations are evolving, gaining intelligence that rivals humanity. A holographic simulation reconstructs the battle. The level 2 Devil Dog ruthlessly targeted the healer first, shattering their formation instantly. Cyclops grimaces. Even veteran fighters of the same rank would face death against such a cunning predator. Where's the beast now? Cyclops deduces it fled through the sewers, using the filth to mask its blood scent, despite its severe injuries. With the city nearby, he orders maximum alert status. The threat level is raised to critical. He commands his men to notify the families. They will be told their children died as heroes, sparing them the painful truth of their reckless arrogance. 2 hours later, pandemonium breaks out in the medical ward. The doctor shouts in panic, reporting that our protagonist is devouring inedible objects, demanding immediate restraint. Suddenly, Jang springs into action, pretending to have a seizure. He pummels himself to create a diversion, allowing Fan to finish his bizarre meal in peace. Driven by madness, our hero raids the kitchen. The chefs scream in terror, recognizing the gluttonous demon from room 666. President Wong sighs, massaging his temples. He authorizes a massive salary raise to silence the traumatized staff. Turning to Dr. Wong, he demands answers. Get me Fan's test results immediately. Miles away, the wounded devil dog lurks in the shadows. Sensing no threats, it collapses to nurse its wounds. But the monster has a sinister plan. Remembering the rumors of human weakness, it shapeshifts, shrinking into the form of an adorable puppy. It knows that humans are foolish creatures, whose hearts will melt at the sight of an injured animal, leading them to their doom. Back at the asylum, Jang stares at his wrist in confusion. His watch reads February 29th, but the nurse insists it is March 2nd. It must be broken, he cries. He needs repairs, but his pockets are as empty as his head. A genius idea strikes him. Kidnapping, he decides to take his best friend hostage, convinced Fan's girlfriend will pay the ransom to fix the watch. There is just one small problem. Fan has been single since birth. Ignoring reality, Jang points to the TV. He screams that the news reporter is Fan's secret wife, and she must pay up. Jang strokes his chin, realizing the flaw in his plan. Extorting money from a wife might be more dangerous than he thought. Suddenly, a pitiful whine breaks the silence. A small puppy scratches desperately at the window. Old man Jang's eyes widen as he spots the creature's injuries. Desperate for entry, the pup stretches its body to the limit to reach the ledge. As they welcome the guest inside, Old man Jang grins, declaring himself a master of acupuncture ready to heal the poor soul. But this is no ordinary dog. Greed flashes in its beastly eyes. It schemes to devour these foolish humans the moment its strength returns. A fatal miscalculation. He entrusted his body to a certified lunatic. The dog writhes in agony, yet Jang insists that more needles are the only cure. The beast's energy swells dangerously. It feels as if its very body is about to detonate from the pressure. Suddenly, Lin Fan's stomach roars like thunder, hunger strikes, and a blue system window materializes before his eyes. Fate smiles upon him. A being of immense energy is detected. Consuming it would satiate his hunger for 3 whole days. And the target is right there. Lin Fan and Old Man Jang stare at the pup with terrifying adoration. The predator becomes the prey. Even the beast shudders, questioning if these monsters are human at all. Terror grips the beast's heart. It realizes these psychos intend to feast. Jang sighs, abandoning the cure, and rips the needles out in one go. Lin Fan offers a pragmatic solution. Since it is doomed anyway, let us wait for it to expire. And then we feast. The cursed dog is baffled. It is far from death's door, yet our duo begins to pet it tenderly, comforting their future dinner in its final moments. Rage builds within the beast as they eagerly await its demise. Old Man Jang worries it is taking too long, but Lin Fan assures him the bleeding will finish it soon. The two madmen wait with disturbing patience. Old Man Jang calls dibs on the juicy thigh, trembling with excitement when Lin Fan agrees. The cursed beast snaps, tired of the humiliation. It sheds its disguise. A terrifying transformation explodes into the room. It is insulted that they dared call a monster cute, but instead of fear. Old Man Jang's eyes sparkle even brighter at the larger portion size. The beast's maw opens wide to swallow Old Man Jang whole, but our hero intervenes. Lin Fan seizes the monster by its fangs and slams it into the concrete. The world spins. The beast lies prone, utterly bewildered by its own defeat. In a desperate counter, it chomps down on Lin Fan's arm, but a shockwave ripples through its skull. The human skin is harder than steel, and the beast's fangs are useless. Old Man Jang steps forth, fearlessly reaching out to pet the monster. The creature's fury reignites at this mockery. It snaps at the old man. Wham! Lin Fan's slap echoes like a gunshot, sending fangs flying. "Be nice to my friend," he commands coldly. Old Man Jang embraces the battered creature. The beast lies paralyzed, questioning the absurd power gap between them. The cursed beast calculates furiously. Lin Fan's power is unfathomable, surely exceeding the terrifying level 4 realm. Lost in the softness of the fur, Old Man Jang makes a demand. "I want to see it wag its tail." The beast's pride screams, "No," but one look at Lin Fan's raised hand changes its mind. Reluctantly, the tail begins to move. But the old man is hard to please. "Not enough," he cries. "Make it swirl." This is a violation of monster rights, yet, under Lin Fan's oppressive aura, the beast surrenders dignity. It swirls its tail like a propeller, finally earning Old Man Jang's applause. Jang wipes a tear of joy. Thank the heavens it grew so large. Now there is enough meat for both of us. Lin Fan salivates, his hunger peaking. But a critical issue arises. How do we prepare this feast? They debate culinary options. A voice whispers in the protagonist's mind. Plum wine would pair exquisitely with this texture. Disaster strikes, they have no fire. The dog sighs in relief, seeing a glimmer of hope, until Lin Fan asks, "Can we cook it with high voltage?" Old Man Jang's eyes light up. "Absolutely. You smell delicious during your electroshock therapy." The cursed beast stares into the abyss. What kind of asylum is this, cooking a monster with wall outlets? A primal scream escapes the beast's throat as Lin Fan hoists it into the air. Currents of blue lightning explode from our hero, Old Man Jang, cheers maniacally as the aroma of dinner fills the air. Outside, other patients shield their eyes. Blinding light pours from the window, and they assume a rave is taking place. Voltage surges through every fiber of the beast. The savory scent of grilled meat begins to waft through the room, cursing humanity to the very end. The dog's soul ascends to the afterlife. Dinner is served. Lin Fan and Jang inspect the roast for perfection. They peel back the charred skin. The meat is succulent, and they can barely contain their appetites. Meanwhile, Nurse Lu investigates the sudden blackout. He approaches the source, unaware of the horrors that await behind the door. He swings the door open. The light reveals 2 grinning lunatics clutching a severed beast head. Lu's soul nearly leaves his body. Panic takes over. He slams the door and flees down the hallway, screaming for his life. Later, trembling and sweating, the nurse drags the hospital director to the scene, but the breaker is miraculously fixed, and the patients greet them with innocent smiles. The director scans the room and freezes. Lying casually on the floor is a rug made of suspicious fur. He snatches a tuft of the hair. His pupils dilate. He senses the residual energy of a high-level cursed beast. He demands answers, but our duo plays the fool, claiming they were sleeping like babies. The nurse insists he saw them feasting on a head, but who would believe such madness? The tension spikes. The director finally snaps, demanding Lin Fan reveal the secret concealed beneath his sheets. Lin Fan throws back the cover. His chest radiates a blinding divine light. But wait, it is merely a flashlight. What a masterful troll. He tosses the device to the director. When asked about the mysterious fur, the duo invokes their right to silence and instantly feigns sleep. A heavy sigh escapes the director's lips. Managing this asylum is draining his very soul. Darkness falls. As soon as the coast is clear, the chaotic duo rises. Lin Fan whispers, asking how the director always finds his treasures but never spots Jang's needles. Old man Jang strikes a pose, revealing his thick mane of hair is the ultimate inventory. Inspired. Lin Fan contemplates growing out his own locks for tactical storage. Suddenly, the system chimes, congratulations. Having devoured the essence of a level 2 cursed beast, his stats skyrocket by 20 points. Elsewhere, the high-ranking hunter, Cyclops, glares at the city lights. Fury burns in his veins over the cursed beast's rampage against innocents. A phone call breaks his concentration. It is Director He, delivering impossible news the very beast Cyclops was hunting has been slaughtered by mental patients. Ridiculous Cyclops scoffs, convinced the director is spinning fantasies. But the director insists he come see for himself before hanging up, wasting no time. Cyclops shatters the window and leaps into the night. Meanwhile, the schemer Lu Jin creeps through the hospital corridors, desperate to find the beast's skull as proof. He turns a corner and there it is, but the sheer size of the remains sends a shiver of dread down his spine. A sudden noise grabs his attention. He looks away, but when he glances back, the skull has shifted position. Terror grips Lu Jin's heart. Suddenly, wham, darkness takes him. Meanwhile, the director tracks the beast's path via CCTV, leading him to a massive crater. A shadow looms. The beast's skull flies at him from behind. He spins around, only to find Cyclops effortlessly holding the massive bone. Cyclops demands answers. How could a level 2 calamity be extinguished so easily? He doubts the director's sanity. 2 civilians killing the monster impossible. But the director smirks, handing over a classified file. These are no ordinary patients. Cyclops scans the medical records. His single eye widens. This madman seeks death constantly, yet every attempt only forges a body of invincibility. The evidence is undeniable. The patient slew the beast. But by what godlike method? The director shrugs. The truth is far more disturbing. They did not just kill it. They feasted upon its flesh. Cyclops is thunderstruck. Such raw, unbridled potential cannot be ignored. Cyclops demands an immediate audience with these monsters. The next morning breaks. The dynamic duo is locked in an intense battle of wills. A staring contest. But they aren't looking at each other. They are staring directly at the sun. Jang's eyes water, pleading for release. Benevolent as a god, Lin Fan blinks first, granting his friend the victory. Cyclops arrives just in time to witness the impossible. This boy gazes into the solar flare without blinding himself. His physical resistance is monstrous. He sees a diamond in the rough. Cyclops requests to take Lin Fan under his wing. The director barely hides his overwhelming joy. Cyclops prepares a speech, but it is unnecessary. The director practically throws them at him. Take them, take Jang too, keep them forever. There is only one ironclad rule. No returns, no refunds, and the hospital accepts zero liability for the chaos that ensues. Cyclops misinterprets the director's desperation as concern for the patient's safety. He vows to protect them. But the director is not worried about the patients. He is praying for the safety of the outside world. The hunter's expression darkens. The threat level is rising. Cursed beasts are multiplying across the city. He needs warriors. The monsters are evolving, gaining intelligence. They disguise themselves as harmless pets, waiting to strike from within human homes. The director trembles for humanity's fate. But Cyclops stands tall, a pillar of strength, swearing to defend the city with his life. Yet, one man cannot hold back the tide alone. He approaches the 2 eccentric legends. Tell me, he commands, how did you slaughter a level 2 calamity? The duo looks blankly. Innocence radiates from them as they claim the dog simply committed suicide. Testing their resolve, Cyclops charges his aura. He launches a terrifying strike to intimidate them, but Lin Fan stands like a mountain, not even blinking. Incredible Cyclops senses potential surpassing level 3, Old Man Jang whispers, realizing this one-eyed warrior seeks to teach them. A flush of excitement crosses their faces, but Lin Fan coldly rejects the offer. You are missing an eye. He states, your aesthetic does not match my standards. Jang steps forward with chaotic energy. Fear not, he declares. He offers to restore the lost eye so the training can proceed. Cyclops assumes they speak of mental healing, but Jang is serious. His friend is already a powerhouse. He just needs a complete teacher. The eye must be fixed. Lin Fan nods sagely. He hypes up Jang's legendary acupuncture skills, urging the hunter to submit to the treatment. The needle-wielding maniac begins to circle his prey, looking for the perfect pressure point. Cyclops scoffs internally. World-class healers fail to restore his sight. What can a needle do against his steel-hard skin? He decides to humor them. The first needle pierces. A shockwave jolts through the hunter's body. Jang moves with blinding speed, shouting the names of forbidden techniques with every strike. He proclaims the genius of his decades-long research. Lin Fan stands by, crossing his arms like a proud master confirming his disciple's success. A strange numbness washed over Cyclops, a sensation he surprisingly enjoyed. In his arrogance, he hadn't raised his chi defenses, thinking it was a harmless prank. But then, the sting hit him. The final needle pierced deep into his skull. His vision went black instantly, and the giant collapsed into the abyss of unconsciousness. Lin Fan caught the falling titan just in time. Old Jang looked devastated. His legendary technique was supposed to heal, not incapacitate. He needed to test his new modifications immediately. Desperate for data, the old man turned his eager gaze toward his best friend. Lin Fan nodded, trusting his companion completely. Thwack. But seconds later, he too hit the floor. Old Jang scratched his head, completely baffled by this disastrous result. Needing a new test subject, Jang scanned the room frantically, but karma strikes fast. Moments later, he joined them on the floor, needles sticking out of his own brain. The president arrived to witness the chaos. He stared in shock. How did Jang hide those needles? But, more importantly, a national-level fighter had been defeated by these lunatics. Meanwhile, the phone rang at Haoshin Hospital. The staff froze in terror. That special ringtone. It was the sound of impending doom. The president barked his orders into the receiver. Send 2 ambulances immediately. We have 3 casualties on the ground. Sirens wailed as the medics arrived. They loaded the unconscious patients with frantic speed, desperate to escape the asylum's aura. The hospital staff panicked when they saw a bandage over the driver's eye. I can see fine, the driver shouted, flooring the gas pedal as the ambulances screeched away. Back at Haoshin Hospital, Dr. Lee seethed with rage. His blood pressure spiked. The cycles were returning. Dark thoughts whispered in his mind. An accidental overdose, perhaps. Smack. He slapped himself sober and dialed the president in a fury. He roared into the phone. How dare the president send those monsters back, and with a new victim to torment? You should have kept them cured, the president retorted. Lee was about to explode until the voice on the other end whispered, check your wallet. Lee opened his wallet to find a thick stack of cash. But the president's voice turned cold. Keep the patience, or the bribery goes public. Lee was trapped in a cage of his own making. Elsewhere, a golden aura surged around Lin Fan. Level 55 reached. His cultivation growth rate doubled instantly. The system began optimizing his chaotic mind with ruthless efficiency. Nearby, nurses whispered about the tragedy of these broken men. Meanwhile, Lujian enjoyed a tender moment with his girlfriend. She worried about her weight, but he assured her that his love saw past such trivial things. He confessed the tragic news the test showed he could not father children. But she smiled through tears, suggesting adoption. They would raise a son together. The doctor smiled warmly at the couple. You are free to go, Lujian. Just avoid any sudden shocks to your heart. But fate is cruel. The nurses wheeled in the nightmares. Lujian saw Lin Fan's face and his soul left his body. He collapsed instantly in sheer terror. A ding echoed in Lin Fan's mind. The system congratulated our hero for breaking through the final stage of the golden body technique. Lin Fan mocked the weeping man. Don't leave us, brother. Their eyes met. The sheer horror was too much. Lujian passed out cold once again. In the recovery ward, Cyclops awoke in disbelief. Bullets couldn't scratch him, yet a few needles knocked him out. It was impossible. A mere mental patient couldn't take down the city's strongest fighter. He refused to accept reality. It had to be a fluke. Suddenly, the terrible duo spotted their awake test subject. They charged at him with gleeful smiles. Old Jang frowned, upset that the patient's eye wasn't healed yet. "One more try," he muttered. "I just need to adjust the angle." "Do it!" Cyclops challenged. Jang's face lit up like a child at Christmas. He pulled a needle from his messy hair, ready to strike. Zap. Lights out. Cyclops hit the floor again. Panic erupted as nurses rushed the unconscious giant to the operating room. "You'll get it next time," Lin Fan cheered. Back in his room, Cyclops stared at the ceiling, his worldview shattering into pieces. He refused to believe it. Not even a level 9 beast could knock him out. Old Jang approached sheepishly. "My apologies. My hand slipped." "Please, let me redeem myself," Jang begged. Cyclops nodded, and the old man beamed with a terrifying joy. Cyclops only agreed for one reason: his warrior's pride. He had to prove it wasn't the needles. He had to know the truth. The silver flash struck again. Chaos ensued. Code blue. Get him to the emergency room immediately. Jang hung his head in shame. "Don't worry," Lin Fan comforted him. "He is durable. He will survive your treatment." Cyclops woke up again, but disaster had struck. His leg was paralyzed, defeated by a lunatic. Impossible. "He must hate me now," Jang whimpered. "Nonsense," Lin Fan declared confidently. "He trusts you with his life." But the national fighter had reached his limit. Rage began to boil in his veins like molten lava. The duo sipped their hospital water. Disgusting. They craved Coke. They craved Sprite. But their pockets were empty. A devilish idea formed. They would scam the big guy, a package deal, a luxury watch, and affordable acupuncture. Cyclops roared for them to leave. But Lin Fan activated his ultimate salesman mode. He flashed his wrist a Rolex, crudely drawn in ink. Cyclops ignored the antics. He had a mission. He needed to uncover the mystery of the Hell Dog's death. "I don't want your treatment," he growled, "but I will pay you. Tell me how you killed the cursed beast." The duo looked at each other innocently. "The dog," they explained. "He was very polite. He simply jumped on the grill and cooked himself. Cyclops is on the verge of an aneurysm. He simply cannot fathom that the accursed hellhound allowed itself to be slain merely to satiate their gluttony." While our unhinged patients salivate over thoughts of roasted demon meat, Cyclops roars in fury, rejecting their ludicrous explanation. He finally realizes the futility of interrogating the insane. Yet, our duo remains blissfully ignorant, wondering who on earth he is shouting at. A deal is a deal. Having exterminated the threat, Fan and his companion demand their rightful compensation. Cyclops tosses them a bank card containing 50,000 yuan, along with the PIN code. To a man with no family and a heart turned to ash, wealth means nothing. However, the mental patients immediately hand the card back, convinced this plastic square is a cheap scam. Cyclops screams until his throat is raw, explaining the concept of a bank, but the patients stare blankly, certain he is trying to swindle them. Meanwhile, deep within the shadows of the forest, a cursed mystic serpent awakens, sensing that the hellhound's energy is being devoured within the hospital walls. But beneath the dog's fading aura, the serpent detects the presence of a martial artist far more terrifying than anything it has ever faced. Instinct screams at the beast to flee. Knowing it stands no chance against such power, the serpent decides to lie in ambush and wait for the prey to emerge. As the beast slithers through the undergrowth, it stumbles upon a scandalous scene of two lovers intertwining amidst a sea of pink bubbles. If not for the terrifying presence nearby, the serpent would have unveiled its true titanic form and swallowed them whole. The beast's gaze shifts to a woman obsessively counting cash. Could this be the fallen woman the legend spoke of? The intoxicating scent of human flesh drives the mystic serpent into a frenzy. It begins its silent approach, praying its presence remains undetected. Inch by inch, the predator glides behind the unsuspecting woman, its shadow looming over her greed. Suddenly, two figures approach, radiating the thick aura of the consumed hellhound. The woman spots them and beckons them closer, disrupting the snake's ambush. Fan and Jang, on their eternal quest for Coke and Sprite, spot the stranger and march straight toward her. They demand to know where they can purchase carbonated elixirs, but seeing them holding hands, the woman sighs, mistaking their brotherly bond for a forbidden romance. The patients persist in their quest for soda, before casually admitting they possess zero currency. Her eyes narrow at their attire. The realization strikes her like lightning. These are escaped patients from the infamous Tiananmen mental hospital. In an instant, the present fades. A nightmare from the past claws its way into her mind the day she frantically searched for her lost sister. She found her sister collapsing in despair, Watching a man tear apart a doll she had delusionally believed to be her own flesh and blood. Tears stream down her face as the memory shatters her. She asks the boys about their kin. With pure innocence, they declare they are each other's only family, as Fan's mother has fled across the seas. The woman's heart breaks upon hearing how Fan was cruelly abandoned. Overcome with pity, she pulls bills from her stash and presses the money into the hands of the madmen. She points them toward a food stall, instructing them to exchange this paper for the nourishment they seek. Our patients attempt to decline the charity, but the woman insists, masking her pain with a smile, assuring them that money is easily replaced. Suddenly, the cursed serpent strikes. It lunges to devour Fan's energy, but in a defy physics twist, our protagonist snatches the lethal beast out of the air like a common toy. The woman recoils in horror at the monster, yet the patients, too insane to know fear, begin petting the scales, cooing at its adorable appearance. For the first time in centuries, the cold-blooded killer blushes, completely disarmed by the compliment. The serpent recalls a bitter memory. It once tried to befriend a human child, only to be met with blood-curdling screams and rejection. But here, in the hands of these lunatics, it feels the warmth of adoration for the very first time. It realizes these two are not ordinary mortals. Surely, they must be the chosen ones destined to understand its soul. Ding, the system intervenes. Notification. Consuming this serpent will satiate hunger for 3 days. Furthermore, the energy stacks comfortably within the user's inventory. While the system displays a 5-star recipe for snake soup, the poor beast basks in the affection, unaware it is being prepped for the slaughter. Fan recruits the woman for culinary assistance. Moments later, a heavenly aroma wafts through the neighborhood as the serpent is bathed in rich sauces. Fan attempts to slice the meat, but the steel knife shatters upon impact with the creature's indestructible hide. He switches to his bare hands. The snake rejoices internally. If steel failed, surely mere human fingers cannot harm a divine beast. However, with a casual tug, our protagonist tears the mystic beast asunder as if it were wet paper. The broth bubbles to perfection. The patients drool uncontrollably as the woman serves the pot, mentioning that this is her daughter's favorite dish. Fan and Jang offer to share the feast, but she politely declines, claiming her stomach is already full. Our hero takes the first bite. Flavor explodes in his mouth. It is a culinary masterpiece that transcends the mortal realm. Before departing, Fan and his friend offer their deepest gratitude, telling the woman that her daughter would be incredibly proud of her skills. Confusion flickers in her eyes before settling into a grateful smile. But as they head back to the hospital, a group of martial artists passes by and freezes, struck by an overwhelming wave of terror. The leader shakes off the chilling sensation, dismissing the deadly aura as a mere trick of the mind. As the beast's terrifying aura vanished into thin air, the squad assumed the creature had fled in fear. Meanwhile, Cyclops received a grave report on his phone regarding the elimination of a cursed beast. The report was baffling. None of their elite fighters had struck the killing blow. Yet, the notion that a mere civilian could slaughter such a monster seemed utterly impossible. Fearing that a catastrophic level 2 mystic serpent was on the loose, Cyclops commanded his subordinates to secure the perimeter around the hospital immediately. At that very moment, his eccentric roommates walked through the door, carrying the savory aroma of a freshly cooked meal. As Fan lifted the lid of the lunchbox, the contents revealed a shocking truth. Cyclops unleashed a curse so vile it echoed clearly through his subordinate's phone. He snatched the bones, his hands trembling as he examined the remains. There was no mistake. These belonged to the elusive level 2 mystic serpent his team had been hunting. Oblivious to his shock, Fan and Jang happily dug into their delicacy, savoring the rich broth of the legendary beast they had stewed earlier. Sensing that Cyclops had no appetite for such divine cuisine, the duo decided to devour every last drop themselves. Cyclops watched in horror. A creature possessing fatal venom and lightning speed was now dissolving within the stomachs of these lunatics. He demanded to know how they slew the monster, but their answer defied logic. The psychos claimed the serpent lovingly curled around their arms, offering itself as a meal. As they praised the snake's adorable sacrifice, the spirit of the cursed beast likely screamed in the afterlife, cursing their treachery. Cyclops refused to accept such nonsense. His rage boiled over at their mockery, and he threatened to hurl himself from the window to escape their madness. Witnessing his outburst, the duo exchanged knowing glances. This must be the aggressive symptoms the president had warned them about. Later, under the shroud of night. Cyclops' mind raced. How could two frail-looking patients slaughter two cursed beasts without sustaining a single scratch? A chilling thought took root in his mind. Were they concealing a power that rivaled the heavens? Suddenly, movement in the shadows caught his attention. Jang stood over him, armed with his upgraded technique, ready to purge the sickness from his body. Suspecting they were hidden masters testing his resolve, Cyclops decided to submit to their will and uncover the truth behind their strength. Jang's needles hovered over Cyclops' face, but the darkness of the room made it impossible to find the meridian points. Hesitation struck, but Fan's confident whisper urged him on. With his friend's reassurance, the procedure began. Steel pierced flesh as Jang drove the needles into the patient's skull. Cyclops trembled, the pain far exceeding any torture he had endured on the battlefield. Just as Jang aimed for the final, critical pressure point, a nurse burst through the door. The distraction was fatal. His hand slipped, missing the mark. Missing. Chaos erupted. The nurse moved to intercept the assailants, while Cyclops, abandoning all dignity, screamed for salvation. Terrified by the horrific scene, the medical staff scrambled. They rushed the broken squad leader straight to the emergency operating room. Left behind, Jang lamented his failure to land the final needle, but Fan patted his shoulder, promising him another chance to perfect his art. The hospital staff restrained the dangerous duo to their beds, yet their only concern was their patient's recovery. Meanwhile, surgeons carefully shaved Cyclops' head to assess the damage. With the scalp exposed, the surgical team prepared their instruments, bracing themselves for the worst. But as they looked down, a chill ran down their spines. The patient was wide awake, his eyes locking onto theirs with predatory intensity. Shock turned to relief. They thanked the heavens the patient had regained consciousness before the first cut was made. One doctor stood frozen in confusion. He had administered a full dose of anesthetic only moments ago, yet the man was awake. However, the monitors showed perfect vitals. With no medical reason to keep him, they ordered his return to the ward. Pitying the man who had been tormented by the psych ward patients, the doctor gently offered to transfer him to a private suite. Cyclops responded with a gaze so cold it could freeze magma. The doctor instantly realized this was no ordinary victim she was dealing with. Reviewing the final scans, the medical team gasped in disbelief. The shattered vertebrae. His backbone had been completely restored to perfection. They turned to inspect his leg, only to find an empty bed. Cyclops had already ghosted them, returning to the scene of the crime. Standing over the sleeping healers, Cyclops felt a grudging respect. To knock out a special squad leader 3 times. That was a feat worthy of legends. However, his pride as a warrior would not allow a 4th humiliation. He would not fall victim to their madness again. As he turned to make his tactical retreat, Fan's voice pierced the silence. Don't worry. Jang will fix you properly next time. The threat paralyzed him with sheer horror. Without a word, Cyclops walked to the window, opened it, and dove into the night sky. Chaos erupted instantly. Fan shrieked, alerting the entire building that their patient had chosen death. Outside, the squad leader struck a perfect superhero landing, leaving a passerby dumbfounded by the display. He reported to his superior immediately. Their power is godlike, but their minds are broken. Communication is impossible. The voice on the other end sighed, heavy with the weight of shattered expectations. Simultaneously, the hospital administration contacted the president. Sir, we have a code red, one of the patients. He jumped from the balcony. The president nearly cheered, thinking his headache was gone, but propriety forced him to ask, Is the body intact? Hearing the patient survived, the president masked his disappointment with reassurance. Do not worry. Such durability is expected for our special cases. But the trembling voice on the line corrected him. Sir, we aren't worried about the patient who jumped. A frantic voice explodes over the phone, screaming at the director that their patients have vanished without settling a single penny of the bill. The director casually tosses the phone aside, feigning total ignorance of the caller's existence. Fury erupts within the hospital management as they curse the old man for this scam. Meanwhile, a heavy gloom settles over Jang when he realizes Cyclops is gone. He frets over whether the target's new eye will manifest. But Fan places a hand on his shoulder, assuring him that Cyclops is absolutely indestructible. Yet, sorrow clings to Jang. He is convinced Cyclops vanished without a farewell because of his own shortcomings. Fan, with his memory completely jumbled, swears Cyclops said goodbye, though the rest of the message is a total blank. Jang breathes a sigh of relief, trusting that the boss had his reasons for departing. Fan promises that the leader will submit to Jang's acupuncture next time. Suddenly, Jang spots some apples. Fan instantly grabs one and tosses it to his brother. Flavor explodes in Jang's mouth as he takes a bite, and he insists Fan taste the overwhelming sweetness too. Meanwhile, the vice director commandeers the ambulance himself, desperate to retrieve his patients and clear his debts. Over at the Yinhe City harbor, the elite squad stands paralyzed before a level 4 cursed octopus. They unleash a barrage of fire techniques, but the flames dissipate harmlessly against the beast's impenetrable hide. Abruptly, the monster exhales a pitch-black mist, and terror grips the fighters as they recognize the fatal fog. Blood drains from their faces. This isn't a level 4 beast, it is a catastrophic level 5. A single touch of that miasma means instant death, with no other choice. The squad turns and flees for their lives. The darkness spreads with terrifying speed, and the warriors realize their end is nigh. Suddenly, a golden barrier descends. Looking up, they spot a silhouette against the sky and cry out in relief. The boss has arrived. Cyclops swallows his reprimands to save his subordinates, activating the majestic Buddha draconic glow. Lightning crackles around his fist as he delivers a heaven-shaking strike upon the octopus. Back in the city, the ambulance is hopelessly deadlocked in an endless sea of traffic. The vice director questions the delay until he sees the masses stampeding in terror, screaming about a cursed beast. Suddenly, a corpse crashes onto his windshield. The reality of the danger has just arrived at his doorstep. Cyclops obliterates the beast in a single breath, but as he lands beside the carcass, his senses flare. Something is wrong. The squad watches in awe, but Cyclops realizes a terrifying truth. Another cursed beast has slipped through the defense line and is charging straight for the city. On the bridge, the monster tears through cars like paper. But our special patients are only concerned with their stomachs. 2 apples aren't nearly enough. The voices whisper to Fan that he needs massive energy for the late phase of his cultivation breakthrough. Civilians scatter like ants as the octopus rampages, screaming for its father. The vice director barks at the driver to grab the trauma kit to save a fallen civilian. The driver begs to flee, but the director refuses to move until he has the medical supplies. He tosses his watch to the driver, revealing it was a gift from the very first child he ever saved. That day, he swore an oath never to abandon a patient. Huang asks about the duo in the back, but the doctor has no sympathy for those scammers. In fact, he commands Huang to use them as bait to slow down the beast. Huang throws open the doors, yelling at the patients to run for their lives because a monster is approaching. The so-called patients exchange a glance and effortlessly shatter their restraints, leaving Huang dumbfounded. Fan steps out, but pauses with a serious question. Is this beast cute? Huang, utterly baffled, stammers that it looks decent. Eyes lighting up, the duo screams that they want to play. Huang finally realizes these two are truly insane. The level 8 Calamity continues its search for its father. Unaware, it is walking straight into the protagonist's path. Amidst the chaos, the vice director shrieks for more bandages. As the behemoth looms closer, the injured man begs the doctor to save himself, but the vice director refuses to budge. The shadow of the octopus falls over the doctor and his patient. The monster peers down, and in a voice like a lost child, asks if they have seen its daddy. Silence answers the beast. Enraged, it raises a massive tentacle to crush them. The patient whispers a final thanks to the doctor. They squeeze their eyes shut, accepting their fate as the tentacle descends to obliterate them. But just as the tentacled nightmare prepares to strike, it freezes in place. Fan seizes the beast with godlike strength and drags it into the abyss below the bridge. The trembling vice president looks up, stunned to find that death has suddenly vanished. Suddenly, Huang bursts onto the scene with urgent news. The ambulance is gridlocked in traffic, but fate has provided a civilian vehicle they must commandeer to save the patient. The vice president is shocked to see the driver return, but Huang silences him instantly. There is no time for questions when a monster could return at any second. The executive swallows his pride, realizing he owes his life to the very man he dismissed. Beneath the bridge, the cursed octopus is bewildered by its sudden abduction. Meanwhile, Jang hovers above, eyes sparkling with a maniacal desire to play with the creature. Fan gives the signal, and Jang descends like a missile. He lands squarely on the beast's head with zero fear. He treats the terrifying monster like a toy, igniting a fiery rage within the ancient beast. The creature lashes out, sending Jang flying through the air, seeing his friend attacked. Fan's expression shifts from amusement to cold fury. With a single grip, Fan rips a massive tentacle clean off its body. The octopus shrieks in agony, crying out for its father in desperation. Jang brushes off the danger, assuring Fan that the calamari supply is far from depleted. The high-ranking beast roars, thrashing its remaining limbs in a storm of violence that nearly obliterates Jang. But our protagonist intercepts the attack. He tears away another limb, drowning the monster's roar with his own display of dominance. Amidst the chaos, Jang spots an abandoned roasting grill. A devilish culinary idea sparks in his chaotic mind. The cursed beast howls in torment, spewing curses at the human who is dismantling it piece by piece. Fan doesn't wait for the fire. He sinks his teeth into the raw flesh, eliciting another scream from the victim. The monster tries to issue a warning, but a heavenly aroma suddenly captivates both man and beast alike. They turn to see the unhinged Jang, seasoning the seafood like a master chef. The scent is so potent that even the octopus starts drooling, forgetting its own pain. However, the beast's appetite vanishes instantly when it realizes the truth. The sizzling meat on the grill is its own body parts. It screams in pure frustration, but the two lunatics ignore its pleas to focus on the feast. They devour the spirit beast until only a single tentacle remains. Despite the massive meal, a wave of sorrow hits the duo. Their hunger is insatiable, and the food is running out. Stripped of its limbs, the octopus weeps, fearing for its remaining head. It curses their bloodline and cries out for parental rescue, but Jang stares at the head with a calculating, hungry gaze. Fan understands immediately. With a silent thumbs up of agreement, the beast's head is tossed onto the searing grill. As the flames lick at its skin, the cursed beast prepares to bid farewell to the mortal realm. Jang bastes the head with oil but notices the massive eyes staring back, realizing it's still alive. He sees only fresh ingredients. Fan, worried about wasting precious nutrients, suggests devouring the eyes before the spirit dissipates. Reduced to nothing but staring eyes on a grill, the octopus finally accepts its delicious fate. Finally, the elite fighter squad arrives at the scene, but to their confusion, the massive threat is nowhere to be seen. They scan for spiritual fluctuations, and the radar pings a signal from beneath the bridge. The analyst shows the data to Cyclops, but the energy signature vanishes instantly. All that remains are our two chaotic heroes, sleeping soundly with full bellies. Cyclops' blood boils, of all the people to find. It had to be the two lunatics he despises most. The scans confirm the energy was here, yet the beast itself has vanished into thin air. Cyclops spots the grill and dreads the answer. His subordinate suggests questioning the sleepers, but Cyclops knows that logic does not apply to the insane. He snaps at her for even suggesting they listen to the ramblings of madmen. He warns her that believing a psycho is a one-way ticket to losing her job and her hair. At first, she dismisses his anger, but witnessing his sharp intuition about the psychos leaves her in awe of his leadership. Still, the mystery must be solved. Cyclops stomps toward the sleeping gluttons, his aura radiating fury. He demands to know if the octopus was tasty. Their sleepy, satisfied nods confirm his worst nightmare: they ate the evidence. Meanwhile, at headquarters, the strategy department is in turmoil. They brief the team on a terrifying development: beasts are evolving, learning to conceal their power levels to ambush humanity. Back at the scene, Cyclops is lost in thought. How could these two lunatics effortlessly dismantle three high-ranking beasts? He briefly considers recruiting them for training, until the traumatic memories of their past experiments flood his mind. Cyclops' face drains of all color, terror gripping his very soul. Just the memory of that nightmare makes him shudder. No, he decides, it is far better to bury those dark memories deep. Meanwhile, the Supreme Commander wraps up the briefing, but her sharp eyes catch something amiss. Cyclops is acting strangely. She steps forward, her aura intensifying. She suspects he dares to question her brilliant analysis. But alas, our innocent tactical genius has absolutely no clue what kind of living hell awaits them. The command is given: fighters from all four armies must mobilize immediately. At their destination, the infamous Qingshan Mental Hospital, the goal to forge ironclad wills within 1 month. She rests a hand on Cyclops' shiny bald head, daring him to speak. The other leaders nod in agreement, believing the asylum is the perfect training ground. After clearing the preliminary trials, no one possesses the courage to defy the top-class tactician. Silence reigns in the room. Only Cyclops trembles, thinking, sending beginners there that isn't training, that is a death sentence. The other commanders are thunderstruck. How could their strongest warrior utter such cowardly words? Even the strategy leader is baffled. She expected him to scoff at the challenge for being too simple. She doubles down. Raw power is proven on the battlefield, she declares, but true mastery lies in adaptability when chaos strikes. The enemy is unpredictable. They are mad beasts. To defeat monsters, our soldiers must learn from the masters of madness, the patients of the mental hospital. While Cyclops shudders at the thought of those terrifying patients, the room erupts in cheers. The plan is set. With morale high, the commander shifts to the grim reality of the war. She reveals a disturbing truth. The cursed beasts have stopped attacking. It is a trap. They are diverting our attention. A heavy silence falls over the room. The intel confirms their worst fear. A high-intelligence beast has taken command of the mindless horde. This is unprecedented. It is not just an attack. It is a harbinger of total annihilation. The Beast King's power level, unknown. The threat level, catastrophic. They must gather intelligence before it is too late. 3 days later, a tragic drama unfolds on the ground. Two ants finally reunite, only for a giant hand to cruelly tear them apart again. The determined little ant crawls back, but Jang is watching with sadistic curiosity. Swish! He snatches the poor creature up, leaving its partner weeping in despair. Suddenly, Lin Fan's voice echoes. Jang hears his best friend, drops the traumatized insect, and sprints with pure joy. Jang excitedly reports his scientific findings. Brother, no matter how many times I separate them, these ants always find their way home. The two chaotic best friends sit under the shade of a tree. Jang points out that Lin Fan has been in a coma-like sleep for 3 whole days. Lin Fan wonders, am I turning into a pig? But no, he explains the truth. A mysterious voice in his head promised that sleep mode would shatter his cultivation limits. And now, the system says he has reached the heavenly tier. It is time to test this newfound godlike power. Meanwhile, the tragic lovers, the ants reunite once more, sobbing with relief that the torture is over. Boom! Lightning arcs from Lin Fan's finger. The massive tree is instantly obliterated. Jiang cheers wildly, witnessing his friend's terrifying strength. Zhang's eyes sparkle with admiration. He is convinced this is the result of the legendary galaxy circulating technique. But tragedy strikes. The ant returns home only to find a smoking crater. It shakes its tiny fist, cursing these insane cultivators to the high heavens. Despair. The poor ant collapses, weeping over the charred remains of its partner. The ant colony gathers, a brotherhood of sorrow. Their support moves the survivor to tears, like a truly heart-wrenching moment in the insect world. Back in the human world, staff from the hospital rush to the scene, staring in awe at the decimated tree. Who possesses such destructive power? But the madness isn't over. Jang realizes Lin Fan is eyeing the high-voltage transformer with a hungry look. He warns him, brother, that is high voltage. If your cultivation isn't strong enough, even I cannot resurrect you. Lin Fan assures him, the voice in my head gave me the green light. Jang hesitates, remembering the Dean's rule, never trust the voices. But in the end, his loyalty to Lin Fan outweighs all logic. The two patients stand before the humming electrical tower. With a defy-gravity leap, Lin Fan soars up and lands directly on the live transformer. Jang jumps for joy, but the attending doctor arrives, and his face goes white with sheer horror at their lunacy. Lin Fan begins to cultivate. He absorbs the raw voltage like a dragon drinking water. Energy swirls around him like a Super Saiyan transformation. The panic-stricken doctor dials the Dean, but the Dean, already resigned to this chaos, sighs. The ambulance is on its way. The doctor stares at the sparking maniac and thinks, forget the ambulance. Bring a hearse. Flash. A blinding light consumes the world. Kaboom! A massive explosion blasts our hero off the tower and slams him into the earth. Silence. The crowd freezes. Smoke rises from his body, electricity crackling over his skin. Surely, he is dead. Jang smashes through the crowd. Brother, he screams, rushing to the smoking crater. Suddenly, a hand rises from the smoke. Lin Fan whispers, don't touch me. I'm fine. He yawns. Just a little tired. Time for a nap. Time. As Lin Fan's hand drops, Jang instinctively reaches out to catch his falling friend. But the moment their fingers graze, a catastrophic surge of electricity detonates. The impact is devastating, blasting Jang all the way across the field in a flash of blue light. The doctor, witnessing this impossible spectacle with a twisted sense of amusement, immediately dials the hospital president. This is something the higher-ups need to see with their own eyes. But reality sets in quickly. Seeing the patient's body charred to a crisp, the doctor breaks down in tears. He falls to his knees, sobbing that he cannot save a man whose body is 90% burned. The nurse frantically informs President Lee that the lead surgeon has refused to operate on a dead man walking. President Lee grits his teeth. He commands the nurse to prepare the theater immediately. As long as there is a single breath left in the patient's body, they will not give up. With a determined stride, President Lee marches into the operating room. He dons his surgical gown, ready to wage war against death itself. The battle for life lasts 10 grueling hours. Finally, the lights dim. Exhausted but victorious, President Lee orders the nurses to transfer the patient to the recovery ward. After tending to the wounds, a nurse approaches the weary surgeon with news. The director of the Chingon Mental Hospital is waiting outside. President Lee's eyes flare with sudden rage. Fury boils in his veins as he thinks of that man's negligence toward these poor patients. He storms out to confront Director Han. Lee screams that an apology will never be enough. He demands Han pay every single cent of the medical fees, including the debt from the previous incident. But Director Han just smiles, completely misreading the room. He casually mentions he's only here to discuss a hospital membership discount. President Lee feels his sanity snapping. His vision turns blood red. Lee spots a fire extinguisher on the wall. Losing all control, he grabs the heavy steel canister and swings it, threatening to end Han's life right there. Panic erupts as the nurses rush in to restrain him. It takes the entire staff to drag the furious President Lee away, forcing him to rest after his marathon surgery. Director Han stands there, scratching his head, completely failing to understand his mistake. Meanwhile, the sun rises on a new day. Jang remains asleep at the bedside, guarding his recovering friend. Suddenly, a notification chimes in the void. The system speaks. Congratulations. You have reached the intermediate level. Lin Fan's eyes snap open. He sits up with supernatural grace. The system advises him to remain calm to consolidate his cultivation, promising the fastest route to power. Lin Fan looks at his bandaged arms. He rips the dressings away. The charred and dead flesh peels off like a husk, revealing skin as smooth as jade and tougher than steel. This is the power of a level-up rebirth. He turns to his sleeping companion and gently taps him. Wake up. Jang groggily opens his eyes and then jumps back in sheer shock. He screams in excitement, staring at his friend's miraculous transformation. The nurse walks in and drops her tray. A patient burned to charcoal yesterday is now fully recovered. Within moments, the entire medical staff gathers around the bed. They stare in disbelief, their medical knowledge shattered by this impossibility. They gasp in awe at his skin, which glows with a vibrant, healthy luster. It is a medical miracle beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, in a dark office, the man known as Cyclops receives a report. He learns about the incident on the high-voltage pole. He breathes a sigh of relief, thinking he no longer has to deal with cultivating those lunatics. Believing them to be dead, he even considers attending their funeral as a final gesture. But then, his phone rings. The color drains from his face. To his absolute horror, the psychos are still alive. Cyclops freezes, his mind racing. Even a level 3 powerhouse would be turned to ash by touching that power source. Yet, the supposedly ordinary mental patient survived. A terrifying realization dawns on him. They must be at least level 4, or perhaps their power exceeds even that. Greed replaces fear. Realizing the untapped potential of these monsters, he decides he must cultivate them once again. Back at the hospital, Director Han cheers happily that his favorite patient survived. He tries to sneak away, but the staff attempts to stop him, demanding he meet President Lee about the membership fees. But the old fox knows better. He knows his brother is out for blood, and it is best to vanish before the fire extinguisher comes back out. He waves the staff off, telling them to let the president sleep, and makes his escape into the morning light. Elsewhere, a different drama unfolds. A woman tends to young Master Li Yang in his private suite. Li Yang notices her handbag is torn and worn out. She tries to be humble, saying it still works, but his pride won't allow it. He whips out a black bank card and hands it to her. With a cool demeanor, he tells her to buy a new bag and anything else her heart desires. She accepts the card, her face flushing. She informs him that his Uncle Wang is on his way to check up on him. Li Yang smiles, thinking this is the perfect chance to thank his uncle for introducing him to such a lovely girl. The atmosphere is romantic, but danger lurks close by. As Uncle Wang steps into the hospital lobby, the world begins to warp. Terrifying hallucinations assault his mind. He realizes something has been wrong ever since he ate that strange fish. But what Uncle Wang doesn't know is the horrifying truth. That was no ordinary meal. He consumed a level 3 cursed parasitic fly. He stumbles down the hallway toward Li Yang's room. His body is failing, barely able to stand. His only driving thought is the hope that his nephew will take care of his child. Suddenly, agony rips through him. The fabric of his suit shreds apart as his back splits open. Monstrous insect wings burst from his flesh. A nurse walking by freezes in terror, watching a human being mutate into a monstrosity before her eyes. Uncle Wong is gone. In his place stands a bloodthirsty fly beast. Its compound eyes lock onto the nurse, and it hisses a threat to drain her dry. The cursed beast screeches and lunges. The nurse turns and sprints for her life, blood already dripping from cuts inflicted by the creature's aura. In her panic, she bursts into our protagonist's room, leaving Lin Fan completely confused. The fly beast crashes into the room and seizes her by the throat. Her screams echo off the walls as she begs for salvation. The monster raises a razor-sharp claw, threatening to silence her forever. Outside, the hospital staff scatters in a panic, fleeing the massacre. The cursed beast tightens its grip, ready to decapitate its prey. The nurse sobs, her eyes rolling back. Suddenly, the monster freezes. It feels a sharp prick penetrating its armored skin. The beast whips around to see Jang standing there, holding acupuncture needles with a deadpan expression. Jang warns the monster that it will explode from high blood pressure unless he performs emergency acupuncture immediately. The fly beast roars in annoyance. It hurls the nurse across the room and turns its murderous intent toward Jang. It prepares to drain this insolent fool of every drop of blood. But right then, a shadow steps forward. Lin Fan moves, blocking the path of the monster. His eyes glow with power as he stops the beast from touching his friend. Lin Fan commands his companion to seek the patient's consent for the procedure, but when questioned, the vile beast only snarls, fixated on its thirst for human blood. Unimpressed by its insolence, our protagonist casually seizes the creature's arm and snaps the bone like a dry twig, demanding an answer once more. The cursed monstrosity shrieks in agony, threatening to slaughter them all. It attempts a desperate escape, but our hero catches its wings and tears them from its body with brutal efficiency. Stripped of its pride and power, the cursed beast collapses in the corner, writhing in helpless torment. Lin Fan asks if it is finally ready to accept the cure, receiving only silence. He hoists the creature up by its collar and orders it to submit to Jang's medical expertise. Like a butcher handling meat, Lin Fan grips the cursed beast by the throat, presenting it to the waiting doctor. Jang hesitates, questioning this violent restraint, but Lin Fan, recalling how the beast manhandled its victim, simply smirks and suggests the creature enjoys this rough treatment. Jang, satisfied with his patient's compliance, prepares his instruments. As the first needle pierces the creature's skull, it begins to convulse, sweating profusely as a scream tears from its throat. The doctor prepares the final, decisive needle. In that moment, the cursed fly realizes the shadow of death is looming directly over its head. For the first time in its existence, it feels true terror, desperate. The fly roars that it is a parasite, and killing it will sever the life force of the human host as well. The cunning beast gambles on human morality, convinced that their foolish compassion will stay their hand to save the host. It plots in the darkness of its mind. The moment they hesitate, it will release its spores and consume every human it has ever touched. As long as biomass remains, it can regenerate its knowledge and power, rising again as a supreme parasitic entity. The fly trembles with anticipation, imagining the humans paralyzed by their moral dilemma, struggling against the impossible choice. However, these two are not bound by common logic. Jang drives the final needle home without a flicker of hesitation, leaving the beast shocked by the doctor's utter lack of mercy. As its consciousness fades, the monster can only wonder why this human possesses such a heart of cold steel. The pain consumes its very soul, and the beast collapses. But suddenly, Li Yang's girlfriend freezes in place, frantically dialing her father as the curse takes hold. A horrifying transformation begins, witnessing her morph into a monster. Li Yang shrieks in pure terror, grabs his credit card, and bolts from the room, abandoning everything. He slams the door shut, his face drained of all color. From the other side, a heavy impact rattles the frame as the creature begins to batter its way out. A passing nurse spots Li Yang catching his breath and mistakes the chaotic noise for a young couple's passionate, albeit intense, intimacy. But as the banging intensifies, Li Yang screams at the door, declaring he could forgive her infidelity, but he refuses to tolerate her hideous new face. Enraged by the insult, the cursed fly smashes through the door, roaring in fury, but just as death approaches, the vice president descends like a guardian deity. He shoves Li Yang to safety, standing firm against the abomination, a massive greatsword gripped tightly in his hand. Li Yang gazes up in absolute awe at his savior. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he clings to the man's leg, instantly pledging himself as a loyal servant. But the truth is far less heroic. The vice president had merely been enjoying a peaceful slumber after enduring a grueling 10-hour surgery marathon. He had awakened with the start, recalling Lin Fan's offer of a membership card. His eyes had fallen upon the decorative sword, and destiny took over. Wielding the blade, and bursting with fiery aura, he had stormed out looking for Lin Fan, only to find himself standing in the path of a cursed beast. The vice president orders the staff to summon the special suppression squad, only to learn that the distress signal has already been sent. The cursed fly ignores the warrior, crashing through obstacles as it resumes its relentless hunt for Li Yang. Just as the beast closes in, President Li flashes forward, shielding the boy once more. Li Yang's admiration skyrockets, his worship for this two-time savior reaching new heights. The vice president flings a handful of talisman seals. Upon contact, they erupt into flaming vines, binding the beast in a prison of spiritual fire. Suddenly, the elite fighter squad arrives on the scene, commanding all civilians to evacuate the blast zone immediately. One warrior activates his indestructible golden body technique, while the swordsman executes a mindful stance, his blade piercing through the fly with the speed of light. The squad moves to secure the area. As they scan for residual energy signatures, the signal vanishes, confirming the target has been neutralized. However, the sensors suddenly scream a warning. A level 3 cursed beast, likely the progenitor, is detected nearby. But as they track it, the energy readings spike off the charts. This is no ordinary monster. The power level is so immense that the current squad stands no chance of survival. The captain orders a defensive formation to protect the citizens while calling for backup. But then, the blood drains from the fighters' faces as true despair washes over them. A colossal shadow eclipses the sun. They stare up in horror, their minds unable to comprehend how such a calamity could exist in this world. Chaos erupts as the hospital evacuates. A titanic, 3-headed monstrosity begins its rampage, crushing everything in its path like insects. Jang suddenly halts, asking why they are fleeing instead of treating the wounded. Lin Fan, however, points his friend's gaze toward the true threat. The level 7 ancient parasitic fly towers before our protagonist and the healer, its aura boiling with a thirst for vengeance against those who killed its kin. Jang finally perceives what his friend sees. He blinks innocently at the apocalyptic horror and simply wonders aloud if the giant beast looks cute. Flashback to 10 minutes prior, before the level 7 calamity appeared. Jang was weeping uncontrollably over the death of his patient. Guilt consumed him for failing to save a life. Lin Fan, ever the stoic companion, patted his head, offering silent reassurance in the face of failure. Jang remained inconsolable, terrified of being branded a murderer. But our protagonist looked him in the eye, promising that no matter what happens, he will stand by his side. Shattering the glass with a single blow, Lin Fan grins at his companion. The path is open, time to make our grand exit. The resentment of 1,000 slain beasts swirls in the air just as the duo leaps into the void. The injured nurse gasps out a tearful thank you for their salvation. Manic laughter echoes against the wind as the two patients freefall, Lin Fan leading the dive with a fearless smile. Mid-air, he turns to his friend. Don't fear the Reaper. My friend Death is just another state of mind. Meanwhile, the hospital below erupts into absolute chaos. A catastrophe has descended. The energy center detects a level 7 calamity. Realizing their dispatch level 4 squad is walking into a slaughter, Cyclops prepares to charge in, eager to play the hero and save the city. Hold your ground. The strategic commander intervenes. A beast of that caliber doesn't appear without a dark purpose. Playing the long game, she orders the elite level 8 squad to deploy. She cannot risk a national asset like Cyclops without backup. In the eye of the storm, our unhinged duo stands before the towering nightmare. To them, however, this grotesque monstrosity looks adorable. The cursed beast roars, its killing intent suffocating the air as it promises them an agonizing death. Ding. The system alerts its host. Consuming this level 7 entity will satiate hunger for 7 weeks. It even politely suggests a recipe. Lin Fan reaches out. With a mere tap of his finger, the beast's leg explodes into mist. Jang jumps for joy, clapping at his friend's terrifying strength. The atmosphere trembles. Our hero's casual strike carries the devastating weight of a level 9 Grandmaster. But there is more. His insanity grants him a state of empty mind, amplifying his power beyond all logic. The technique is flawless: condense the aura, then release upon contact. Yet, Jang tilts his head, confused. But how can you high-five something that big? Allow me to demonstrate. Lin Fan launches into the heavens and drives his fist straight through the beast's skull, liquidating it instantly. The surviving level 4 fighter stares up, paralyzed by shock. Who in the world is this monster? The creature shrieks as its life force leaks away. Lin Fan doesn't hesitate, smashing its second head with ruthless precision. The giant ant retaliates. It hurls him into the earth and slashes with diamond-hard claws, but Lin Fan weaves through the attacks like a ghost. Clang, level 5, invincibility activated. The monster's claws bounce off his skin, leaving the beast utterly confused by this impenetrable human. My turn. Lin Fan seizes the massive claw and rips it from the socket with a sickening crunch. But Jang isn't watching the battle. He is spiraling into an existential crisis. He thinks that ugly fly is cute. Do we have incompatible tastes? While Lin Fan dismantles the Titan, Jang's worry deepens. Oh no, he's actually going to eat that hideous bug. Lin Fan lands, dusting off his hands. Jang trembles, confronting him. Lin Fan, I think it's ugly. Do you disagree with me? Without a second thought, Lin Fan tosses the carcass aside. If you say it's ugly, it's garbage. I could never disagree with you, brother. Jang's eyes sparkle with pure joy. Their bond of friendship remains unbroken. The system screams in frustration, begging its host to consume the level 7 biomass, but it is silenced by the power of bromance. Beneath the rubble of the collapsed hospital, the fighter squad struggles to maintain their barrier, the weight of the debris crushing them. Their energy fading, they grit their teeth, praying for their commander to arrive in time. Suddenly, the sensors flatline. The monitoring center announces the impossible: target eliminated. The level 7 energy signature has vanished. Jang chirps, let's keep moving. The system, desperate to turn its host around, weeps in the background, pleading for just one bite. But the burst of godlike power has taken its toll. Lin Fan's eyes roll back, and he collapses to the cold ground. Lin Fan! Jang wails, tears streaming down his face as he shakes his unconscious friend. Don't leave me! Finally, the elite level 8 squad touches down, weapons primed for a war that has already ended. They sense the lingering aura of destruction, but find only a corpse. It's dead. Who could possibly instant kill a beast of this magnitude? A medic rushes over to comfort the weeping Jang. He's alive. He's just in a deep coma. He will be fine. She pauses, baffled. His body is pristine, not a scratch on him. And his heartbeat, it's as slow and calm as a resting elder. Commander Xiao, we have survivors in the ruins. The squad pivots to rescue duty. Xiao turns, just as Lu Jin crawls from the dust, pointing a trembling finger. It was him, the patient. He obliterated the monster. Lu Jin coughs up blood, his energy spent. Xiao dashes to his side, feeding him a level 2 recovery pill. Stay with me. As the pill stabilizes him, she props him up and dives back into the wreckage to assist her team. With Lin Fan seemingly unharmed, they leave him resting on the curb to prioritize the critically wounded being loaded into ambulances. A doctor passes by. You boys are clear to go if you feel alright. Snap. Lin Fan's eyes fly open instantly. Jang leaps in excitement. Lu Jin watches in awe, witnessing the sleeping dragon awaken once more. But suddenly, paranoia strikes. Remembering their earlier incident, the duo freezes. They're here to arrest us for that guy we killed. Run for it. The duo makes a tactical retreat on all fours, ignoring the desperate cries of Lu Jun echoing behind them. By the time the doctor returns, the room is empty, and he foolishly assumes their guardians have already taken them home. Having breached the hospital's perimeter, the psychos step into the bustling metropolis. It is Jang's first time in the concrete jungle, and the sheer mass of humanity sends tremors of anxiety through him. However, Lin Fan places a steady hand on his shoulder, swearing a solemn oath to protect him from this chaotic world. Jang vows eternal loyalty in return. As they frolic and dance through the streets like children, the pedestrians recoil, sensing the aura of madness clinging to them. The duo pauses to catch their breath, their conversation drifting to the memory of that succulent grilled octopus they shared. In the spiritual realm, the other cursed beasts roar in indignation at being eaten, yet Uncle Wang nods in solemn agreement. Octopus truly is a delicacy. The envious octopus spirit retorts, hissing about how delicious human flesh tastes in comparison. Suddenly, Jang's gaze locks onto a suspicious van in the distance. His instincts scream that bullies are at work, tormenting the innocent. Inside the vehicle, a thug levels a gun at a wealthy heir, demanding he call his parents for a paltry $5 million. The young master scoffs, informing his captor that such a low ransom is an insult to his family's prestige. He should be asking for more. Greed lights up the kidnappers' eyes as they demand $500 million instead, yet their amateurish nature remains painfully obvious. Sighing at their incompetence, the hostage begins a lecture on proper villainy, teaching them the importance of deadlines and psychological warfare. Emboldened, the kidnapper sets a deadline of 3 p.m., threatening to sever the boy's finger if the cash doesn't flow. He barks the standard warning, contact the authorities, and their precious son pays the ultimate price. But the fool has no actual inside intel. Panicking, he turns to his own hostage for further instructions on how to be a criminal. The boy calmly explains the psychology of the threat. It is merely a bluff to exploit parental love. Having received a masterclass in abduction, the thug screams his final demands into the phone and slams it down. He puffs his chest out in pride, only for the boy to pop his bubble. That call was long enough for the police to triangulate their exact coordinates. Realizing a SWAT team will swarm them in 10 minutes, the kidnapper loses his mind and aims the barrel straight at the child. Yet the heir remains unfazed, coldly pointing out that chatting for 47 minutes was a rookie mistake. The thug's finger tightens on the trigger, blind with rage, but the driver intervenes. This boy is a walking mountain of gold. Suddenly, the van door slides open. Jang steps inside, interrupting their chaotic strategy meeting. The terrified criminal spins and fires, but before the metal can pierce Jang's skull, Linfan moves faster than light, catching the bullet with his bare hand. Linfan examines the smoking lead, casually mentioning that movies portray these things as quite dangerous. Jang points an accusing finger at the shooter, demanding righteous vengeance for the attempted murder. Linfan warns him to restrain his strength. They are fugitives, after all. Meanwhile, the kidnapper begins to shake uncontrollably, sensing the monstrous aura radiating from this patient. The thug tries to steal his nerves, but Linfan delivers a casual punch that defies physics, launching the man out of the vehicle like a cannonball. He turns to Jang with a smile, assuring him the villain lives. He only used a fraction of a percent of his power. Jang announces that the bullies have been vanquished and unties the hostage. The young master, however, freezes as he notices the psychiatric hospital crest on their uniforms. Linfan's stomach growls like thunder. His system chimes in, mocking him for missing the chance to devour a level 7 cursed beast. Grateful for his life, the young heir offers to treat his saviors to a feast, and the trio vanishes just as the sirens draw near. Moments later, the elite security team surrounds the scene. They find the battered criminals and demand the location of the young master. The driver, seeing a chance for revenge, spins a lie. He claims 2 lunatics in hospital gowns kidnapped the boy. He sobs theatrically, claiming his brother tried to be a hero but was brutally crushed by the maniacs. Right on cue, the punch-drunk kidnapper wakes up, shrieking in absolute agony. The driver embraces him to hide the lie. A soldier recognizes the voice, but the team prioritizes the intel and mobilizes to hunt the new kidnappers. Back at the hospital, Lu Jun regales the high-level fighter squad with tales of how Linfan annihilated a level 7 beast with godlike strength. Wang Lu demands the hero's location, but Lu Jun admits the duo vanished into the wind without a backward glance. Shidui clutches his chest, moved by the humility of a warrior who saves the world and seeks no glory. Determined to identify this legend, Lu Jun grabs a pen, preparing to sketch the savior's face. He completes his masterpiece, boasting to his seniors that his background as a painter ensures 100% photorealism. The seniors gaze in awe, praising the detail except for one confused disciple who sees only scribbles and wonders if his cultivation is too low to comprehend the art. Meanwhile, our oblivious protagonist and his companions strut into a 5-star establishment. The waitresses exchange looks of disdain, recognizing the patient uniforms and doubting these beggars can afford a glass of water, let alone a meal. However, a chill ran down the waitress's spine as she recognized their attire. Those blue-striped pajamas weren't a fashion statement. They were the uniforms of the local mental asylum. Trembling, she whispered a warning to her colleague. "Don't provoke the crazy ones," she hissed. "Even if they try to dine and dash, just let them go." Yet, despite devouring a feast fit for a king, Linfin's stomach remained a bottomless void. The system's cold voice rang out, "Mortal food cannot replenish spiritual energy." A wave of regret washed over him as he thought back to that mutant fly he let escape. Jang, however, patted his belly with a satisfied burp. He was stuffed to the brim. The trio of oddballs exchanged introductions, cementing their strange new friendship. Xiao Bao, eager to please, snapped his fingers and ordered another round for Linfen. The kitchen went into overdrive. Stack upon stack, the empty plates rose like skyscrapers. Yet, the gluttonous void inside our protagonist refused to be filled. The waitress watched in horror, sweat beading on her forehead. She wasn't worried about the bill anymore, and she was terrified this lunatic would literally explode from overeating in her lobby. But it was futile. The system ruthlessly reminded Linfen that gluttony would yield no power. Resigned, Linfen sighed and suggested they finally depart. But Jang slammed his hand on the table. "Nonsense," he cried. "If you leave while still hungry, it is a grave insult to Xiaobao's hospitality." As our hero and his eccentric companion strolled toward the exit, the panic-stricken waitress dialed the authorities. "Police 3, mental patients are escaping without paying." Suddenly, a robotic chime silenced the room. The restaurant's scanner read Xiaobao's face. Beep. Payment successful. The transaction cleared in a microsecond. The waitress stood frozen, her reality shattering into pieces. The police were on the line, but now she was the one who looked like a raving lunatic. Stepping out into the neon-lit streets, Jang's eyes sparkled like a child's at the sight of an arcade. Xiao Bao, the generous host, grinned and led the way to the games. Though internally, the rich heir couldn't help but wonder, why would patients from an asylum be so obsessed with video games? Inside the arcade, the joy turned to frustration. Jang was on a losing streak, crushed by Xiao Bao's skills. Desperate for revenge, he begged Linfen to step in. The protagonist took the joystick. But alas, Xiao Bao was a gaming god. Xiao Bao laughed triumphantly, boasting about his undefeated win rate and superior reflexes. But Linfen had a different definition of winning. With a single devastating punch, he smashed right through the machine's screen. "I win," he declared calmly. Jang cheered wildly, celebrating this brutal form of revenge. Xiao Bao watched in stunned silence. He thought, this guy has zero gaming skill. But that raw power is terrifying. It reminded him of how Linfen had decimated the kidnapper earlier. Linfen turned, mumbling about his low energy reserves. Suddenly, bang, a sniper's bullet tore through the air, striking Linfen squarely in the temple. He dropped to the ground instantly. Chaos erupted. An elite security squad stormed the mall. Assault rifles trained on the protagonist and his terrified friend. Jang collapsed to his knees, wailing in despair. He trembled violently, staring down the barrels of the guns, convinced his own end was near. Xiao Bao tried to scream an order, but a guard clamped a hand over his mouth. After a frantic struggle, Xiao Bao broke free and roared, "Hold your fire, stand down!" But the order came too late. A stray shot had already been fired, whizzing past Jang's ear, missing death by a mere inch. Suddenly, the corpse moved. Linfen's eyes snapped open. He snatched the soldier's rifle and bent the steel barrel like it was made of rubber. With one hand, he hoisted the terrified soldier into the air by his throat. The entire squad froze, their guns shaking in their hands. They stared in horror at Linfen's forehead. A direct hit. And not even a scratch. What kind of monster was this? Xiao Bao stepped into the kill zone, shielding the boys. "Lower your weapons," he commanded with the authority of a king. "These men are my saviors, not my captors." Realizing their grave mistake, the squad lowered their rifles. Xiao Bao bowed his head, taking full responsibility and apologizing profusely to Linfen for the near-fatal misunderstanding. He turned to his new friend, pleading for forgiveness on behalf of his subordinates. Jang, ever the peacemaker, stepped in to diffuse the tension. "Forgive them, Linfen," he urged. "Let's not hold a grudge." Linfen released his grip, dropping the gasping soldier. But the exertion was too much. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed once more. The system interface flashed red, warning energy depleted. Initiating hibernation mode. Defensive protocols active. The system explained that while hibernating, his body would become an impenetrable fortress, immune to all blades and bullets until he awoke. Seeing his friend hit the floor again, Jang scoffed. "What a lazy pig," he grumbled. He turned to Xiao Bao, recounting the time Linfen slept for 3 days straight, and asked the rich heir to drive them home. Meanwhile, in the back of the luxury car, Xiao Bao received a classified report. and a level 7 cursed beast had been obliterated at the hospital. Witnesses claimed 2 mysterious masters captured in a drawing were responsible. Xiaobao looked at the sketch. It was a childish doodle. He rubbed his temples, convinced the beast's aura had driven the witnesses insane. The driver, glancing at the mental patients in the rearview mirror, whispered, "Young master, did these men kidnap you?" Xiaobao shook his head firmly. "No." He lied to protect them. "They're just a couple of idiots. Cancel the investigation." Elsewhere, in a dark alley, the true kidnapper was brutally beating his accomplice for failing to protect him from the madmen. Meanwhile, at the Special Department's command center, the elite level 8 squad was baffled. 12 hours had passed, and they still had 0 leads on the mysterious heroes. Huang stared at the witness sketch. He began to question his own sanity, wondering how anyone could identify a human from these scribbles. Suddenly, the doors burst open. The leader of the strategy department stomped in, her aura blazing with fury. She slammed the table, screaming at the squad, "You incompetent fools! Who authorized releasing this garbage drawing to the public? The entire city is laughing at us." Liu Zhan tried to defend his work, thinking the public appreciated his abstract art style, but his bubble burst instantly when he realized the citizens were calling them lunatics. Huang let out a breath he didn't know he was holding, relieved that he wasn't the crazy one after all. The leader wasn't finished. She launched into a vicious lecture, tearing into their poor judgment. "Consider your 3-month vacation canceled," she declared, crushing their dreams. "Your punishment is simple. You will go to the mental hospital and train the new recruit personally." The elite squad scoffs at the mission, believing that guiding a rookie is far beneath their power level. But the team leader explodes. He berates their arrogance and commands them to lead the newcomer in absolute silence. Liu Zhan hangs his head in shame, feeling he has disgraced his seniors with his wretched portrait. Hung smirks, thinking the squad is just boosting the juniors' morale. But to his shock, the team actually believes the drawing is a masterpiece. Suddenly, Cyclops intervenes. His aura flares as he lectures them on their utter lack of common sense regarding the post. Hung breathes a sigh of relief, finally validated that his teammates are the delusional ones. But reality fractures again. Even Cyclops recognizes the figure in the sketch, and Hung begins to question his own sanity. Meanwhile, President Han contacts his brother. Vice President Lee reports on the carnage and the death toll at the hospital. He demands answers about the chaotic duo. That insane patient and his accomplice must be tracked down immediately. Fear grips his voice as he worries a level 7 cursed beast might have already devoured the mental patients. Han comforts his brother, but deep down, both men feel a wave of relief that those headaches are finally gone. President Han savors the silence, thinking about how sweet life will be without the patients who made his existence a living hell. But fate has a cruel sense of humor. Staff rush in with news a child has returned the missing patients to the facility. Han's soul leaves his body. He celebrated too soon and immediately calls Vice President Lee to apologize for the membership card request. Lee dismisses the apology casually, holding no grudge over the request. He points out the card is useless without the patients, but Han insists he doesn't care about profit. He only wants to see his brother. He claims he feels guilty for the trouble caused, and this visit is his act of penance. Vice President Lee feels a strange chill and awkwardly clarifies that his romantic tastes do not lean toward men. He agrees to relay the message to the president, suggesting he might pull some strings for the card. The call ends, and Han turns to the boy, Xiaowai, forcing a smile to thank him for dragging the chaos back. Xiaowai presents a medical file. His personal doctors have already analyzed the patient's conditions. Han scans the data and freezes. Lin Fan's cell count is monstrously high, and Janang's bone density is inhuman. Xiaowai drops a bombshell based on the skeletal structure. Janang is estimated to be over 100 years old. A chill runs down Han's spine. Even he doesn't know the truth. Janang was a patient here long before Han ever took charge. Yet, the man looks youthful. Is his fractured psyche somehow preserving his physical form? Meanwhile, Han is aging rapidly at 50. As Xiaowai leaves, the president is left alone with his confusion. In the shadows, the cursed blackbird reports to his master. The parasitic fly was evolving into its ancient form, but was instantly obliterated. The bird trembles. He felt the fly's level 7 energy, but the human killer had no presence at all. The evolution failed, and the eggs implanted within the host have been completely purged. The level 9 Waterlord scoffs, calling the fly a disgrace for ruining his grand plans. The other beasts recoil in shock. The Water Lord is speaking human fluently after just one expedition into their world. The level 9, Icy Widow turns her cold gaze to the bird, demanding intel on the defenses of Yanhee City. The bird hesitates. They usually face 3 level 8 fighters, but rumors speak of a level 9 squad led by a national hero. The Icy Widow laughs. To her, a level 8 human is barely equal to a level 7 beast. But the king issues a decree: send a level 8 beast to test the human's might against a rumored level 9 squad. The Icy Widow bows, announcing that the king's will shall be done. A massive shadow steps forward, a level 8. King Kong pounds its chest, roaring for battle. The blackbird adds a terrifying detail. The aura of their fallen kin clings to 2 specific humans. While the octopus and serpent are simply gone, the Icy Widow is perplexed. How can humans reek of their tribe? Are the beasts disguising themselves? She refuses to accept the truth. Hunters becoming the hunted impossible. She commands the bird to investigate. Take a level 4 and 5 beast and hunt down these anomalies. Back at the hospital, Jang watches over his sleeping friend. Lin Fan has been unconscious for 3 days, and President Han enters with worry etched on his face. Around them, workers scramble to repair the damage to the facility. Han entrusts Lin Fan to Jang's care. As he leaves, he prays to the heavens that with the special squad arriving, chaos won't erupt again. Night falls. Cyclops delivers the final report at dawn. The rookie special squad arrives for their hellish training. The president rejects the request instantly to him. The risk outweighs the reward. However, the moment a check slaps him across the face, his greed takes the wheel. He agrees without a second thought. He starts singing praises of the 2 patients like they are legendary warriors. He hands Cyclops a contract, a buy one get one free deal for our chaotic protagonist and his friend. But a mental patient in the special squad, that is unheard of. Worried that Mui might shut it down. Cyclops tells Hee-Yeon he needs time to think. The next morning, the sun rises on the training grounds. The president welcomes the legendary Sky King team and the fresh recruits. The rookies feel blessed to train under the Sky King unit, but they are confused. Why does such an elite squad bow to a hospital director? The president leads the way deep into the facility. The newbies whisper, wondering what hellish training awaits them. However, when they realize it involves ordinary patients, their guard drops. The president explains the mission teams of 2 must care for a patient for 1 month. The rules are absolute. Whoever hurts a patient or gets injured by one fails instantly. They will be sent back to the entrance exam in shame. At first, the trainees are stunned. But soon, laughter breaks out. They think babysitting crazy people will be a walk in the park. Fools. Only the president knows the absolute nightmare that is about to descend upon them. Meanwhile, deep within the ward, Lin Fan stirs. He has finished absorbing the world's energy in his slumber and begins to awaken. Jean pounces on our protagonist. Rage burns in his eyes. You slept for days. He yells that Xiaohua took them home and the president is worried sick. With a shared nod, our hero and his friend smash through the heavily barricaded door. They skip out cheerfully, leaving destruction in their wake to find the president. Back at the assembly, the unsuspecting newbies line up to receive their assignments. The president introduces a patient to a rookie. Meet your new father, he says. The newbie stares in horror and disgust at receiving an old man as a dad. The old man embraces the kid, tears streaming down his face. My son has returned. It is a touching, yet completely twisted reunion. The president hands the newbie the file and shoos him away. Next up, he presents the overly enthusiastic watch seller, Mr. Buo. Mr. Buo's eyes light up, finally. A customer. He vibrates with excitement to make a sale. Then, the president assigns Professor Tingguo to a rookie, claiming the kid is dying to become his student for the month. The professor grills the newbie on complex topics. Seeing the kid speechless, he explodes, "You do not even know the basics." The professor turns to leave, refusing to teach trash. He whispers to the newbie, "You better beg him if you want to pass this test." Seeing a queue forming, our protagonist's eyes sparkle. Look align. We must join it to meet the president. The president unknowingly starts to introduce Jean, but when he looks up, his heart nearly stops. Panic sets in. Realizing who he is about to hand over, he freezes. Xiaolu steps up, volunteering to take Jean, but the president intervenes. "You cannot handle this one." He frantically offers her a different patient, but the girl is stubborn. She insists she is strong enough. She has no idea what she's courting. Meanwhile, Liu Jian introduces himself to our protagonist as his caretaker. They shake hands, but the president rushes in to separate them. He warns the newbies, "These two are natural-born fighters. Their talent is too much for you to handle." But Liu Jian is arrogant. He insists on learning from these powerful fighters because true talent is rare. He recalls how his past teachers failed to see his potential. Now is my time. He thinks, "I will shine." Liu Jian activates his level 3 armor, believing himself invincible. He arrogantly asks our hero to hit him. The other newbies watch, eager to see the defense in action. Lin Fan turns to Jean. "Is this bald guy really asking for a beating?" He shrugs and steps forward, clenching his fist. "Use your talent." Liu Jian goads him, but he learns his lesson instantly. A bear-style punch shatters his shield and launches him into the stratosphere. Outside, Duote and Xiaoxia erect a massive spiritual barrier around the hospital, while Huang and Luwang secure the corners. With the perimeter sealed, Xiaoxia sighs. She confesses to Duote that she is heartbroken their vacation was cancelled. To cheer her up, he hands her an egg, her favorite snack with a cute drawing on it. Xiaoxia sees the drawing and blushes. Romance is in the air. With the corner barrier set, the squad can now detect any energy fluctuations inside. If the newbies try to injure anyone, the barrier will suppress it instantly. They believe the patients are safe, but suddenly, they see Liu Jian falling from the sky like a meteor crash. Xiaoxiao gasps in shock and nearly chokes on her egg. Duote flips her upside down to save her, and the egg goes flying. Luwang and Huang run over, furious. They think their teammate attacked Xiaoxiao, but they calm down once they hear the full story. Meanwhile, Liu Jian reaches out from the crater, trembling. He can barely move a finger. He whispers the horrifying truth, "A patient with godlike talent struck me down." Duote freezes. The barrier did not detect any energy spike. That means the patient destroyed a level 3 fighter with pure, raw physical strength. Inside the hospital, the newbies are paralyzed with shock at our protagonist's power. The president scolds Lin Fan like a child, telling him it is rude to launch people into orbit. Lin Fan and old Jang pleaded their case with innocent eyes. He begged for a beating, they insisted, but the director wasn't having it. Rubbing his temples, he sighed. "Even if he asked for it, you two need to learn the art of holding back." The rookies trembled, their instincts screaming danger as they gazed upon the sheer pressure radiating from these so-called patients. Their will shattered instantly. They bowed their heads in shame, confessing to the director that they were too weak to even attempt training in the presence of such monsters. As the Tian King squad entered, Huofeng froze, his eyes went wide. There they were, the legends who had annihilated the level 7 calamity beast. Seeing his team's blank faces, he panicked. Was he hallucinating again? But a moment later, realization dawned on his teammates' faces. Huofeng let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He wasn't crazy after all. Adrenaline surged through the Tian King squad. They had finally tracked down the hidden masters who saved the hospital from total destruction. Yet, confusion clouded their excitement. Why were these peerless experts wearing the stripes of mental patients? A sudden epiphany struck the squad. Of course, the great heroes were disguised to cultivate in peace, hiding their heavenly aura among the common folk. Lu Wang recalled their boss's strict orders to respect the director. It all made sense now. The masters must have commissioned the hospital personally as their private training ground. Hearts pounding with admiration, the Tian King team made a silent pact. They had to nominate these legends for the special forces immediately. But amidst the excitement, Liu Jian hung his head. He realized with a heavy heart that his own reputation was in tatters. His spot would surely go to one of these titans. The director saw his golden ticket. Desperate to offload his two biggest headaches, he spun a web of lies, claiming Lin Fan and old Jang were actually undercover fighters. He poured oil on the fire, enthusiastically endorsing the idea that they belonged in the squad. The elite fighters beamed, their respect deepening. Lin Fan and old Jang sensed the director's plot to exile them. But in their twisted logic, they refused to leave, worried that the director would be lonely and helpless without their protection. The director choked back tears of joy at the thought of them leaving, but he put on a brave face, lying through his teeth. "I cannot be the anchor that holds back your greatness." He gripped their shoulders, feigning sorrow. "You must go," he urged. "The squad is the only place big enough for your potential." Overcome with emotion, the patients wrapped the director in a crushing bear hug. The Tian King team watched with watery eyes, moved by this display of deep master-disciple bond. However, reality was harsh. Liu Jian, battered and broken, failed the entrance test miserably. Meanwhile, Xiaolu stepped forward. With stars in her eyes, she asked old Jang if she could accompany him, offering to serve as his caretaker. She was mesmerized by their strength and the squad's reverence. Jang, touched by her kindness, offered her a supreme reward, his legendary acupuncture. Tragically, she accepted. Xiaolu lay down, heart racing. She believed this ancient technique would unlock her latent potential and skyrocket her cultivation base. Little did she know, this wasn't a power-up. It was a one-way ticket to a 100-year slumber. Xiaolu became a modern-day sleeping beauty. Her preserved form would eventually be enshrined in the Dragon Kingdom's museum, one of the 9 great wonders of the world. The squad tried desperately to rouse her, but she was gone to the dream world. With heavy hearts, they declared that she too had failed the test. Undeterred, the Tian King squad turned to Jang and Lin Fan. They bowed, promising to petition their supreme commander for the duo's immediate induction. High above on a withered branch, the cursed crow watched. Its beady eyes finally locked onto the faint, ominous energy of the cursed tribe emanating from these ordinary humans. Cautious by nature, the crow held back. It signaled the level 4 terror bear to descend and investigate the anomaly. Suddenly, a chill ran down the crow's spine. In its focus on the patients, it had completely missed the presence of the level 8 fighters guarding them. Relying on its supreme concealment arts, the crow felt a momentary safety. It formulated a plan it needed to lure the high-level guardians away to strike at the prey. Back on the ground, the patients returned to pestering a colony of ants. To the Tian King squad. This wasn't madness, it was a profound meditation on the laws of nature. The director, having delegated the babysitting duties, sighed in relief. With level 8 grandmasters standing guard, surely nothing catastrophic could happen. But fate is a cruel mistress. He had no idea of the chaos that was about to unfold if the slightest thing went wrong. The protagonist and his brother sipped their beverages with serene expressions. The squad watched in awe, convinced that renaming soy milk to Dragon Elixir was a high-level reality warping training method. Later, old Jang prepared his needles again. It was time to treat his sworn brother. As always, Lin Fan collapsed into a deep slumber instantly. The squad whispered reverently, believing the masters were helping each other enter a meditative trance. Jang turned his gaze to the Tian King squad. With a benevolent smile, he offered his services. "Decades of practice," he promised. "I can help you break through your limits." Huofeng assumed his team would reject such a painful-looking ordeal. To his shock, they stepped forward, seeming eager to become test subjects for a legend. As Jang raised his needle, a phantom melody drifted through Huofeng's mind. It was the solemn sound of a funeral march. The results were instantaneous. Like puppets with their strings cut, 3 elite members of the Tian King squad crashed to the floor, unconscious. Jang turned to the trembling leader. "Your turn," he beamed, radiating confidence. "Trust me, this time it will be perfect." The Grim Reaper sharpened his scythe in the shadows. Huofeng, a man of unwavering loyalty, gritted his teeth. If his team was going down, he would join them in the abyss. Moments later, silence fell. The entire Tian King squad lay scattered across the ground, completely defeated by the acupuncture arts. Sensing the terrifying aura of the level 8 fighters vanish, the cursed crow seized the moment. It commanded the level 4 giant bear and the level 5 berserk tiger to launch their assault. At that exact second, a holographic screen flashed before Lin Fan's sleeping eyes. The system announced level 5 self-training complete acquired skills, invincible windy form, and noble movement, bonus unlocked 100% growth rate. The system chimes with an alert. It detects a beast nearby, but to our starving protagonist, this isn't a threat, it's a 5-day feast. Suddenly, chaos erupts. The mental patients spot the tiger and the bear, but instead of screaming, they point and laugh, calling them Teddy and Mrs. Tigress. The cursed beast roars in fury. His pride is wounded by such disrespect. Meanwhile, the sinister crow cloaks his aura, hiding from anyone below level 5. But Jang is no ordinary mortal. His gaze pierces through the illusion. He spots the ugly bird instantly. The crow shrieks, offended by his appearance being mocked. He commands the tiger and bear to slaughter them. The beasts charge, rushing straight toward the psycho fighters. The system activates, sacrificing 20% of his energy. Our protagonist locks onto his target delicious food. The tiger pounces, claws bared for the kill, but before it can land, bam. Our hero steps in. launching the beast into the air with a single casual punch. Next, he challenges the bear to an arm wrestle. He turns to his friend, asking if the creature is cute, called adorable. The terrifying beast blushes, suddenly tamed by the compliment. The bear giggles with joy at Lin Fan's praise, but then despair strikes. Jang calls him aggressive and ugly, shattering the beast's fragile heart. Devastated by the harsh words, the monstrous predator bursts into tears. Our protagonist steps in. He grabs the bear's paws, insisting on its cuteness. Tears stop falling. Hearing the praise, the creature beams with happiness once more. Memories flood the beast's mind, a flashback to the day he begged his boss. He wanted to infiltrate the human world as a spy, but the boss warned him grimly. Humans love the small ones, but fear the giants. He predicted only danger for a monster of this size. The cursed beast believed the lie. They thought no human could ever love a monster. Yet, destiny played a different hand. Soaking in the rain, a small child saw not a monster, but a lonely friend to take home. Fearing his parents would cage the bear, the boy hid him away. But tragedy struck. The beast lost control, and the boy's parents paid the ultimate price. Consumed by vengeance, the boy swore to hunt the bear to the ends of the earth. Back in reality, the bear smiles, relieved that someone finds him cute. But then, pain explodes. He realizes those loving humans have just ripped his paws off. The other patient grins, holding the severed claws. Perfect for a stew, he cheers. Enraged by this betrayal, the bear unleashes his fury. Lin Fan counters instantly. A gut punch sends the beast flying, defeated and heartbroken. The cursed bear weeps for his cruel fate. The crow decides to retreat, but witnessing the humans playing with the tiger, he realizes escape is impossible. Doom has arrived. The tiger freezes. Playing dead is his only hope for survival. But the psycho chef has other plans. He discusses stripping the meat and cooking it alive. The tiger's soul screams in absolute terror. Ignoring the horror, our duo decides the cute cat belongs in the kitchen. They drag the whimpering beast into the hospital hallways. The chef summons a mystic blade from the 9 heavens. With surgical precision, slash. The tiger's pride is severed in an instant. A final roar of agony echoes, but silence follows quickly. The beast passes on, reuniting with his dead brothers in the afterlife. As the spirits of the cursed beast weep together, the chef proudly presents his masterpiece, bear claws and tiger meat. Served fresh, chaos reigns in the administration office. The staff pleads with President Heen. The patients are out of control. We demand a raise. The president storms into the dining hall. His jaw drops. The patients aren't fighting. They are feasting on legendary ingredients. Our hero takes a bite. Boom. Cursed energy floods his veins. Vitality, strength, speed. All stats skyrocket by 55 points as he achieves a level 5 body. But the meat is potent. The other patients begin to twitch. A strange energy takes hold of the asylum. The president's face turns red with rage. Trembling, the chef points a finger, blaming everything on Lin Fan and Jang. The president explodes. You steam the ingredients, but he quickly regains his composure. Business first, punishment later. The chef crosses his arms defiantly. I cannot cook trash, he declares. I only work with top-tier ingredients. The president snaps back. Those were illegal beasts, but realizing the chef's value, he sighs. Fine, I'll pay you more. He immediately dials Huadian Hospital. A smile creeps onto his face. Finally, he has secured the coveted membership. He turns to Lin Fan and Jang with a stern look. Listen closely. From now on, the beasts you hunt are for your stomachs only. Meanwhile, the Tian King squad awakens. Something is different. No pain, skin glowing. Their internal energy is overflowing. Huang checks her status and gasps. It's a miracle. The entire squad has ascended to level 9. Disbelief washes over them. Was that man a master or a god walking among men? Lu Wang tests his field barrier, and the power is intoxicating. Gratitude fills their hearts. They must thank their benefactors, but suddenly, an urgent drone interrupts, summoning them back to base. The message is brief but clear. Return immediately. A level 4 squad will assume the watch. Back at headquarters, the atmosphere is heavy. The leader displays the intel. 2 level 8 cursed beasts detected. The invasions are accelerating. A map lights up the screen. The red zone pulses ominously. The beasts are converging on the protective forest of Yanhee City. Cyclops narrows his single eye. The realization hits him. The enemy base. It must be hidden deep within those woods. However, the commander hesitates. Something feels off. The energy fluctuation was too brief. It reeks of a trap. Sending a weak team into a potential ambush is suicide. But then shock paralyzes her. The squad reveals their cultivation has skyrocketed to level 9, thanks to a mysterious master. There is no time for official verification. Desperate, she turns to Cyclops. Is this power real? Cyclops nods, confirming the terrifying growth of the squad. A wave of relief washes over the commander. With that strength, her soldiers might just make it back alive. The squad is brimming with confidence. They promise to return victorious and demand to nominate 2 specific masters for promotion. But Cyclops is sweating cold bullets. A level 9 human is strong. But if they run into a level 9 beast, that is a completely different nightmare. And their destination isn't just a danger zone. They are marching straight into the heart of the enemy's stronghold. He shakes his head, forcing the fear down. It has to be a trap, he tells himself. If it's just level 8 beasts, my team can slaughter them. Then, the realization hits him like a truck. The masters from the hospital? He starts trembling uncontrollably. The squad wants to recruit the very psychopaths who tortured him. Deep in the wilderness, the Tian King squad prowls through the dense forest. They are on the hunt for the cursed beasts. Their radar is dead silent. No energy signatures anywhere. Suddenly, thud. Huang slams face first into an invisible barrier. His blood runs cold. It's a water veil. The innate stealth ability of a high-tier aquatic beast that masks all energy waves. Instantly, the scanner lights up like a Christmas tree. Hundreds of red dots appear. The system screams a frantic warning. Danger level critical. They walked right into the lion's den. Retreat, they scream, scrambling back. But a jagged icicle smashes through their communication tablet, cutting them off from the world. Back at headquarters, the signal goes dead. Confusion spreads through the command room. Meanwhile, the soldiers stare up in horror. A level 9, Ice Fox stands before them, radiating death. The pressure is suffocating. Facing an ice attribute beast of this caliber, they know instantly they are out of their league. Worse. The water veil is still active. More monsters are hiding in the shadows. The Ice Fox sneers, its voice dripping with malice. You aren't going anywhere. Thousands of razor-sharp ice daggers launch at them. Hong roars, summoning every ounce of his strength. Golden protection shield. A massive barrier of light erupts to cover his team. The impact is brutal. Xiao instantly crushes a healing pill, channeling recovery magic into Huang to keep him from collapsing under the barrage. Suddenly, a level 5 Iron Peck woodpecker dives like a missile. It strikes the shield, nearly shattering it. Lu Wang reacts instantly. Fatal thunder spell. Lightning incinerates the bird in a flash. But that was just the scout. The sky turns black as a massive flock of woodpeckers descends. Combined with the ice spikes, the bombardment is apocalyptic. The squad unleashes everything they have, skills flash and explode, but it's not enough. They are being overwhelmed. Hong coughs up a mouthful of fresh blood. His limits are reached. Crack. The shield shatters into dust, and the birds swarm inside. A beak aims straight for Huang's skull. Slash. A flying sword cleaves the bird in 2 at the last second. The blade carries on, aiming for the Ice Fox's throat, but the beast barely dodges. The Ice Fox's eyes narrow. It recognizes the threat. Duote, the team's level 9 powerhouse, has entered the fray with terrifying intent. Lu Wang begins chanting, activating the shocking thunder formation, but the Ice Fox is too fast. It teleports in front of him, impaling him with jagged ice spikes. Xiao is blasted away by the shockwave, gritting her teeth against the pain. She swallows a level 2 recovery pill, forcing her body to keep moving. Blood pours from Lu Wang's wounds. The protective formation is crumbling. He screams at his friend, Duote, take Huang and get out of here now. He tears open a spatial portal. Go. Xiao rushes forward, shoving her precious level 4 celestial and guardian pills into his hands. Lu Wang tries to push her hand away. Don't give me your lifeline, just go. But it's too late for him. Lu Wang is the anchor of the formation if he moves. It falls, and Xiao. Her legs are shattered. She can't stand. He looks at his surviving teammates with a sad smile. Tell HQ what happened here. Tears mixed with blood on his face. I hope we can be brothers again in the next life. Oh. Duodi and Huang grit their teeth, stepping out of the formation's safety. The moment they leave, the cursed beasts swarm, tearing at the dying barrier like demons. In these final moments, Duote turns to Xiao. He finally confesses, I've always liked you. Thank you for everything. She smiles through the pain. I supported you because you're honest and adorable. The barrier cracks. The horde is seconds away from devouring them. Duote's eyes flare with resolve. He won't let these monsters defile his partner. Will you die with me? He asks. She nods. With her permission, he ignites his own life force. A blinding pillar of light consumes the forest. Boom. The explosion obliterates the swarming beast in a single heartbeat. Only the level 9 ice fox crawls out of the dust, scorched and furious. She cannot comprehend it. Why? Why would humans sacrifice themselves for others? Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Duote and Lu Wang are running for their lives. They must reach headquarters. Suddenly a shadow moves. A massive leg swings for Duote's head. Lu Wang dives in, taking the heavy blow. They crash to the ground, gasping for air. Looking up, despair crushes them. It's a national-level calamity, the demon cockroach. The monster raises its foot again, preparing to crush Duote into paste like an insect. Lu Wang activates his sacred monk's golden body. He shoves the massive beast back. Run, Duote, run. But Duote freezes. He knows there is no outrunning this nightmare. There is only one option left. His eyes darken. He begins to channel a forbidden power, one he couldn't control before reaching level 9. Lu Wang sees the aura change. Horror fills his face. He knows exactly what his friend is about to do. Duote is going to burn his life away to save him. Fueled by grief and rage, Lu Wang screams. He pummels the demon cockroach with wild, desperate punches, but the national-level beast stands like a mountain, unmoved. The beast strikes Luo Wang with devastating force, sending him flying across the battlefield. Yet, amidst the chaos, Duote remains an immovable mountain, his focus entirely on the forbidden spell. Reality blurs, pulling Duote into a sudden flashback. He stands solemnly before a fresh grave. His young grandson weeps uncontrollably, terrified that his grandfather will vanish on a mission, just as his parents did before him. The boy understands the weight of duty. He knows lives must be saved. All he asks is for Duote to remember him before the end and to say a proper goodbye. Tears stream down the child's face. He begs for one final lesson guidance on how to survive in this cruel world without fear. Duote reveals the Book of Prophecy, the object of his lifelong quest. He warns the child if he disappears. This accursed book will be the cause. Back in the present, the winds begin to howl. Violent gusts spiral around Duote as the forbidden incantation begins. The demon cockroach charges to break the ritual, but Luo Wang, battered and broken, steps in to shield his comrade one last time. The beast's claws crush his throat with his final breath. Luo Wang vows, I will protect you, even in the afterlife. A sickening crunch echoes as the monster destroys him with its bare hands. But his sacrifice is not in vain. Duote's power surges to a catastrophic level. A storm of blood and wind explodes. The cursed beast freezes in shock as the scarlet gale slices through its impenetrable hide. As the spell concludes, the Book of Prophecy activates. All that remains of the legendary mage is a standing skeleton. He has become the art itself. The wind is his pen, the earth his paper, and his own blood the ink. The prophecy must be fulfilled. As the demon cockroach stares at the lifeless skeleton, the ice fox descends, eager to know if the assault on the human citadel will be accelerated. Elsewhere, Cyclops stares at the recruitment papers. He knows the truth without Healy's signature. These contracts are nothing but scrap paper. Exhaustion weighs heavily on his soul. He feels utterly defeated. Being a top expert in the special department means nothing when you are powerless to act. Suddenly, the strategy leader bursts in panic as written on her face. The Tian King squad has gone silent. She demands an investigation team, but Cyclops refuses. If the elite Tian King squad fell, no ordinary team stands a chance. He must go alone. Arriving at the battlefield, Cyclops freezes. The sight that greets him is a nightmare made real. Tears fall as he sees Luo Wang's brutalized remains. He turns to Duote's standing skeleton, paying his respects. before noticing the traces of the inner core etched in blood. In an instant, a massive energy barrier expands, enveloping the entire battlefield. It is Duotei's final gift. Detailed intelligence floods in the beast headquarters, the water wall defenses, and the power levels of every monster. The barrier ascends to the heavens. A gigantic tactical map projects across the sky for all humanity to see. Junior fighters gaze up in awe at the sheer scale of the power. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Jang watch the spectacle, wondering what sort of magic this is. The message finds its true target, Duotei's grandson, Hu Jinshan. It is a final letter of love, expressing pride and blessing whatever path the boy chooses. Reading his grandfather's parting words, Jin breaks down. The tears flow freely as the legacy is passed on. Miles away, the cursed crow attempts a tactical retreat, dragging the wounded bear with him. Exhausted, the crow contemplates abandoning his ally, but suddenly, a massive hand seizes him. King Kong demands answers. The treacherous bird feigns ignorance, but the terrifying pressure of the ape's grip quickly jogs his memory. The bird spills the truth. He confesses that the elder chimpanzee wanted peace with humanity, but the crow saw humans only as food. He betrayed the chimpanzee to the boss, who crushed the traitor's skull without mercy. The crow mocks King Kong, calling him just as insane as his mentor. That is his final mistake. In a blind rage, the ape tears the bird asunder. Memories flood King Kong's mind. He remembers the gentle chimpanzee who raised him with love amidst a world of violence. Meanwhile, at the psychiatric ward, tragedy strikes. Jang is devastated. His beloved watch has vanished. Our protagonist steps up. Lin Fan helps his friend scour the room. Finding nothing, they take the hunt to the courtyard. They comb through the grass, but the treasure remains lost. Undeterred, they venture outside the hospital gates. Their eyes scan every inch of the street. They will not stop until the watch is found. A roaring engine approaches. Jang screams, thinking a devil has come, but as the dust settles, it is a chimpanzee riding a motorcycle. The system chimes instantly. It alerts Lin Fan. Consuming this beast would satisfy his hunger for an entire month. Lin Fan turns to his friend with a grin. Don't you think he's cute? Jang stares in disbelief at the biking gorilla. Are you serious right now? Hearing the compliment, the massive ape blushes. He thinks to himself, Mama was right. Humans can be kind. Lin Fan doubles down on the charm, asking if they should capture this cute pet. But then, the gorilla blows them a kiss. The cringe is instant. The mood shifts from hunger to disgust. These psychos are no longer impressed. Suddenly, a level 5 giant mantis descends. It blocks King Kong's path, delivering a chilling command. The boss wants you back. King Kong wastes no breath on words. With a single earth-shattering punch, he obliterates the mantis's head, but the nightmare isn't over. More swarms pour from the water veil, hissing and branding the gorilla a traitor to their kind. However, the massive gorilla scoffs at their accusations. In his eyes, these insects are the foolish ones for exposing their secret base. In a matter of seconds, the entire street is overrun by giant mantises. Just then, the system chimes in with a notification for Lin Fan. It coldly suggests that he can satisfy his hunger by hunting 12 of these beasts. The level 8 cursed beast plucks a hair from his body and activates his acceleration skill. Like a bolt of lightning, he leaps into the fray, smashing through the mantis horde with devastating force. Meanwhile, the system displays a bizarre interface to our protagonist. It actually provides a gourmet cooking recipe for preparing mantis meat. But just as Lin Fan turns to share this culinary discovery with his friend, the gorilla brutally crushes another head, silencing the conversation before it begins. Elsewhere, Cyclops reports a grave situation to the leader. His team has detected 2 level 9 curse beasts, along with creatures capable of shredding through armor. He reveals that his squad had pinpointed the cursed creature's headquarters. But faced with the overwhelming pressure of level 9 monsters, their energy readings have gone completely chaotic. The Heavenly King team, they sacrifice their lives to secure this crucial intelligence. The situation is hopeless. With the advanced intelligence of these high-level creatures, the human fighters stand absolutely no chance of victory. A terrifying realization hits the leader. The supreme cursed beast has infiltrated Yanhai City countless times before. It has been gathering an army, and now it intends to lead a total invasion against the city. On the flip side of this chaos, old Jang recognizes a familiar apartment. It belongs to the kind woman who once treated them to a delicious meal. He turns to his friend, insisting they pay her a visit. Lin Fan nods in agreement, but suggests they shouldn't go empty-handed. They need a gift. The duo marches into a nearby convenience store. The moment they enter, the The shopkeeper freezes. She instantly recognizes their distinctive psychiatric hospital uniforms. Our favorite psychos innocently ask if they can take a box of milk on credit. The woman hesitates, wanting to refuse, but terror grips her heart. Trembling with fear, she agrees to let them take whatever they want. Satisfied, they leave the shop with the milk, promising to return with the money later. A promise the terrified shopkeeper surely doesn't expect them to keep. Arriving at the apartment, the patients realize the woman might be asleep. Not wanting to disturb her, they leave the box of milk at her doorstep and head off to search for a missing watch. The next morning, the kind woman opens her door. She is stunned to find a mysterious box of fresh milk waiting for her, but her scumbag neighbor is watching. Seeing that she has no idea who sent it, greed takes over. He steps in, claiming the milk belongs to him, and gets aggressive when she dares to question if it's really his. He immediately plays the victim. He threatens her, vowing to go to her daughter's school and expose her mother's reputation to everyone. As the man walks back into his own home, smirking with his stolen loot, his son looks confused. He asks why his father bought so much milk all of a sudden. The man boasts to his son that he scammed it off a foolish woman, but suddenly karma strikes, and agonizing pain splits his head, and he collapses to the ground in a seizure. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Vice President Lee is in a heated argument with Hao Ran. He's furious, accusing him of sending waves of patients just to exploit his membership benefits. Right at that moment, a nurse rushes in with breaking news. The 2 missing patients, they have returned. At first, Lee is baffled. His mind goes blank, unable to process who she's referring to. Then, the memory hits him like a truck. She means the psychos, the ones he was sure had been devoured by level 7 creatures. Suddenly, our protagonist and his friend burst into the room. They surprise the vice president with a cheerful entry, telling him how much they missed him. It is only now that President Hao Ran reveals the truth to Lee. The patient survived against all odds, and he is sending someone to collect them. Vice President Lee bursts into tears, but they aren't tears of joy. He realizes he has been played like a fiddle and starts cursing Hao Ran for this cruel trickery. Desperate to get rid of them, Vice President Lee escorts the 2 mental patients out. He begs them to never return, claiming he is far too busy to deal with their chaos. As they leave, a commotion on the street grabs Lin Fan and old Jang's attention. They instantly recognize the voice. It is the kind woman who cooked them dinner. She is surrounded by a mob. The scammer's wife has her by the hair, shrieking accusations and blaming the kind woman for her husband's sudden stroke. The shrew raises her hand to slap the poor woman, but our protagonist moves faster than light. He catches her wrist in an iron grip. With a cold stare, he tells the scammer's wife that hitting people is wrong. The evil woman notices their hospital uniforms and shrieks in horror. She screams at Lin Fan to unhand her immediately. The crowd, blind to the truth, turns furious. They attack the kind woman for associating with psychos. She begs Lin Fan to let it go, but Lin Fan isn't done. He decides it is time to teach this woman a lesson. The wife's imagination runs wild with terror. She envisions the torture these maniacs could inflict. Breaking down, she wails that it was all her husband's fault. He even stole the woman's milk. The kind woman is stunned. The truth finally comes out. Old Jang smiles gently and tells her the truth. They bought the milk for her as a thank you gift for the meal. Suddenly, Vice President Lee jumps into the fray. He drags the patients away before they can cause a scene. Just then, Xiao Bao walks into the hospital, ready to negotiate a sponsorship for a level A project. Lee drops everything instantly. He rushes over to greet his wealthy sponsor like a loyal servant, but Xiao Bao ignores him. He spots his new friends, the patients, seeing them treat Lee familiarly. He tells his assistant to skip the negotiations. He demands an immediate upgrade to 3 level A sponsorships. He then guides his friends away to shower and rest, leaving Lee behind to sign the massive contract. On his way out, Xiao Bao notices something unsettling. The special squad is patrolling the area heavily. His assistant adds another layer of concern. Protective formations and detection spells have been placed around the hospital. Xiao Bao realizes this isn't normal security. Something catastrophic is about to happen. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, and a level 3 cursed rooster watches. It wonders why the humans are so on edge, completely unaware that its camouflage has already been penetrated. The investigation squad scours every shadow, barely missing their target. Meanwhile, the cursed rooster seethes in the darkness, lamenting its grotesque form. It dreams of a devious infiltration, becoming a beloved human pet, only to slaughter its owners one by one and ascend as the ultimate calamitous beast. Meanwhile, our chaotic trio basks in the opulence of their wealthy friend's estate, enjoying the pool and luxury. Xiao leads them to a modest guest room to rest until Haiyan arrives, but the atmosphere is about to shift. Jang leaps into the room with boundless energy, but Xiao makes a surprising request. He wishes to join them for the night, fearing the silence of his own room. He reveals the scars of a lonely childhood, neglected by business-obsessed parents. Touched by his plight, our unpredictable duo decides to share the warmth of friendship. However, after a night of tossing and turning with Jang and Linfan, the young heir realizes that solitude might have been a blessing in disguise. Outside the manor walls, Xiao's persistent kidnappers plot a dirty entry through the sewer system. One thug assures his partner of his mastery over the drainage layout, promising that this time, victory is within their grasp. Suddenly, Linfan awakens, sensing intruders. He asks Xiao if he would like to greet some guests and guides him toward a specific manhole. The lid is lifted, and as the thug emerges triumphantly, he is greeted not by riches, but by a circle of imposing guards looking down on him. Desperate, the kidnappers improvise, claiming to be diligent sanitation workers. Xiao hesitates, but Linfan reminds him of their past transgressions. The thugs persist in their charade, insisting they are merely doing their civic duty to clean the pipes right this second. Fate has a twisted sense of humor. They are forced to actually scrub the filth under the watchful eyes of the guards. Xiao observes from the lawn, witnessing their humiliation. Though his assistant urges him inside, the young master insists on supervising this impromptu community service. Just then, the system pings. A massive energy source is detected enough to sate Linfan's hunger for 4 days, but it lurks 5,000 meters away. Without hesitation, Linfan informs his friend of his departure, leaving Jang in Xiao's capable hands. Elsewhere, the investigation squad hunts for the cursed beast, knowing it must feast on human essence to evolve its power. A young girl rushes home, fearing her mother's worry. But from the shadows, the cursed rooster marks her as a sacrifice needed to reach level 4. It activates its level 5 flash skill, a blur of malice closing in on the defenseless prey. But just as its beak is about to strike, a hand of iron intercepts it. The protagonist has arrived, gripping the struggling beast by the neck. Linfan turns to the terrified girl and asks a bizarre question. "Is this thing cute?" Trembling, she nods in agreement. With the prey secured, the system display flickers to life, revealing the ultimate cooking recipe for this specific cursed beast. Back at the manor, the kidnappers finish their grueling task, and the guards actually pay them for their labor. The thug is overcome with emotion, holding his first honest wage. He recalls an old monk's advice to find his true path. Tears stream down his face as he and his partner realize the joy of earning clean money. Linfan returns with his prize, presenting the rooster to Jang. The beast attempts to flee, but freezes when it hears the word cute. Believing its charm is its ticket to survival, the monstrous bird begins to act adorable, hoping to win their hearts. It thinks it has secured a life of luxury, but to its horror, Jang shatters that illusion. He wants to roast it alive. Linfan considers the roast, but upon closer inspection, the rooster's forced expressions look hideous. The bird sighs in relief, thinking it has escaped the oven, but it has severely underestimated the insanity of these two. The duo decides to raise it for eggs instead. The male rooster feels the sting of humiliation as Jang and Linfan stare expectantly at its backside. Biologically impossible or not, a cursed beast learns to adapt or die. In a miracle born of sheer terror, it squeezes out an egg. As Xiao cooks the anomaly, the rooster weeps, watching its offspring sizzle in the pan. However, Linfan consumes the level 2 energy source, and a surge of power boosts his stats by 10 points. Jang cheers with delight, addicted to the flavor, and demands a quota of 2 eggs every single day. The rooster seethes with silent rage at these impossible standards. It is a proud beast, not a laying hen. Meanwhile, the strategy leader briefs the fighters. The hospitals and schools of Yanhai have activated the level 6 defense layout. They have amplified the sensors to detect cursed energy and ordered immediate combat preparations in the residential zones. Cyclops questions the other squad leaders about the progress of the level 9 battle array. The fighter reports they are at the final stage, but the energy consumption is astronomical. They need massive internal resources to initialize it. Even with full power, the barrier can only hold for a mere 15 minutes. Desperate, the fighters implore the leader to seek reinforcements from headquarters and allied cities. The strategy leader is grim. They need at least 2 S-rank hunters to subdue the beast. Anything less guarantees the total destruction of Yanhai City. But the neighboring cities have turned their backs. High-level hunters cannot mobilize without cause. And tragically, Yanhai City lacks the concrete evidence needed to prove the existence of a Calamity-class cursed creature. The squad leader radios headquarters for backup, while Cyclops steps away to handle a critical mission. Meanwhile, Xiaowa's assistant delivers a terrifying report. Lin Fan's rooster is actually a catastrophic level 3 cursed beast, yet it trembles in fear before him. But Xiaowa dismisses the threat with a wave of his hand, confident that his ally can easily crush such a nuisance. Suddenly, President Heen storms onto the scene. He confronts his wayward patients, demanding to know why they bought milk from the grocery store. He lectures them strictly, revealing he already paid the bill, and forbids them from squandering money on outside goods when they are penniless. Although Lin Fan's mother donated funds to the hospital, Jang has been living free of charge. Our generous protagonist steps up, offering to split his fortune with his friend. But the president drops a bombshell. Lin Fan's savings were completely drained by his numerous trips to the emergency room, leaving him with nothing. The cursed rooster watches in disbelief, shocked that a human with godlike strength is being scolded like a naughty child. When the president finally notices the bird, he is utterly baffled as Lin Fan casually claims it can lay eggs. Back at the hospital, Cyclops lies in wait. Suddenly, his sensors scream a massive energy wave from a level 3 cursed creature is nearby. He spots the beast in Lin Fan's grip and lunges with lethal intent, but in a split second, Lin Fan catches his wrist. Cyclops freezes, stunned that his magic was nullified so easily. How could a mere civilian block a high-tier attack determined to uncover the truth? Cyclops decides to test this anomaly's limits. As Cyclops unleashes a second strike, the system blares a warning in Lin Fan's mind. He must evade all attacks for 15 minutes or face a total power reset. Dragon flames erupt, chasing Lin Fan as he scrambles to shield his precious chicken. 3 agonizing hours pass, leaving Cyclops exhausted, yet he still hasn't scratched the surface of our main character's true power. Surrounded by such terrifying human auras, the poor rooster trembles, convinced its final moment has arrived. Finally relenting, Cyclops promises not to harm the bird. He lowers his guard, insisting he only came to talk. Trusting his friend's judgment, our protagonist hands over the rooster and steps outside for a serious conversation with the captain. Left unsupervised, Jang decides the rooster needs acupuncture. Meanwhile, Cyclops delivers grim news to Lin Fan the Elite 10 King squad has been wiped out. He admits that while he cannot measure Lin Fan's cultivation level, his instincts scream that the young man possesses unfathomable strength. Warning of an impending invasion by the cursed beast army, Cyclops asks Lin Fan to defend the city should the captain fall in battle. Moments later, President Heen's eyes light up with greed as he finally receives the recruitment contract. Cyclops explains that while the higher-ups won't officially hire mental patients, Lin Fan and Jang will work directly under him via a special arrangement. Though they won't hold official titles, he guarantees they will receive full benefits and protection from the organization. The captain solemnly vows to treat the patients with respect and value their contributions to humanity. Relieved, the president urges Cyclops to look after them, asking him to treat them not as patients, but as good, obedient children. The duo bids farewell to their doctor, excitedly boasting that they are off to make their fortunes. Little do they know, every cent of their salary is being wired directly into the hospital's bank account. Back in the room, just as Jang prepares a lethal needle for the rooster, Lin Fan bursts in, narrowly saving the cursed beast from a medical disaster. The rooster sighs in relief, but upon arriving at the special squad headquarters, it senses an entire building filled with apex predators and realizes the nightmare isn't over. The instinct is mutual. The elite hunters instantly detect the cursed aura and lock their gazes onto the trembling bird. Warriors swarm the lobby, weapons ready, but Cyclops barks in order, dispersing the crowd and claiming personal responsibility for the creature. He then escorts our eccentric duo to the front desk to finalize their registration. The receptionist eyes their hospital uniforms with concern, but Cyclops quickly covers, claiming it is merely high-level cosplay. After processing their data, the girl asks if the cursed rooster should be sent to the laboratory for dissection and research. Cyclops firmly refuses, ordering her to register the calamitous beast as a harmless pet for the new recruits. The receptionist is floored. She stares in awe, wondering what kind of monsters these new recruits must be to tame a level 3 beast as a plaything. Within seconds, rumors set the group chat on fire. Everyone is talking about the mysterious rookies and their terrifying pet. Cyclops leads them to the testing lab to measure their power. But reality defies logic. Jang's reading comes back as a flat level 0. The captain is baffled. How could a powerless human inflict such pain on him? The assistant looks at his boss, questioning his sanity in hiring a civilian. He hurriedly checks Lin Fan's stats, only to find an abysmal reading of level 0.2. Yet the chicken registers correctly as a fearsome level 3. Cyclops stares at the screen, unable to comprehend why the system fails to read the humans. The assistant grows suspicious, asking why they wasted time testing ordinary people, but Cyclops remains adamant they are anything but ordinary. He theorizes that their power is so immense. Their energy waves transcend the machine's ability to measure them. The assistant pushes back, arguing that fighting sense is the only true metric for a recruit's value. He wonders what use they are without killing intent. But Cyclops smiles, knowing that standard logic applies only to mortals, and these two are in a league of their own. Cyclops commanded his assistant to register the new recruits as level X unknown variables with volatile combat potential. As the one-eyed captain departed, the assistant remained baffled. Why would their leader recruit mere civilians into this chaos? Meanwhile, the proud rooster seethed with indignity, shackled like a common pet within enemy territory. Cyclops introduced our duo to their quarters, a luxury suite reserved only for the elite. But there was no free lunch in this world. He immediately assigned them their first mission. Our patients feigned ignorance, but Cyclops smoothed things over. It was a simple patrol duty, just lending a helping hand to the citizens. Before the captain could escape, Jang stopped him. His acupuncture skills had evolved, and he vowed to restore the man's missing eye. Terror gripped Cyclops, but Lin Fan explained that Jang had studied tirelessly for this moment. Realizing these so-called madmen actually cared for him, the captain's heart softened. But that warmth instantly froze. Jang dropped the bombshell to cure the eye. He first had to blind the remaining good one. The organization's group chat exploded with rumors about the mysterious new recruits. Whispers of nepotism ran wild. Some claimed they were the boss's relatives, while others placed their blind faith in the captain's judgment. Back in the office, Cyclops wiped the cold sweat from his brow, having narrowly dodged the needles. Just then, Yingwasen tapped on the glass, stepping out of the shadows. The captain issued a covert order to the level 7 powerhouse shadow the rookies, but remain unseen like a ghost. But the warning was grave. If danger arose, Yingwasen was strictly ordered to flee and perhaps write his last will and testament. The fighter was left utterly bewildered. Oblivious to the politics, our protagonist and his companion rejoiced. Their captive chicken had finally laid breakfast. The rooster felt its honor shatter, plotting murder for its freedom. Meanwhile, the duo washed down the fresh eggs with what they believed to be Coca-Cola and Sprite. Watching from the shadows, Yingwasen was baffled. That was clearly soy milk in their hands. Why were they calling it soda? Suddenly, Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. He sensed the intruder. He asked if they should strike, but Jang insisted they burn off their meal with work first. Cold sweat drenched Yingwasen. Had he been discovered? The terror began to set in. It seemed impossible. His concealment technique was flawless, ignoring the spy. The new recruits marched out to begin their patrol. The digital airwaves remained chaotic, with the group chat still mocking their capabilities and questioning the boss's sanity. Suddenly, Lujin launched a surprise attack. A normal human would be pulverized, yet Lin Fan didn't even blink. The fighters froze. These rookies were monsters. Lujin roared in excitement. The boss hadn't lost his mind after all. He had found diamonds in the rough. Respect began to ripple through the ranks, though a few stubborn skeptics remained in the shadows. On the streets, our heroes sought justice but found a lost soul instead. They offered to escort a wandering woman back to her sanctuary. They followed her lead, but as hours passed, her home remained a mirage. Fatigue began to weigh on the old woman's frame. Without hesitation, Lin Fan offered his broad back to carry the weary traveler. Shadows lengthened as the sun dipped below the horizon. The woman fretted about being a burden, but Jang promised they would never abandon her. The journey was so arduous that even the magical rooster began to drag its claws in exhaustion. Under the pale glow of the moon, they finally arrived, grateful. The woman gifted them handmade flower rings, a treasure our recruits accepted with pure joy. Mission accomplished. Lin Fan and Jang retraced their steps, their loyal pet rooster trailing behind in the darkness. High above, Yingwasen nodded grimly. The rumors were true, their stamina and power were undeniable. While the group chat continued to debate their existence, Lin Fan hoisted his exhausted friend onto his back, carrying him through the night. Suddenly, the cursed rooster froze. It sensed a terrifying aura. A cursed beast far stronger than itself lurked nearby. A wicked scheme formed in its beak. If the beast devoured these captors, the rooster would finally taste freedom. The rooster bolted toward the danger simultaneously. The system chimed a massive energy source was detected, enough to sate the MC's hunger for a week. Elsewhere, a squad of level 5 powerhouses was already locked in a desperate struggle against the monster. But they were outmatched. The level 5 cursed beast was a force of nature. Headquarters signaled for level 6 reinforcements. They just had to survive until then. They frantically healed their wounds, but a sudden blast of lightning sent them hurtling through the air, bodies convulsing with electricity. They crashed near a terrified child. As a second bolt descended, a brave fighter threw his body in the way, taking the lethal blow. The team was decimated. Only one warrior remained standing, staring down the level 5 electric eel king, a creature of pure voltage and death. As the traitorous rooster led our protagonist to the scene, it recognized the terrifying foe, an aquatic nightmare wielding the power of thunder. This was a monster that even level 6 and 7 fighters approached with trembling knees. The rooster smirked, certain the humans were walking to their graves, but Lin Fan merely pointed, telling his friend, "Look, a giant eel." The cursed beast sensed powerful humans approaching, but its gaze shifted to the leashed creature radiating a strange energy. The Eel King mocked the rooster for serving human masters, but the chicken retorted with false bravado, claiming it only sought to be a hero while desperately trying to survive. The veterans tremble with fear. The level 5 fighters scream a warning, begging the duo to retreat if they are under rank 6. But fear is a foreign concept to Jang. He stares at the monster, drooling as he hallucinates the beast turning into a delicious bowl of eel over rice. Lin Fan shares this gluttonous desire. He orders his friend to stand back. With the swagger of an apex predator, he strides toward the unsuspecting prey. A panic-stricken fighter lunges forward. He grabs Lin Fan's arm, screaming about the deadly voltage, desperately trying to save the fool's life. Too late, Lin Fan reaches out. The moment his skin makes contact, the beast unleashes a blinding storm of lightning. Blue arcs of energy explode outward. The level 5 fighter is blasted away like a ragdoll, unable to withstand the shock. But the Eel King freezes in shock. This puny human is still standing. He bathes in the lethal current as if it were a warm shower. Lin Fan turns to his friend, disappointed. He complains that the massage is too gentle. The voltage isn't nearly strong enough. The beast is humiliated. Rage fuels a 10,000 volt discharge. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the Eel King finds himself helpless in Lin Fan's grip. Terror grips the monster's heart. It screams for the captive rooster to save it. But the bird has already abandoned all hope. Watching from the shadows, Yinghua is paralyzed with disbelief. Just what kind of monsters are these new recruits? The duo drags their massive catch back to base. Lin Fan's system chimes in, displaying the perfect culinary method to prepare this delicacy. The blade glints in the light. As Lin Fan raises the knife, the eel cries out one last time to the rooster, pleading for salvation. Soon, a heavenly aroma wafts through the headquarters. The scent is so potent it rouses the sleeping warriors from their slumber. Pure bliss. The new recruits feast like kings, the exquisite flavor exploding in their mouths with every bite. Generosity strikes, with plenty of meat left. Lin Fan offers a slice to the rooster, hoping to bribe it for more eggs. The rooster stares in horror. To force a beast to eat its own kind, this human is not just strong, he is a demon. It is a taboo of the cursed realm. If a beast consumes such raw power, their body is destined to self-destruct. The bird accepts its fate. Believing this is an execution, it decides to swallow the meat and take these humans down in a glorious suicide explosion. But then, flavor strikes. The meat is delicious from the afterlife. The spirit of the eel curses the traitorous bird. The rooster swallows the last bite. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of energy begins to boil within its gut. It expands like a balloon, ready to detonate. The rooster prepares for mutual destruction, but Lin Fan casually steps in and delivers a thunderous slap. Wham! The impact scatters the built-up energy instantly. The rooster gapes, watching its grand sacrifice vanish into thin air. It collapses, on the brink of death. Seeing their egg layer in trouble, our chaotic duo decides to intervene. Consciousness returns. The rooster opens its eyes to find 13 silver needles piercing its body. Surely, this is the afterlife. Lin Fan and Jang erupt in cheers. The operation was a resounding success. The beast feels reborn. Not only is it alive, but it has ascended to level 4, inheriting the eel's shining lightning power. Yinghua trembles in the distance. To survive consuming a cursed beast and level up, this defies all logic. The next morning, the spy rushes to report to Commander Cyclops. He details the miraculous acupuncture, but the boss remains skeptical. The research department would call it heresy. Human and beast energies are incompatible. Such news would only ignite chaos and controversy. Cyclops narrows his one eye. He orders the spy to bury this information deep. He rationalizes it away. The recruits must possess a unique bloodline trait. No one else needs to know. Yinghua continues his report. Officially, the eel incident was resolved by support staff and high-level powerhouses, but the truth lingers in the air. Cyclops dismisses the event, but his spy knows better. These rookies are disrupting the fragile hierarchy. Their overwhelming power threatens the standing of every other fighter in the group. Cyclops refuses to show weakness. He vaguely mentions that even the injured contribute, desperately trying to protect his own secrets from the spy. Back on the streets, our heroes patrol. The rooster trots behind, conflicted. These humans granted it power, but at what cost? Pride swells in its chest. It refuses to bow. It will never thank these captors. It plots vengeance, seeking a stronger beast to ally with. Suddenly, Lin Fan approaches a stranger, asking if he needs help, but his tone sparks instant aggression. The man swings at our hero, but before the brawl begins, the rooster goes berserk. It drags Lin Fan away, sensing a terrifying presence nearby. The system screams an alert. A massive energy source is detected, enough power to satiate Lin Fan's hunger for 7 whole weeks. The rooster leads them into the danger zone, praying this new beast will slaughter the humans. Meanwhile, a young boy shakes uncontrollably as a shadow looms over him. A pig stands there. To the boy's naive eyes, it looked like dinner. He had no idea he was facing a monster. His friends rush to defend him, but the beast moves with lethal speed. It smashes its hoof into the boy's thigh with bone-crushing force. The illusion shatters. This is a level 6 cursed beast. Its aura of intimidation washes over them, draining the color from their faces as true horror sets in. The demonic boar charges with lethal force, but just as despair takes hold, our protagonist descends like a god of war, hurling the massive beast into the pond with a single hand. Awed by the presence of these awakened warriors, the boys scramble to safety, leaving the monster to its fate as they rush their injured friend to the hospital. A blue system window flashes before Lin Fan's eyes, a legendary recipe for grilling the cursed beast. The rooster attempts to rally his brethren, but fate is cruel, and the terrifying monster is instantly transformed into a delicious meal. As the aroma of roasted meat fills the air, Jang feels a surge of power. The spiritual energy in the food is overwhelming, strengthening his very core. Lin Fan casually reveals a shocking truth. The voices in his head confirm it. His cultivation technique has shattered the bottleneck, ascending straight to the post-Earth realm. Jang trembles with excitement with this power. The legendary cosmic transport technique is finally within his grasp. But the celebration is cut short. Lin Fan collapses instantly, and Jang realizes the road to mastery is still long and fraught with danger. Suddenly, the rooster's eyes glow. Fear vanishes as it senses a breakthrough it has evolved, awakening the destructive power of lightning. Sensing the protagonist's aura fading, the cursed beast sees its chance. Killing intent explodes as it gathers every ounce of energy, launching a lethal strike at the madman. Death seems imminent, but in a flash, Jang shoves a chunk of spiritual meat directly into the assassin's beak. Panic sets in. The rooster considers spitting the energy out to avoid detonation, but the flavor is divine. It is a taste worth dying for. Ignoring the spirits of its fallen comrades, the rooster gorges itself. It wants to stop, but the tyrannical energy is already surging through its meridians. With its body at the breaking point, the rooster prepares one final, desperate gambit to slay the human before it explodes. But Lin Fan's silver needles flash. The pain vanishes, replaced by euphoria, and the beast's resolve crumbles as it begs the mad doctor to continue the treatment. Completely subdued by the psycho's technique, the rooster breaks into a dance of pure bliss. Lin Fan gazes at the roasted pork with melancholy. The flavor is hollow without his companion, yet he forces himself to consume the entire beast to honor the president's decree against waste. Jang collapses beside him, gazing up at the endless stars, contemplating the profound mysteries of the universe. In the shadows, Yingwen watches. After witnessing such insanity, Nothing these new recruits do can shock him anymore. Returning to base, the spy reports to Cyclops. The room falls silent as he recounts how the level 6 Mystic Pig King was utterly annihilated by Lin Fan. The veteran fighter demands answers, desperate to know the true cultivation rank of these rookies. Cyclops shakes his head. Their energy signatures are chaotic and unreadable. Even he cannot gauge the depths of their strength. Shock ripples through the spy. Cyclops attempts to award him the merit points for the beast, but the young warrior's pride won't allow it. He slams his hand down, accusing the boss of stealing glory from the worthy. He fears Cyclops plans to suspend the newcomers instead of rewarding them. Desperate for justice, he threatens to take this matter directly to the strategy leader. Cyclops flinches, terrified of exposing his incompetence to Julie. He quickly agrees to transfer the rewards. Relieved, Yingwan beams with joy. He meticulously records the achievements, awarding Lin Fan 6 full merit points for the suppression of the level 6 calamity. Cyclops offers him a cut of the points as an observer fee, but Yingwan stands firm like a mountain, refusing to stain his honor with stolen valor. A bead of sweat trickles down Cyclops' face. He fears these monsters will hunt the cursed beast to extinction. Worse, he dreads the chaos their names will cause on the powerhouse rankings. When asked for a team designation, Cyclops smirks, assigning them the ominous title of Team 666. Meanwhile, at the Capitol headquarters, the digital leaderboards flicker. A tremor runs through the high rankers as a new name appears on the list. Eyes narrow at Lin Fan's sudden ranking. The elites are suspicious, marking this anomaly for immediate observation. The rookies stride into headquarters. The rooster at their side now radiates the terrifying pressure of a level 5 Beast King. Other martial artists recoil in horror. Whispers spread like wildfire through the chat channels as they sense the beast's aura. Terror takes over, and the weak flee, but the arrogant elite grow curious, their pride pushing them to test the depth of this newcomer's power. Lin Fan boasts about his meridian opening techniques, when suddenly a fist cuts through the air, aimed right at his face. The attacker freezes. The rookie didn't even flinch, overcome with sudden dread. The fighter hastily bows and apologizes for the assault. Lin Fan's eyes flash dangerously as he asks if he should retaliate, but Jang intervenes, advising mercy for the contrite fool. The duo walks away, radiating an air of mystery, leaving the challenger confused and disappointed by the lack of bloodshed. The crowd relaxes, convinced the rookies are trash and their pet is just a brain-damaged chicken. How wrong they are. They have no idea. 6 hours ago, Lin Fan hit level 55. He has already modified his constitution with ultimate resistance and spell disturb. Elsewhere, the rooster spots a comrade. It begins to scheme, whispering plans of a human massacre to the fellow beast. With burning eyes, the chicken vows to avenge its fallen kin, carrying the unwavering will of a hero. It recruits the level 6 cursed turtle arrogance, blinding it. The turtle unleashes a barrage of venomous projectiles. Poor fool. The turtle is unaware that to our protagonist, it is not a threat, it is merely a walking buffet. As his hand clamps down on the ancient turtle, the system screen flashes before his eyes. A notification chimes consuming this beast will satiate his hunger for 7 weeks, and it even unlocks a legendary cooking recipe to prepare the creature. Lin Fan's eyes light up with the primal excitement of a predator finding its prey. The rooster steps in to defend his kin, but it is too late. In the blink of an eye, the turtle is transformed into a gourmet dish fit for a king. As the aroma of the cooked turtle fills the air, even the rooster's treacherous mouth begins to drool. He swears a blood oath to avenge his fallen brethren, but the other beasts see his hunger and realize their brother has betrayed them. Jang, playing the devil's advocate, offers a piece of the forbidden meat to the rooster. The rooster hesitates, his body trembling, but the temptation is too strong. He takes a bite, and immediately, the cursed energy ravages his insides. He turns to Jang, begging for the sweet release of his acupuncture needle. Lin Fan watches the bird writhe in agony and turns to his friend with a cold, practical question. Should we just castrate it to end the suffering? The rooster freezes in sheer terror, while the spirits of the other beasts cheer from the shadows. Jang nods solemnly and raises his needle, preparing to perform the ultimate procedure. However, the needle strikes true, and instead of losing his manhood, the rooster feels the pain vanish instantly. He breathes a sigh of relief, while his dead comrades howl in jealousy from the afterlife. Nearby, a tragedy strikes as a young child discovers his pet turtle is missing and bursts into tears. Meanwhile, at the Yon Haze Aquarium, the rooster spots more of his kind and desperately cries out, pleading for them to rise up and destroy the humans. But our terrifying duo is too distracted by the beauty of the exhibits. Suddenly, Lin Fan's system goes haywire. It detects an energy source powerful enough to erase 50 years of starvation. A wave of despair washes over the aquarium fish as they sense their doom. Even the ghosts of the eaten beasts look upon our protagonist with horror, seeing him as a barbarian demon. In the director's office, the president of the aquarium receives catastrophic news someone has shattered the glass of the deep sea exhibition. The president is in denial. That glass is 20 meters thick, a fortress wall that should be impenetrable. But when he learns the destruction was caused by the monsters from the special department, the shock is too great, and his consciousness fades into darkness. Back in the hall, our protagonist stands before a glorious feast of fried fish, his sole mission to devour every last crumb. While he indulges in his gluttonous rampage, the rooster watches with burning hatred for their cruelty. Jang offers another piece of meat to the rooster, and once again, the bird's traitorous body betrays its mind. It simply loves the taste. Finally, the hunger is satiated. Yingwo's son watches from the shadows, amazed that they could spot the well-hidden cursed beasts, and gives a silent nod of respect to the rooster for surviving the ordeal. But in the shadows, a starfish attempts a stealthy escape, desperate to inform the king about the rooster's treacherous behavior. Lin Fan spots the fleeing creature and smiles, telling his friend that he finds the little spy rather cute. Jang, however, dismisses it as ugly, so they decide to spare its life. Regardless, the fish family has finally been reunited in the afterlife. Moments later, the rooster awakens, shocked to find he hasn't exploded. The curse remains dormant, and for once, there is no pain. As they stroll past a woman and her child, the civilians gaze in awe at the odd-looking bird, mistaking the cursed creature for a legendary phoenix. The rooster realizes with horror that his brethren will misunderstand his survival. They will think he is devouring cursed meat to cultivate his own power. But the truth is tragic. The rooster only wishes to survive, to keep his life. He is forced to cannibalize his own kind. He tries to cling to his heroic dream, explaining his plight to a group of level 7 cursed finches, but his pleas fall on deaf ears. They brand him a traitor and launch a vicious attack. Another battle ends with his kind turned into food. The rooster is overcome with emotion, while our psychotic duo happily enjoys another delicious treat. As the cursed finch is struck down, the rooster feels a twisted sense of gratitude that the humans saved him from the assault. Yet, the hatred still burns. He despises them for the humiliation of forcing him to lay eggs. He vows, more determined than ever, to seek vengeance for his fallen kin. He no longer seeks the approval of the weak. He has recognized his true path, a lone wolf walking the road of destiny. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, Cyclops is hit with financial devastation, a restoration bill from the aquarium for $30 million. 1 week later, the strongman leaderboard updates, and the entire organization is shaken. Team 666 has skyrocketed up the ranks to 1,000 points. Disbelief ripples through the fighter ranks. No one can accept that a team of rookies slaughtered so many beasts in a single week. Cyclops refuses to believe Yingwo's report, dismissing it as impossible. The spy presents the remains of the beasts, but the stubborn leader argues that anyone could have scavenged those kills. But Yingwo plays his trump card. He has video footage of the battles. Cyclops realizes this exposure could attract dangerous attention, terrified that Julie might discover the truth. Suddenly, the door crashes open. Julie has arrived. She spots Yingwo and barks a strict order: revalidate the rookie's accomplishments immediately and suspend them if there is even a hint of fraud. She dismisses the spy and turns to Cyclops with heavy news. The Capitol headquarters has approved the request for reinforcements. But there is a catch. The Capitol has one non-negotiable condition: Cyclops must explain the situation in person. Cyclops protests, arguing he cannot abandon the city in this crisis. However, the Capitol promises to send 2 city-level powerhouses only if he complies. A sense of foreboding grips him. Cyclops worries that disaster will strike the moment he leaves his post. Julie assures him that the Capitol is sending a city-level fighter to act as his temporary replacement. Cyclops fumes with rage that she made the decision without him, but her command is absolute. Suddenly, the base's emergency sirens begin to scream a high-energy wave has been detected. As everyone scrambles to identify the threat, their eyes land on the source. The new recruits have returned, accompanied by their evolved level 8 rooster. The alarms continue to blare, warning everyone of an energy signature that defies all logic. Ingon delivers the news about the alarm, earning nothing but Cyclops' irritation. He hesitates, asking his boss how on earth he should report a rookie's pet reaching level 8. Cyclops scoffs, declaring that a simple paper report won't suffice. He decides to handle this anomaly personally in the research room. Meanwhile, the chat rooms explode with disbelief. A mere rooster hitting level 8 in just 10 days. The rumor spreads like wildfire. Cyclops drags our chaotic duo to the lab to report the beast. The assistant eyes them warily, asking the newbies if this creature is actually safe around humans. The rookies nod with angelic smiles. They assure him that the rooster is the definition of obedient. Can it handle proximity without going feral? The researcher asks. Cyclops orders a demonstration, and the recruits squeeze the bird in a tight embrace to prove it. The doctor pushes his glasses up, skeptical. He asks if the animal can follow specific commands from its master. Linfon decides to shatter reality. He commands the male rooster to lay eggs. To everyone's horror, the bird actually pops out 2 eggs. Even the doctor is floored. He stamps the approval, witnessing the creature rewrite its own biology just to obey. The poor rooster stares into the abyss of despair. It forced its body to evolve just to survive its insane owners. Leaving the test, Linfin and Jang are intercepted by a girl demanding to see the miracle bird. She snatches it up, live streaming its docile nature to the world. Suddenly, Cyclops storms in like a thundercloud. He grabs the rooster, cutting the broadcast instantly. He shoves the bird back to its owners. Keep your heads down and be careful, he warns. As they leave, Jang whispers a polite request to his partner. Linfin steps up, asking Cyclops to put a little trust in his friend. Cyclops feels a twinge of warmth at being remembered. But then he remembers the needles. He is terrified of the treatment and tells the lunatics to stay back. He tries to flee to protect his remaining eye, but the newbies chase him down like predators, begging for just one chance. The 2 psychos unleash their secret weapon. They make pitifully cute faces, hoping the leader will submit to Jang's treatment. But Cyclops values his sight too much to risk it. Just then, a heavy pressure descends. It is Kim Thuong, the powerhouse of headquarters. Cyclops recognizes the man who sent the reinforcements. Kim Thuong instantly locks onto the newcomers and their high-level pet. He turns to Cyclops. Their explosive point growth caught my attention. He confronts the instructor. Are you the one behind their achievements? Cyclops sweats, fearing the man might discover the truth about Linfin and Jang. But fate takes a twist. Thuong laughs, revealing he already knows the newcomers are Cyclops' stepchildren. He had investigated the records and saw Cyclops listed as guardian. But the real proof? He points to Linfan's hair. It runs in the family. Kim Thuong drops his guard and approaches the newbies to introduce himself. Both psychos extend their hands to greet their new uncle. Thuong hesitates on who to pick, then grabs both at once. Linfin is impressed by the multitasking. Cyclops jumps in to save the narrative. He introduces the newcomers as his 2 beloved sons. He tells the man that Janang is a master of acupuncture. He can ease any discomfort you have. Kim Thuong's eyes light up. Perfect. My neck bone disease has been killing me. I need a healer. My son is the best. Cyclops lies through his teeth. Moments later, Jang and his new victim are seated for the treatment. Kim Thuong freezes, seeing the rusty sewing needles. Janang assures him, "Don't worry, I wiped the blood off." This makes the man panic even more. Before he can run, Janang begins the assault. Thuong is confused as the needle sinks into his forehead. "It is a neck disease," he cries, but our psycho assures him that targeting the ugly spots clears the vision. The procedure continues relentlessly. By the 13th needle, Kim Thuong isn't seeing the room anymore. He is seeing stars and galaxies. The subject collapses. Jang looks crushed, thinking he failed again. He is fine. His friend lies. "We just need to get the patient to a hospital." Cyclops steps in. "Go now. I will handle the patient." As they turn to leave, he screams, "Wait, take these metal spikes out of his head first." The psychos retrieve their weapons and vanish. Alone, Cyclops undresses Kim Thuong and scans his body. Suddenly, the scanner pings a strange signature. Cyclops recalls a report about an injury last month. Did he have secret surgery? Meanwhile, the beast begins to awaken. Cyclops sweats nervously. "You have been asleep for a while. I called an ambulance just in case." Kim Thuong cracks his neck. His eyes go wide. The chronic pain is gone. Cyclops is thunderstruck. But then Cyclops sighs with relief as Thuong looks uncomfortable. However, the discomfort isn't medical. It is the lack of clothes. He checks his body while Cyclops is distracted on the phone. Kim Hwang looks down at his underwear and fury ignites. A roar shakes the building. "You pervert!" He screams at Cyclops, blaming him for the indecency and launching an attack. Cyclops tries to de-escalate, but seeing a blast of energy flying at his face, he realizes talk is cheap. He prepares to return the favor. Cyclops unleashed his strike, but it was futile. Kim Hwang's blast tore through the attack like paper. The impact launched Cyclops straight through the concrete wall. Julie emerged from the choking smoke, coughing. She came to check if the guest had survived her uncle's wrath. But to her shock, her uncle was the one launching a lethal assault. Cyclops staggered to his feet. Terror dawned in his eyes. His opponent's power level had skyrocketed in mere moments. Thinking this was merely rigorous training, Cyclops asked why the blows were so heavy, but Kim Hwang's eyes burned with murderous rage. He intended to rob Cyclops of his manhood right then and there. Cyclops begged for a chance to explain. Then, a cold realization struck him. Did the master know about the unauthorized inspection? There was no use hiding it. He admitted his transgression and apologized for acting without consent. That was the wrong move. Kim Hwang's killing intent flared to the heavens. Cyclops whispered to Julie with his last breath. "Your theory was correct." Julie warned him. "You must flee within 2 days." But battered and broken, Cyclops decided he needed medical attention before making his escape. Kim Hwang roared at Julie. "Stay away from that filth," he commanded, branding the man a pervert. When she pressed for details, shame flushed his face. He composed himself, hiding the embarrassing truth. "Just promise me," he warned. "Guard yourself against the wicked." Overwhelmed by grief, he pulled her into a desperate embrace. Tears streamed down his face as he lamented everything he had lost. Meanwhile, the Hunter network was buzzing. Rumors spread like wildfire about the overpowered rookies and their mysterious beast-hunting pet. Julie's eyes narrowed in anger as she reviewed the rookie files. Suddenly, an aide burst in with urgent news. "Defenses in the east and west sectors have been fortified, but we have a critical problem." The aide trembled. "We lack the manpower to secure the north and south before the deadline." Desperate to complete the defense grid in 2 days, Julie had an idea. "Summon the graduates of the 4 major academies. Surely their elite training is complete." The aide's face fell. "I am afraid not, ma'am. Every single trainee had failed the final test against the mental ward patients." Deep in the shadows, the cursed demon cockroach received a grim report. The hidden dory fishes, the venomous tortoises, and the eel, all annihilated. "Our forces were cloaked," the ice fox hissed. "Humans shouldn't be able to detect our energy signatures. Someone, or something, was hunting them." She snatched the correspondence from her superior's hand. The report grew worse. "The giant mantis squad sent to intercept the gorilla. They have vanished without a trace." "The gorilla," she snarled. "He must have leaked our location." Rage consumed her. She vowed to the boss, "I will silence that traitor before he whispers another word to the humans." Meanwhile, at the derelict factory, the level 8 giant grasshopper and the 2-headed wolf cornered King Kong. "Traitor," they screeched. King Kong wasted no words. He launched himself at the beast with primal fury. The cursed grasshopper unleashed its innate technique. Flash sword shadows. Razor-sharp claws slashed through the air, forcing the ape onto the defensive. The 2-headed wolf seized the opening. Its claws tore across the gorilla's face, but King Kong countered, smashing a massive fist into the wolf's skull. It was a trap. The wolf's second head snapped forward, sinking its fangs deep into King Kong's hand. The gorilla stood alone, outnumbered and bleeding. Just then, fate intervened. Lin Fan and his companions strolled by. His pet rooster froze, sensing the terrifying aura of multiple level 8 beasts. A wicked plan formed in the rooster's mind. 4 level 8 beasts, it thought. Surely they can slaughter my captors. It dragged the humans toward the battlefield. Ding! Lin Fan's system alerted him immediately. Energy sources detected enough to satiate his hunger for 10 whole weeks. But the rooster sensed something strange. One of the massive energy signatures had just vanished. It rushed to the scene, only to find a civil war. The beasts were tearing each other apart. "You fools!" the rooster screeched. "Stop fighting amongst yourselves." The grasshopper stood over the fallen gorilla, ready to deliver the death blow, and the rooster transformed. With its tightened body, it caught the descending claw. "We must unite," it pleaded. Suddenly, a massive fist flew from the shadows. The gorilla had recovered. It slammed a devastating punch into the grasshopper's skull. The insect was launched into the air. The rooster screamed for peace, but it was too late. The gorilla leapt up, smashing the grasshopper's head into paste midair. As its life faded, the grasshopper spat out one final curse. Traitor. King Kong turned to the rooster, face flushed with gratitude. Thank you, brother. The rooster seized the moment. Please, it begged, help me kill those two evil humans behind me. King Kong looked past the bird. His eyes widened. He recognized the terrifying aura of Linfin. He patted the rooster's head gently. You are right, the gorilla said wisely. Peace between humans and beasts is the only way. With a wave, the massive ape vanished into the forest. The rooster stood frozen in disbelief. You traitor, it squawked at the retreating back. It shook the grasshopper's corpse frantically. Wake up, tell them I'm on your side. But the insect was gone. Moments later, a campfire crackled. Linfin roasted the two-headed wolf to perfection. Here, he smiled, tossing both severed heads to the rooster, a reward for your loyalty. The rooster stared at the remains of its kin, refusing to eat. It began to dig a grave with solemn dignity. Suddenly, it felt something wet on its beak. Drool. It was salivating at the thought of devouring its own ally. No, I am a noble beast, it told itself. But then Linfin called out, dinner time. The rooster's body reacted before its brain could stop it. It tried to resist the cannibalistic urge, but the aroma was divine. The system's cooking was simply too powerful to deny. Jang graciously offers the severed heads as a reward. The rooster trembles, refusing to admit he craves the flesh. He lies to his own soul, convinced he's a victim of coercion. Saliva drips from his beak. The cursed rooster blames a genetic mutation for his uncontrollable hunger. He swears a blood oath to his fallen comrades. I will avenge you all, he cries internally. But the spirits of the dead turn their backs on him in disgust. Moments later, our gluttonous recruits polish off the last of the two-headed wolves. A notification chimes. The system commands Linfin to retrieve the sacred dining utensils and tools. Suddenly, the Special Division Action Team storms the scene. But shock paralyzes them. The rookies have already annihilated 3 level 8 cursed beasts. Even more unbelievable, they mistakenly believe the rooster is a powerful ally aiding the team. Kim Thuong praises Jang's acupuncture technique as a miracle. Why did you leave? He asks. Jen explains. Cyclops dismissed us, claiming our presence was an inconvenience. A sharp-eyed fighter spots a scrap of paper on the battlefield. It is the crude drawing left behind by the gorilla. Meanwhile, the gorilla stumbles, his body ravaged by the grasshopper's poison. His strength fails, and he plummets into an open sewer. The kidnappers from before prowl the darkness. They discover the unconscious beast and greed lights up their eyes. We can sell him to the zoo. But his partner hesitates, fear trembling in his voice. We could go to prison for such a crime. Visions of wealth dance in his head, but he shakes them off. His new dream is honest work building a sewer cleaning empire. Elsewhere, the fighters group chat explodes with activity. Legends spread of our hero slaying multiple cursed beasts, all thanks to the rumored assistance of their mighty cursed rooster. As Jang and Linfan step into headquarters, the system screams a warning, beast presence detected nearby. Jang eyes the rooster, who remains in a deep slumber. Is he sick? He wonders, concern etching his face. But their arrival is intercepted. The Special Department's elite action team surrounds them, led by the formidable strategy leader, Julie. Her command is cold as ice. Take these lunatics away. She imprisons the rooster in a high-security containment cell designed for level 7 monsters. The scientists tremble in fear. Can this cage truly hold a level 8 catastrophe? With the bird asleep, they can only pray to the heavens that the locks hold. Julie barks orders to the medical team. Assess the recruits. I want full physical and psychological profiles immediately. Under no circumstances are they to be released. She demands a full DNA sequence and toxicity analysis. Meanwhile, Cyclops stands with a level 9 enhancer sent by HQ. He spots Julie arriving and narrows his eyes. Why the delay? Julie conceals the truth about the rookie's terrifying potential. I was merely disposing of some unstable variables. She lies smoothly. Cyclops informs her, I am departing. The safety of the city is now in your and Kim Thuong's hands. A dark thought crosses Julie's mind. Once he returns, she intends to sever ties completely. Cyclops grips the strategy leader's hand with intensity. Kim Thuong is ignorant of the city's defense grids and fighter departments. As head of security, he grants her the ultimate authority. Take the three-headed mind dragon for your protection. With that, he vanishes into the sky aboard his helicopter. Deep in the shadows, Ice Fox reports to her master, the signatures of the two-headed wolf and giant grasshopper have vanished. I fear they have been eliminated. The gorilla's life force is fading fast and the poison has taken hold. He is doomed. Suddenly, she detects the scent of humanity on the paper bird her boss is toying with. The demon cockroach crushes the origami in a fit of rage. Ice Fox puzzles over the empty human settlements and suspects a forbidden connection between her lord and a human. The command thunders forth. Ice Fox prepares to rally every beast in the realm. Prepare for total war. Back in the city, a peaceful afternoon turns into a nightmare. Beloved pets suddenly mutate, tearing out of their skins to become giant cursed beasts. Chaos erupts. Civilians scream and scatter as the monstrous hounds rampage through the streets. Headquarters sirens scream. Cursed energy detected at Henchuan Road. Within seconds, the entire city map bleeds red with beast signatures. Julie roars into the comms. Deploy the action team immediately, subdue those creatures and bring them in. Paranoia spreads like the virus. Terrified owners kick and abandon their normal pets, fearing they too will transform into monsters. The cursed dogs slaughter humans and animals without mercy. Amidst the carnage, a desperate woman clutches her small dog and flees. Memories flash through the dog's mind, the warmth, the love she gave him, yet she remains oblivious to his true nature. Sorrow fills his heart. Who would want a monster like me? Suddenly, a giant cursed dog lunges, jaws wide, to devour the woman. Death is inches away, but the little dog casts aside a century of hiding. He explodes into his true form to shield his master. The cursed beast recoils, hissing in betrayal. You traitorous level 6 Tengu. She loved him when the world mocked him. Now, he stands as her guardian, a beast fighting for the human who gave him a heart. The young girl stares in horror as her tiny puppy morphs into a monstrous nightmare. The beast turns to her, and seeing the terror in her eyes, a look of heartbreak crosses its face. Yet, loyalty runs deeper than blood. Even as a monster, it turns its fangs against its own kind to protect its master. With a savage strike, it shatters the enemy dog's jaw. It rushes back to her, seeking comfort, but she flinches and squeezes her eyes shut in pure terror. Ignoring the rejection, the loyal guardian lunges at the true threat, a level 6 two-headed python. Fangs sink into scales, knocking the serpent cold, but the python's second head strikes back, clamping its jaws around the dog's throat. Despair crashes over the girl as she watches her protector being strangled. Suddenly, a shadow looms. Another level 6 serpent prepares to strike from her blind spot. The snake unhinges its jaw for the kill, but the cursed dog intercepts in a blur of motion, smashing the predator into oblivion with its awakened claws. The enemy is reduced to ribbons of flesh, but the giant python constricts harder, crushing the dog's bones, while a swarm of vipers sinks their fangs into its legs. Pain is meaningless to a guardian. With jaws locked on the python, the dog crushes the smaller pests like insects beneath its paws. And with a final surge of power, it severs the python's head. Standing victorious amidst the carnage, the beast reaches a trembling paw toward its owner. But disaster strikes. The fighter squad descends upon the scene, weapons drawn against the monster. The level 7 team charges up a lethal execution. The girl screams, begging them to stop, screaming that the beast just saved her life. High above, the Ice Fox watches from the shadows. She sneers at the humans, convinced their treachery is why her kind must hide in the darkness. The girl embraces her battered dog as its strength fades. Suddenly, the sky darkens. A massive ice spear plummets directly toward them. She throws her body over her pet, ready to die, but the dog uses its last ounce of strength to push her aside and takes the fatal blow. A wail of pure grief pierces the air as her savior falls. The fighter squad freezes, stunned to see a cursed beast sacrifice itself for a human, but their shock turns to absolute terror. They realize they are standing beneath a presence far greater than anything they can handle. Meanwhile, panic erupts at headquarters. Sensors are screaming the energy signature of a level 9 cursed beast has appeared. It was supposed to be a level 6. Not a catastrophe. Suddenly, the life signals of the level 7 team vanish from the screen. Commander Julie turns pale. She realizes she sent Renling's team into a death trap and desperately orders a retreat. But the agent argues back, clinging to hope that the team advanced because a civilian signaled for help. Tears betray Julie's stoic mask as she realizes her fighters are gone. The agent suggests deploying Jin Shang Wu, but Julie shakes her head. The risk is too high. If this unknown calamity destroys the monitoring center, Yanhai City will be wiped off the map. The strategy leader demands a status report on the reinforcements. But the news is grim. The Yanhai team is already bogged down in Fangsu, battling 2 level 8 beasts and a horde of monsters. They are fighting cursed kung fu masters and mutated nightmares. Meanwhile, the city center is under siege by a level 7 three-tailed leopard. Julie realizes the grim truth. Team Renling was their last line of defense. And now, they are dead. Meanwhile, Yingwo soon realizes the gravity of the situation. Desperate times call for insane measures. He moves to release the monsters from the prison, but he isn't the one in control. Linfen stands there, watching him from the shadows, shocking the warden with his sudden appearance. The protagonist had sensed him long before he arrived. Yingwo soon stares in disbelief. Linfen is always one step ahead. Insa rushes to the control panel to open the prison gate. But panic sets in. He's forgotten the password. Boom. Linfen shatters the indestructible gate with a casual kick. The warden's jaw drops as the protagonist walks through the debris like it's nothing. As they mobilize for war, Jang asks about the legendary chicken. Linfen scoffs. That bird is useless right now. We move. Ying begins a frantic briefing on the intelligence team's situation. But when he turns around, he's talking to thin air. The recruits have already vanished, rushing toward the battlefield. Back in the ruins, the level 7 heroes lie cold on the ground. The girl clings to her dying beast while the Ice Fox mocks their weakness from above. The healer, Ching Ching, desperately pumps mana into the fallen fighters. But her light cannot bring back the dead. The Ice Fox laughs coldly. You humans rush so eagerly toward your graves. Reinforcements arrive. Xiao Shu and Chen Shu Wu unleash their spiritual pressure. Shu Wu activates his ultimate art, the Tianjing Dragon Wind. A vortex of razor-sharp wind ensnares the Ice Fox. She raises an ice shield, trapped in the eye of the storm. Seizing the opening, Ching Ching grabs the girl, rushing her away from the kill zone. Safe for now. The girl looks back one last time. Tears blur her vision as she leaves her loyal guardian behind. Suddenly, a deafening crack echoes. Xingqing pales the Ice Fox has shattered the dragon wind like glass. The fox sneers, admitting she underestimated them, but now the gloves are off. She rains down massive blocks of glacial ice. Chengming erects a desperate barrier. Xiaoshu barely deflects the impact with his seals, while Qingqing dives in to heal them as the battle for survival rages on. However, the Ice Fox refuses to yield. She unleashes a chilling bone mist, determined to bury them all in an eternal winter. As snowflakes batter the barrier, the temperature plummets instantly. Qingqing and her allies shudder as the frost creeps into their very bones, freezing them from the inside out. Panic rises among the team, but Qingqing grits her teeth. Focus on the civilians, she commands, ignoring the ice spreading across her own limbs. The snow mist descends like a shroud. Chengming watches in horror as the frost bypasses his defense entirely, shattering their barrier into dust. The Ice Fox sneers at their frailty. To her, these humans are nothing but weaklings, condemned by nature itself to perish in the cold. Sirens wail across the city, a symphony of chaos. The broadcast urges terrified citizens to flee toward the schoolyard and park immediately to escape the slaughter. Cutting through the tide of fear, our heroes arrive. They collide with a familiar face the girl saved earlier, who desperately guides them toward the Renling squad. The Ice Fox locks eyes with Linfen. A cruel smile plays on her lips. She is certain these fresh victims will perish by her claws. The Renling team scowls, mistaking the situation completely. They scream for the 666 team to flee, assuming the Rooster calamity has drawn them into the death zone. Deadly ice spears launch through the air, but Linfen steps forward with casual dominance, catching every single projectile with his bare hands. Jaws drop to the floor. The Ice Fox freezes, unable to comprehend how a mere human negated her killing blow with zero effort. Jang eyes the beast greedily, obsessing over her fluffy tail, but Linfen hesitates, mistaking the monster for a human girl. We can't just harvest parts from people, he argues. Human. The Ice Fox roars in indignation, rejecting the title. Hearing this, Linfen shrugs. If she is a monster, then the loot is fair game. Jang feigns concern for the creature's pain, but Linfen offers a dark reassurance. In a blink, he vanishes, materializing instantly behind the terrified fox. Before she can even react, Linfen tears the tail from her body and tosses it to his friend like a trophy. Jang cuddles the fluffy prize with delight, while the Ice Fox explodes with humiliated fury. She lunges, claws gleaming with murderous intent, The onlookers scream, expecting gore, but Linfin catches her lethal strike with a single hand. Impossible. She trembles, realizing his strength defies all logic. Just what level is this monster in human skin? The system chimes in with a delicious notification. Consuming this beast will satisfy his hunger for 7 whole weeks. Recipes flood his mind. The fox misreads his predatory gaze, thinking these humans desire her for far more twisted reasons. She struggles violently, but his grip is an iron vice, ignoring her thrashing. Linfin casually asks Jang, "Do you find the rest of her cute?" Jang's eyes sparkle. The tail is great, but those ears are even better. A primal chill runs down the fox's spine. She's being shopped for parts. Enough talk. Linfin unleashes a devastating punch. The impact shatters her ice armor like glass and sends her rocketing into the sky. The Renling squad stares in stunned silence at this godlike power. Meanwhile, Linfin tilts his head, still puzzling over the creature's true nature. High above, the battered ice fox screams for aid. She calls out to Tunuyu, agreeing to his dark proposal. Jang senses a shift in the atmosphere. The system screams a warning high-energy target approaching suddenly. A massive shadow looms as a tidal wave hovers directly above them. The water surges, wrapping Linfin in a liquid prison and dragging him away. Enter Tunuyu, the level 9 monster, lecturing the fox on her failures. Defeated, the ice fox admits she is outmatched. Shuyu grabs her, pressing for a union of power and perhaps something more sinister. Ice and water are one and the same, he declares. In a shocking twist, he pulls her into a deep kiss, initiating a forbidden ritual. Shenshue suddenly recalls the prophecy. He screams at our heroes to interrupt the ritual, but fate is cruel, and his warning comes too late. Light explodes. The two entities fuse into a nightmare. The level 10 Snow King. Despair washes over the onlookers as the new beast roars. A tsunami rises to the heavens, carrying Linfin and Jang with it. The Snow King leaps, striking them down with the force of a falling mountain. As they plummet, Linfin's level 5 defense system automatically engages, shielding him from the crushing pressure. Warning, the system identifies a high-level water domain. Before he can react, both fighters plunge into the churning depths. Evacuate immediately, the system urges. Linfin struggles to rise, but the water acts like living chains, binding him tight. The Snow King laughs, raising massive walls of ice to seal their doom. He floods the chamber, creating an inescapable aquatic tomb. Jang freezes, paralyzed by the rising tide. "Calm down," Linfin says, his voice cutting through the panic. "I've got this." The water surges and then, instant glaciation. The entire chamber freezes solid, entombing our heroes in a block of diamond-hard ice. Danger. The system screams. Release internal gas immediately. Break the ice coffin before permanent structural damage occurs. Meanwhile, in the containment facility, the rooster awakens, finding himself trapped in a cage. He flies into a rage, tearing the steel bars apart like paper. He freezes. How did he throw that? He looks down, expecting wings, but finds human hands staring back at him. A scream of pure horror echoes. He has become the one thing he hates most, a filthy human. Despair crashes over him. Wait. The power flowing through him is intoxicating. He realizes this transformation is the price for ascending to level 9. He is no longer just a bird. He is Li Wu Xuan, a level 9 calamity, burning with vengeance. He takes to the skies, hunting for the maniacs who humiliated him. Suddenly, a familiar energy signature pulses through the air. Realizing his brethren are under attack by humans, he charges forward to intervene. Meanwhile, back at the command center, alarms blare as the level 9 energy signal vanishes into thin air. But terror strikes immediately after. As a catastrophic level 10 wave erupts alongside a new level 9 presence. Julie's face pales, fearing this catastrophe spells the doom of Yanhai City, and she desperately demands a status report on the Renling squad's survival. The operator's voice trembles as he reports that 2 life signals remain, but they are critically close to the epicenter of the level 10 monster's aura. However, as the data floods the screen, a shocking realization hits Julie. Her prisoners have broken free. Even more terrifying, the rookie's level 8 pet has escaped and evolved into a level 9 calamity, likely rushing to the scene to defend its master. On the battlefield, the Renling squad freezes in terror as Shushin descends with overwhelming pressure. Hope flares in their eyes when they recognize the rooster, believing their savior has arrived in their darkest hour. But the Snow King roars, branding the newcomer a traitor. Shushin retorts that he has come to slaughter the humans, sending a wave of shock through the squad. Shushin lunges toward the ice coffin, but the Snow King intercepts him with a vicious strike. Fury explodes within Shushan at the betrayal, but the level 10 tyrant believes this is all an act to save the humans. Ignoring the humans' cheers, the Snow King launches a devastating assault, forcing Shushan to block with his hardened mantis claws. The humans mistakenly believe the rooster's cover is blown, unaware he is desperately trying to prove his loyalty to the beast and redeem his honor. Blinded by rage, the Snow King refuses to listen, striking at his own kin with lethal intent. He senses the stench of humanity on Shushan, viewing the invisible leash of servitude as the ultimate disgrace. Denial fuels the Snow King's wrath as the two cursed beasts clash in a symphony of destruction. He summons torrents of water to bind Shushan, dragging the flying beast down with crushing pressure. Ice spikes launch forward, but Shushan instantly erects an impenetrable water wall to deflect the blow. But the gap in their cultivation is too vast. The Snow King shatters the defense, sealing Shushan within a prison of glacial ice. Laughter echoes across the battlefield as the tyrant mocks Shushan's futile resistance against a superior being. Suddenly, Shushan unleashes his secret weapon, high-voltage lightning. The electricity surges through the water, roasting the Snow King in a blinding flash. Though scorched, the level 10 monster's aura does not fade. He closes the distance in a blink, swinging his razor-sharp tail. Shushan activates titanization to withstand the impact, but the sheer force sends him crashing into the earth like a meteor. The Snow King acknowledges the rooster's potential, but sees his lack of combat experience as a fatal flaw. As he charges to deliver the finishing blow, Shushan's eyes glow, unleashing his true, dormant power. Time seems to freeze as the Snow King stands paralyzed, his body refusing to obey his command to kill. The pressure of the deep sea descends upon him. The king clutches his head, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura of an abyssal predator. Shushan roars his innocence to the heavens, but the king responds with a lethal tail strike aimed at his throat. Just milliseconds before decapitation, Shushan activates the evil eye. Nightmarish hallucinations consume the Snow King's mind, forcing him to his knees in submission to Shushan's might. But it is a trap. The moment Shushan relaxes, the king snaps out of the trance, shattering Shushan's leg before slicing his head clean off. Horror grips the Reneling squad as they watch their savior fall, while the Snow King rises, roaring in triumph. He withdraws his claws, turning his back on the corpse, but death is not the end. Shushan rises, regenerating a new head for one final desperate stand. The Snow King turns, his eyes narrowing. He will not underestimate this pest a second time. They collide in midair, a whirlwind of claws and fangs, exchanging banter amidst the carnage. But the king's cunning prevails. He exploits an opening, burying his jagged spikes into Shushan's gut and hurling him into the ruins. Shushan claws at the earth, forcing his broken body to stand. The Snow King, pushed to his absolute limit, unleashes one last technique. Hundreds of ice shards materialize, piercing through Shushan's body in a gruesome display. Shushan coughs up a mouthful of blood, but to everyone's shock, the Snow King staggers, vomiting dark blood as well. Confusion turns to rage as the beast realizes the truth. Shushan's earlier attacks were laced with a deadly neurotoxin. Meanwhile, trapped within the ice coffin, Lin Fan fights against the encroaching frost. He has 10 seconds, but his companion's life force will fade in 5 minutes. He could shatter the ice now, or trigger the system to enter the timeless dimension for a power-up. The cold, logical system questions why he would save a rival who steals his rewards. But our protagonist refuses to abandon a comrade, defying the system's logic. He steps into the other realm, freezing time in the mortal world. Now, the objective is clear: complete the system mission and ascend to unrivaled power. Lin Fan awakens in a new dimension where time stands still. His sole duty is to guide the descendant of the fire god back to the righteous path. Two trembling girls, bruised and terrified, fall to their knees before him, swearing total obedience through their tears, desperate to escape further torment. But as he looks in the mirror, Lin Fan realizes his soul now inhabits a stranger's body, and the memories flooding his mind are not his own. He realizes with horror that this host body, Ju Fei, has committed unspeakable atrocities. Suddenly, a heavy knock echoes, and his loyal enforcer Wang Meng enters with a summons from the rival boss, Duan Shanhu. Controlling his new vessel, Ju Fei opens the door and immediately commands the confused guard to release the captive girls and ensure their safe return home. Wang Meng assists his master in dressing for war, mentioning that the influential 8th Lord has also been invited to this high-stakes negotiation. Although the 8th Lord commands immense respect in the underworld, our protagonist views him as nothing more than a background character. As Ju Fei slides into the luxury sedan, He thanks his bodyguard, a simple act of kindness that leaves the hardened enforcer completely shell-shocked. Wang Meng anxiously asks how they should respond to the demand to surrender their territory. One guard advises caution, while another believes they have no choice but to yield. The subordinates are left speechless, mistaking Zhu Fei's silent contemplation for an aura of fearless arrogance. Little do they know, Lin Fan is simply consumed by memories of his past life. He turns to his guard and asks a heavy philosophical question. What does it truly mean to walk the righteous path? This simple question strikes fear into their hearts, making them wonder if their boss intends to force Duan Shanhu out of the underworld entirely. Upon arriving at the meeting venue, Wang Meng steps out and flies into a rage, seeing an entire army of enemy guards surrounding the entrance. He urges his master to wait for reinforcements, but Zhu Fei raises a hand to stop him. Witnessing their boss walk alone into the dragon's den, the guards are awestruck by his overwhelming dominance. With the swagger of an emperor, he strides into the banquet hall and brazenly takes the seat right next to Duan Shanhu. Duan Shanhu grinds his teeth in frustration, with his enemy sitting so close. He cannot reach the pistol taped beneath the table without exposing himself. Meanwhile, the Eighth Lord sits nearby, sweating profusely as the air fills with the suffocating tension of their last violent encounter. Paranoia grips Duan Shanhu as he wonders if our hero knows about the trap. Ignoring the mood, a starving Zhu Fei loudly demands to be served dinner. The waiter stumbles in with the dishes, bewildered to see a gang war negotiation turning into a casual mukbang. Duan Shanhu grows impatient, waiting to discuss the territory transfer, but our protagonist simply devours the food, completely disregarding the powerful figures around him. Once the plates are clean, Duan Shanhu leans in, convinced that the real negotiation is finally about to begin. To his shock, Zhu Fei simply stands up and turns to leave. Duan Shanhu slams the table, enraged that his opponent dare walk away without offering a single concession. Losing all composure, the rival boss draws his weapon, aiming directly at our hero's back in a final threat. In a split second, Zhu Fei's men draw their guns, transforming the restaurant into a Mexican standoff. Duan Shanhu snarls that our hero cannot leave without letting one out, a slang term for leaving an explanation. Our protagonist, unfamiliar with this world's slang, pauses in confusion at the strange request. Taking the threat literally, he breaks wind loudly and continues walking. Duan Shanhu turns red with humiliation and screams, threatening to fire. Triggers are pulled halfway as Zhu Fei's men and Duan Shanhu lock eyes, death hanging in the silence. But witnessing the protagonist's godlike indifference, Duan Shanhu's resolve crumbles. Even the Eighth Lord is forced to admire such reckless courage as Zhu Fei exits without a backward glance. The Eighth Lord fumes at the disrespect shown to him, but his anger turns to disbelief when the bill arrives. He realizes with sinking dignity that his only purpose here was to pay for our hero's lavish meal. On the drive back, the subordinates sing praises of Zhu Fei's legendary bravery, unaware that our hero is merely lost in nostalgia. Wang Meng then drives him to a rundown orphanage, promising they will soon seize this land. A small girl answers the door, but upon seeing the notorious gangsters, she screams in terror and flees to the director. An elderly woman rushes out, falling to her knees and begging the villain not to demolish the only home these children have. Memories of his old friend warning him about the cycle of poverty flash through his mind. Our protagonist's expression softens as he decides to intervene. The director trembles, terrified that he plans to traffic the children, but Zhu Fei simply asks if she has enough funds for renovations. His henchmen assume he is using debt to force a sale, but their jaws drop when he commands Wang Meng to hand over a massive stack of cash. Wang Meng stammers that they haven't signed a contract yet, but our hero silences him, declaring that no paper is needed for an act of salvation. Confusion swirls in Wang Meng's mind, leading him to a dark conclusion. He thinks helping means sending the orphans to the afterlife. Later in the car, the guard dares to ask why they paid the old woman. Zhu Fei smiles enigmatically and declares that from this day forward, they are the good guys. Meanwhile, back at the hideout, the ruthless Shujin is brutally torturing a henchman for the crime of desertion. He tells the prisoner, Xiaodong, that the boss has a special punishment for traitors, dragging him before Zhu Fei for judgment. Shujin kicks the bloody prisoner to the floor, awaiting the execution order. Instead, Zhu Fei looks down with pity, wishing he had a healer to treat the man's severe wounds. Xiaodong shakes uncontrollably, sobbing, as he explains he only fled to rush his dying mother to the hospital. He slams his head on the floor, begging his master to spare his mother's life, swearing on his soul that he will return to accept death once she is safe. Shujin, possessing 3 years of blood-soaked experience as an undercover spy, instantly detects a disturbance in the atmosphere surrounding Jufu. Meanwhile, The bewildered bodyguards struggle to comprehend the baffling command from their supreme leader. They were ordered to visit the hospital, donate their own blood to Dong's mother, and settle all her medical expenses. However, Wang Mong steps in with a dark realization. He explains that the boss spoke in metaphors, blood for blood, implying Juf intends to slaughter both Dong and his mother. Relieved, the bodyguards praise the ruthlessness of their boss's right-hand man. Elsewhere, Shujin sits on the toilet, doom-scrolling, while his oblivious friend screams at him to hurry up. A news reporter arrives at the orphanage, ready to broadcast the shocking story of the mafia boss's sudden generosity. But old habits die hard. She instinctively frames him as a villain, stuttering as she tries to correct her bias live on air. Desperate for the truth, she interrogates the director, confirming that the donations truly came from the infamous crime lord. Watching the broadcast, the rival boss Duanshan Hu explodes with rage, convinced our hero bribed the media to whitewash his dark reputation. Back at the base, our protagonist watches old footage of the gang's brutality, his heart heavy as he imagines the terror his friend would feel seeing this violence. He pictures Jang performing acupuncture on corpses and questions how a soul stained by such darkness could ever find redemption. Then, a memory surfaces. Lin Fan recalls the president's advice, call the police when in trouble. He immediately dials the station to ask a philosophical question about redemption. The policewoman on the line pauses, clarifying that if the bad deeds are crimes, the only path to goodness is taking responsibility. She advises him with the stern warning, turn yourself in now if you want any hope of leniency from the law. Juf hangs up, his resolve hardened. He tells Wang Mong that to become good men, the entire gang must surrender to the police immediately. The system chimes in, warning Lin Fan that this action is reckless. Usually, the path requires slowly cleansing the gang from within and guiding them toward righteousness, not mass incarceration. At first, Wang Mong is paralyzed by shock and fear, but his mind races to a twisted conclusion. This is the ultimate loyalty test. With a beaming smile, he pledges his undying support to Juf's plan. Juf commands him to organize a grand banquet for the entire organization and to spike every single dish with potent sedatives. Wang Mong, still convinced this is a brilliant tactical maneuver, agrees with absolute confidence. Meanwhile, Shujin and his partner receive the ominous invitation. While the other guards cheer for the free feast, Shujin feels a cold shiver down his spine. Something cataclysmic is about to happen. Later, Shujin reports the suspicious gathering to his handler, but his superiors are skeptical after the previous intelligence failure at Renee Hospital. Desperate, Shujin screams about his sacrifices. He lost his partner, his beloved pet, and even his home for this mission. The superior sighs, the weight of guilt hitting him, and promises the agent that once this operation concludes, he will be compensated for everything. Shujin remains steadfast in his mission to bring down the Juf cartel, trusting his gut instinct. That night, the banquet hall is filled with the raucous celebration of gangsters. A drunk thug bellows for the manager, demanding that women be brought in to serve them immediately. The manager trembles, explaining that the female staff are on leave for Women's Care Day, leaving only men to serve the food. But it is a lie. The women simply refuse to serve such monsters. The gangster flies into a rage, seizing the manager by the collar and demanding female servers. He raises his hand to deliver a bone-crushing slap, but suddenly, an iron grip catches his wrist. It is Boss Juf. The thug's face drains of color, terror seizing his heart as he expects execution. But Juf simply asks with a calm smile, "Have you eaten yet?" Suddenly, the thug's vision blurs. He sways and collapses one by one, like dominoes. The entire gang succumbs to the dizziness and hits the floor. Wang Mong proudly whispers to his boss that he personally drugged the food to prevent leaks. Juf praises his efficiency and gives the final order, call the police. Wang Mong freezes, but his delusional loyalty kicks in again. He assumes it is another layer of the test and declares he would follow orders even with the gun to his head. As if summoned by his words, fate grants his wish instantly, and a cold gun barrel is pressed against Wang Mong's temple. A swarm of police officers bursts in, weapons drawn, shouting that they received an anonymous tip. To everyone's shock, Juf calmly raises his hands and reveals the truth. "I was the one who called you." He hands the officers a laptop containing a digital treasure trove evidence, not just of his own crimes, but the sins of every criminal in the city. The police are thunderstruck as they scroll through the undeniable proof, taking the infamous mafia boss into custody without a fight. Inside the police cruiser, the delusional Wang Mong still believes this is a 5D chess move, asking his boss for the next phase of the plan. Meanwhile, an officer slaps handcuffs on Shujin, mocking him by saying the mafia boss must have gone insane to turn himself in. Suddenly, the police director intervenes. He orders the officer to release the criminal, revealing Shujin's true identity and congratulating him on a mission accomplished. Elsewhere, Duanshan Hu and the Eighth Lord laugh maniacally at their rival's madness, already plotting how to carve up his territory. But their celebration is cut short. The doors crash open, and the police squad storms in, aiming their weapons at the stunned crime lords. It turns out the evidence Juf handed over was a double-edged sword that exposed every rival gang's dirty secrets as well. Duanshan Hu slams the table in futile rage, cursing Juf's name, but the gavel falls, and the judge sentences him to death based on the mountain of irrefutable evidence. Although the evidence of his crimes was undeniable, his surrender shifted the scales of fate. The judge slammed the gavel, death sentence suspended. With the city finally purged of the filth and gangs that polluted its streets, Shujian let out a heavy sigh. Relief washed over him. Now, only one question remained. When could he reclaim his true identity and reunite with his beloved pets? But the shadows were not yet empty. The boss dropped a bombshell. The inspection team suspected a puppet master stood behind Jufei. The order was absolute. Shujian must infiltrate the prison and hunt down the true mastermind. Sensing the crushing weight of this mission on his subordinate, the boss offered a rather unorthodox cover story. He would pose as Shujian's lover to protect his cover, a sacrificial strategy. Indeed, Shujian, ever the dedicated soldier, accepted the hellish assignment. Meanwhile, the boss seemed far too enthusiastic about his new role as the devoted boyfriend. Inside the prison, the thugs stared at the TV screen in disbelief. Jufei was claiming his treachery was actually a twisted act of salvation to make them good people. Betrayal, pure, unadulterated rage exploded among the gangsters. Their eyes burned with murderous intent toward their former leader, Jufei. "Don't thank me," the protagonist scoffed. Watching from the sidelines, Shujian realized the warden had thrown the sheep into the wolf's den on purpose. Jufei was locked in with his own victims. A cold realization struck him. If the target died here, his undercover mission would vanish, and he would be stuck in this hell forever. While the prisoners toiled away at hard labor, the seeds of vengeance began to sprout. A lethal plot was forming in the shadows. Shujian sensed the bloodlust in the air. The hit was coming now. He prepared to signal the guards before the slaughter could begin. Jufei innocently called for Wang Mong to bring seeds. Completely oblivious to the reaper behind him, a thug lunged, blade flashing, aiming straight for his back. Loyalty runs deep. Wang Mong sprinted to save the traitorous boss, and just as the steel was about to pierce flesh, Xiaodong stepped in like a guardian deity. An impenetrable wall, Wang Mong and Xiaodong surrounded their boss, shielding him from the storm of attacks. It was a powder keg ready to blow. The entire yard surged forward, thirsting for blood. Ignoring the guards rushing onto the field, they jumped in to tear Jufei apart. But suddenly, boom! The bodyguard stepped aside, and our hero unleashed a single, earth-shattering punch. The attackers were sent flying across the field, silencing the crowd with sheer power. His aura flared dangerously. "Stay away from Xiaodong and Wang Mong," he warned, "or the next hit will shatter your bones." Absolute dominance. Witnessing true power, the thugs fell to their knees, their loyalty reforged in the fires of fear and awe. 3 years passed like the turning of a page. Jufei, the former villain, handed a bag of hard-earned cash to the guard, a donation for the children's home. The transformation was contagious. To the guard's shock, every single prisoner began handing over their earnings for the cause. Shujian clutched his money, desperate to save it for his pets. But the boss's enforcers stepped in. Charity was mandatory, and resistance was futile. Finally, the deed was done. Our hero felt a spark of hope. Surely now, after all this, he could return to save his friend. But the system was cruel. Jufei's redemption was not yet absolute. His criminal nature lingered. Linfin's mission would continue. 3 more agonizing years drifted by. The mission bar refused to fill, and despair began to claw at our hero's heart. However, the investigation finally yielded results: 0 contact with the outside world. The police finally relieved Shujian from his undercover nightmare. The agency remained paranoid, watching Jufei for signs of madness, but Shujian knew the truth. He wasn't crazy. He was just different. Time flows like a river. 60 years later, the heavy iron gates finally swung open for the last time. The headlines screamed the miracle, the mafia lord who became a saint, a lifetime of penance. Broadcast to the world, a withered old man now, Ju-Fei stepped out. A little girl approached him, whispering Grandpa Ju, and handed him flowers, a pure soul thanking him for a lifetime of sacrifice. Linfen watched, his heart heavy. Is he good enough now? He pleaded. Can I finally go back to save Jang? The system hesitated. Ju hadn't mentally changed, but his body was dust and bones. He simply lacked the strength to ever commit a crime again. Mission complete, when the system engaged. Linfen was pulled from the world. But as he ascended, the fire god roared in fury, cursing the one who ruined his descendant's life. Reality shifted. Linfen snapped back to his true realm instantly. The countdown to destruction began ticking. Reward unlocked god-level flame control, and the system queried, unleash power to shatter the eternal ice. The answer was yes. The ice prison began to glow with the heat of 1,000 suns. Cracks spiderwebbed across the surface until crash. An inferno erupted from within. The Snow King trembled in primal terror. The blast consumed him, vaporizing his frozen form in a heartbeat. Shushin stared, jaw dropped, a level 10 existence. Reduced to ash by a mere flicker of Linfen's awakened power, Freedom Ju embraced his savior, tears in his eyes, but then turned to look at Shushin. A flicker of recognition passed through his gaze. The rooster cowered, sensing the murderous intent. I'm still useful, it squawked, but looking at its mutated form, the duo wondered, could this monster even lay eggs anymore? The verdict was grim. No eggs meant only one thing. Linfen's eyes gleamed. Tonight, we dine on chicken soup. Meanwhile, across the dimensions, the real Ju-Fei jolted awake in his original body, disoriented, frantically searching for the women who were just there. He roared for Wang Mong, but the sound that came out was weak, raspy. Why did his body feel like lead? Where was his power? He stared at his subordinate, withered and gray. Panic set in. He looked at his own hands. Wrinkled, spotted, ancient. The horror of time had claimed him. The mafia boss stares into the mirror in disbelief, shocked to see the face of an old man staring back at him. A tremor runs through his body as the truth hits him. 66 years of his life have vanished in the blink of an eye. Overwhelmed by the realization that he has lived a righteous life, he collapses into the darkness of unconsciousness. Wang Mong and Dong fall to their knees, their tears flowing freely as they witness their legendary leader fallen. Sometime later, the mourners hoist the coffin of the late boss, weeping for the man to whom they had sworn their eternal loyalty. Meanwhile, back in the original dimension, Jang imparts his wisdom to the Renling team on establishing true order. The rooster reverts to its true form. Suddenly, Jang notices a young girl sobbing over her critically wounded spirit beast. With a gentle heart, he offers his divine acupuncture skills, and with Linfen's confident nod, the girl accepts their aid. In an instant, the beast is revitalized by our expert's heavenly technique. Linfen's system triggers an alert, detecting a potent energy source within the beast that could satisfy his hunger for 4 whole weeks. However, neither hero has the appetite for such a meal. Simply because the creature lacks charm, Jang turns his attention to the Renling team, preparing his needles to heal their broken bodies. But the damage is catastrophic. The burns from Linfen's hellfire are too severe, and hope for their survival begins to fade. Linfen turns to his companion, admitting his power has grown wildly out of control. Guilt weighs heavy on his soul for harming these fighters. He confesses that the chaotic voice in his mind identified the attack. It was a level 4 flame, a devastating force that is nearly impossible to suppress. Jang places a hand on his friend's shoulder, assuring him that no blame lies with him. With this newfound strength, they can save countless lives. Nearby, the rooster watches in trembling silence, horrified by the human's monstrous growth. Dread fills the bird's heart, fearing he is destined to serve these monsters for eternity. He prays to the heavens that a being stronger than them exists somewhere in this world. Moments later, the Renling team awakens from their stupor, only to find the rookies and their pet rooster have vanished like ghosts. They inspect their bodies in disbelief. Injuries that would require a 10th grade national healer to fix are completely gone. They realize the rookies performed a miracle. A roar of gratitude erupts as they cheer for the overwhelming strength of their new heroes. With their vitality restored, the Renling team realizes they can finally protect Yanhee City. They suggest contacting the monitoring center to coordinate the rescue of more civilians. But their hope turns to ash as news of the nightmare unfolding at the monitoring center reaches their ears. Just 1 hour prior, a vile cockroach breached the facility, triggering alarms for a catastrophic level 10 cursed beast. Julie's face drains of all color. the blood freezing in her veins as she realizes a national-level calamity has infiltrated their base. Without warning, the demon cockroach snaps an agent's neck like a twig. Panic explodes as the remaining staff scramble for their lives. Julie stands frozen in shock, unable to comprehend how this cursed beast bypassed the entire surveillance grid of Yanhee City. Gazing at its humanoid form, she questions if this monster can even be classified as a mere beast. The creature hurls a human into the wall and marches ominously toward the strategy leader. Julie trembles uncontrollably, watching death approach in slow motion. The demon leaps, a kick aimed to obliterate her existence. She raises a hand in a futile attempt to shield herself, but suddenly, the Cyclops heart dragon bursts forth, intercepting the blow. As the dragon binds the demon in its coils, Julie realizes the terrifying truth. Without Cyclops, she would be nothing more than a corpse. At that critical moment, Kim Thuong enters the fray, unleashing his fingertip sword dance, but as the strike nears, the beast breaks the dragon's hold, and the opposing energies collide in a violent explosion. Kim Thuong launches a second assault, firing shots of pure energy. The beast attempts to flee, but the flames scorch its head. Seizing the opening, Kim Thuong executes a precision strike, severing the demon cockroach's head from its body. Seeing the decapitated monster slash, Julie dares to hope it is over, but deep down she knows killing a high-level beast is never this simple. Her instincts scream danger. As she turns, she sees the headless body rise, launching a surprise attack on her uncle. She tries to scream a warning, but it is too late. The cockroach lands a devastating kick, smashing Kim Thuong into the concrete wall. The veteran fighter struggles to his feet, bones shattered. He wonders if victory is even possible against an immortal monster. The demon charges. Kim Thuong counters with his dance of swords, but the beast weaves through the lethal strikes with terrifying speed. The monster swings a fatal kick, almost extinguishing the warrior's life, when suddenly Cyclops makes a grand entrance, his dragon seizing the demon's leg in an iron grip. He channels his energy, unleashing the legendary technique, the world-destroying palm. The demon struggles violently, but Cyclops severs its arm without mercy. Immediately, he activates the Magic 5 element array to seal the creature. The dragon coils tight, trapping the demon cockroach within the inescapable magical circle. Flashback to when Julie spoke with Cyclops. She revealed that headquarters ordered his evacuation, but she suspected a darker truth. Either they did not believe the threat, or they had abandoned the city to its fate. She had to take the gamble. Headquarters agreed to trade town-level fighters for Cyclops, desperate to remove him from the battlefield. Julie sensed a shadow lurking in the dark, a traitor embedded deep within the organization. Someone high up, capable of manipulating one of the four supreme decision-makers. She views the incoming reinforcements as mere pawns, which is why she had Cyclops scan them for tracking devices. It was a calculated risk. She asked Cyclops to play along, only to have him turn back halfway, because without his power, the city would surely fall. Julie pieces the puzzle together. If the enemy attacks the moment Cyclops leaves, it proves they have eyes on his every move. A cold realization hits Cyclops. If his schedule is compromised, the traitor and the cursed beast are working as one, but Julie sees a darker truth. It means the beasts have already hacked the surveillance grid of the entire Yanhee City. Cyclops gives the signal. Kim Thuong unleashes his ultimate art, flooding the demon cockroach with a torrent of high-voltage electricity. The current binds the monster in place above. The heavens roar, and a pillar of lightning strikes down with blinding judgment. The world vanishes in white smoke as the lightning incinerates the abomination to a crisp. The cursed beast collapses. Silence falls. The fighters hold their breath in crippling suspense, praying the nightmare is over. It will be reborn, Julie screams in terror. Too late. The demon cockroach materializes behind Cyclops and delivers a devastating kick. Blood sprays from Cyclops' mouth. His team watches in horror as the veteran hero, broken and battered, fails to raise a guard. A memory flashes Ying Wo-san's drawing. The truth strikes him. This beast possesses the hellish power of rebirth. A chill runs down his spine. Cyclops realizes his opponent is truly immortal. The beast blurs forward, slamming him into the wall. Cyclops attempts to destroy her palm, but the monster predicts the move and weaves through it effortlessly. A fist buries itself in Cyclops' gut. Desperate, he seizes the creature's wrist and unleashes the roar of his dragons. The energy dragons blast the beast away, but hope is fading fast. Cyclops and his team stand on the brink of surrender. Kim Thuong fires a distraction shot. Cyclops seizes the split-second opening, forcing his broken body into one final leap. 11 years of blood and sweat refuse to let him yield. Meanwhile, The rooster senses a ripple of power far exceeding a level 10 calamity. The legends are true. Trembling with joy, the rooster realizes his king has finally arrived to bring salvation. Taking his humanoid form, the rooster grabs Linfin's hand, guiding him toward the scent of danger and those in need. The system chimes in. It detects a massive energy source enough to satisfy his hunger for an entire year. Eyes shining with excitement, he rushes toward the beast outside. The rookies stand confused, blind to the chaos unfolding within. Crash. A body smashes through the windows, skidding across the floor in a shower of glass. Sanong rushes to heal Cyclops with his needles, but the veteran roars back, "Run, you fool, get away." The demon cockroach lunges at Jang, but Linfan moves faster than light, catching his falling friend in the nick of time. Seeing his friend battered in his arms, a dark rage awakens in our hero. "Wait here," he whispers. "I will handle this." The rooster cheers wildly. Freedom is close, and he knows his king's strength will shatter the heavens. Linfen leaps into action with a single thunderous punch to the face. He launches the demon cockroach high into the sky. Cyclops and the rooster gape in awe. This power, it dwarfs even a national-level catastrophe. The creature recovers midair, diving down to crush our protagonist with a lethal strike. Linfon intercepts the fist and slams the beast into the earth, but as he pummels it, a second body manifests from the shadows behind him. A lethal kick aims for his head, but our hero has eyes in the back of his skull. He seizes the leg and thrashes the beast like a ragdoll. A gut punch follows, but yet another clone lunges from the rear. Brutality. Lin Fan tears the demon's throat out with his bare hands, leaving the rooster trembling in terror and admiration. Cyclops stares, paralyzed. He is witnessing a god of war matching the beast blow for blow. The shock deepens. Lin Fan is not just surviving, he is dismantling the monster with savage precision. Cyclops knows the truth. Without its cursed immortality, that cockroach would have been obliterated 10 times over. But a national-level beast is an engine of rebirth. If Linfen tires, this battle ends in death. Or so Cyclops fears. Our protagonist smashes the opponent to dust, but it respawns instantly, swinging a heavy leg at him effortlessly. Linfan catches the limb and hurls the monster away like trash. A lucky strike lands on Linfan. The crowd gasps. The two titans stare each other down, the air crackling with tension. They clash in midair. The beast punches our hero's face, but Linfan does not flinch. He smashes the monster's skull in return. Another clone appears. Linfan pants. The system alerts him his Keon cultivation has reached the limit of the late Earth stage. A 10-second countdown begins. Linfan leaps, his fist igniting with the divine power of flame control. As his fist closes in, his spiritual pressure skyrockets. The atmosphere screams under the heat. Second stage, blue flame. Third stage, green ghost fire. Transcending to the final stage, earth fire. Soul explosion. With 0 seconds remaining, the fist connects. A cataclysmic blow strikes the opponent's face, draining every drop of Linfon's energy. The demon cockroach collapses to the ground. Its life force is extinguished in a single, instant breath. The rooster freezes in pure terror. The king's energy has vanished into the void. Now, only the hero's overwhelming aura remains, crushing the air around them. Fear paralyzes the beast where it stands, but Linfen ignores it, rushing to the fallen figure on the ground. A crimson alert flashes before his eyes. System notification target, Jang's heart has ceased beating. No, this cannot be. Linfen grips his friend's shoulders, refusing to accept the system's cruel verdict. Tears blur his vision as grief crashes over him like a tidal wave. You promised. We would cultivate together as despair consumes him. Memories of the past flood his mind. The day destiny first brought them together at the hospital. Dean Hayan's voice echoed from the past. Fear is natural, child. But remember, you are safe as long as you are with me. Young Linfen's gaze drifted to a chaotic scene from an old man, Jang, brandishing needles at a terrified patient. Can I go to him? Linfen asked. The dean's face darkened. Stay away. He is the most unstable lunatic in this entire ward. Staff members swarmed in, dragging old Jang away. Unhand me, he roared. I must practice my cultivation arts. This is for his own good. The rescued patient clung to the dean, trembling. It was a narrow escape from a madman's needles. Hayan led Linfen to his new isolation room. Your mother is working overseas. He lied smoothly. We will be your family now. The nurses were confused by the VIP treatment until the innocent child spoke. Please, I need training gear, hammers, chainsaws, anything sharp. days turned into a nightmare for the staff. Linfin was constantly rushed to the operating room. His training was nothing more than brutal self-destruction. In the shadows, old Jang was just as relentless. He stalked the halls like a phantom assassin, seeking victims for his acupuncture. Exhausted by the chaos, the staff made a decision. They sealed the mad doctor in solitary confinement. "Let me out," Jang pleaded with innocent eyes. "I vow to behave." But Dean Hyan saw through the disguise. He knew the chaos lurking behind that old man's smile. Hyan sought out Cyclops to brainwash the staff against Jang's tricks. Meanwhile, the caretakers were reaching their breaking point with Linfin's reckless behavior. With both of the boy's arms in heavy casts, the guards lowered their guard. "He can't move," they thought, drifting into sleep. But a true cultivator is never hindered. Linfin escaped and found his way to Jang's cell window. Two kindred spirits, trapped by a world that didn't understand their thirst for power. "Use me," Linfin whispered. "Your needles will help temper my body. We can help each other ascend." A legendary pact was formed that night. Jang swore to guide his young disciple's path. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the ward the bird had flown the coop. The search team froze in horror. They found Linfin unconscious, looking like a human pincushion. They rushed the boy to the ER, cursing the old man. Jang slumped in his cell, heartbroken. "I pushed him too hard. I've lost my only disciple." But death could not stop Linfin's drive. He returned, battered but smiling. From his pocket, he produced the stolen treasure, Jang's silver needles. Jang's eyes lit up like stars. His cultivation partner had returned from the abyss. "It worked, Master," Linfin exclaimed. "I saw the light, a bridge to the heavens, and an angel calling my name." Jang nodded sagely. "Only a near-death state brings true power." Thud. Linfin collapsed again, needles protruding from his skull. Yet again, the boy returned. This time, he presented a small bow to Jang, fascinated by its beauty. Jang trembled with emotion. The first gift he had ever received. "I must repay this kindness," he declared, "with my ultimate secret technique." Silver light flashed. He struck Linfin's pressure points with lethal precision, and for the 10th time, the alarms blared as the boy went into cardiac arrest. Dean Hayon slammed his fist on the desk. 8 times in 1 month, is this a hospital or a slaughterhouse? The nurses were on their knees, begging. "We can't watch him 24/7, we need reinforcements." Hayon rubbed his temples. He was understaffed and overworked. If one wanted to stab, and the other wanted to be stabbed. Fine, let destiny take its course. Jang could hardly believe his ears. A volunteer, a willing test subject for his divine arts. "You and the boy will share a room," the dean announced. "Do whatever you want. Just don't kill anyone else." As he left, a dark thought crossed Hyun's mind. If the kid dies, at least the problem is solved. He quickly cleared his throat, sensing the horrified stares of his staff. However, the dean's ominous words hung heavy in the air. The nurses exchanged worried glances. Had they just signed a death warrant inside the room? Jang watched over his sleeping disciple like a guardian spirit. Linfan's eyes fluttered open. "We are united now," Jang whispered with a grin. "The dean has blessed our union." They cheered. Swearing an oath of eternal brotherhood, the memory shatters. Back in the blood-soaked present, Linfin screams, "Wake up. You can't end it here." A single tear lands on Jang's still heart. A twitch. Life surges back into the old man's body, accompanied by a wave of agony. "Linfan," he groans. System alert, ally vital signs detected. Restoration in progress. A smile breaks through Linfin's tears. "I knew you wouldn't leave me," the system fumed indignantly. Host did not believe Host was in despair. Suddenly, warning system crash imminent. Jang abruptly sat up, wailing like a child. "That bug, it kicked me. The audacity." He clung to Linfan, sobbing about the pain. Linfan patted his back, his eyes cold. "Don't worry, old friend. I killed it. I killed it 1,000 times over." In the spirit realm, the souls of the demon cockroach and ice fox cursed their killer. But the other spirits simply shook their heads. "Be grateful," they whispered. "At least you weren't fed to the rooster." The rooster lets out a breath of pure relief, seeing Jang alive. The poor bird felt like it was standing at death's door itself. Jang gently assures his feathered companion that he is unharmed, before urgently checking on the condition of Cyclops. While the maniacs are distracted, the rooster begins a frantic search for the Demon King's corpse. He imagines his masters grilling the legendary beast and desperately tries to bury it before they can turn it into dinner. Jang spots Cyclops in critical condition and offers his acupuncture arts, but the stubborn warrior rudely refuses treatment, ignoring even Linfin's attempts at persuasion. Meanwhile, deep in the dirt, the rooster unearths something unexpected, a remnant of the cockroach horde. Without hesitation, he devours the insect. This enrages the spirit of the demon beast, but the rooster ignores the spectral anger, wondering about the true potential of this meal. Suddenly, a torrential surge of energy explodes within his small body. Pain racks his frame as a terrifying evolution begins. The specters of dead beasts cheer, expecting the rooster to explode, but he defies them all. Golden light engulfs him as he ascends to the catastrophic national level ranking. Jang watches in panic, terrified that his newly awakened pet might abandon him for the skies and never return. Empowered by national level strength, the rooster's confidence skyrockets. He finally sees his chance to seize freedom and dominance. He dives toward Linfen with killing intent, but a terrifying realization strikes. If the Demon King fell to this human, a chicken stands no chance. Instantly, he humbles himself and lands like a loyal, obedient pet. The onlookers are paralyzed with shock. These absolute lunatics do not just fight monsters. They keep a national level calamity as a house pet. Julie can barely process the reality. They slew one calamity and tamed another. With trembling gratitude, she thanks the heroes for saving Yanhee City from total annihilation. As the healers tend to the wounded, Julie broadcasts a citywide message. She honors the resilience of the survivors and pays solemn tribute to the warriors who sacrificed their lives. United by grief and victory, the remaining fighters raise their voices to chant their ironclad motto. They honor the memory of the fallen while proving the strength of the living. In this world, it is truly the survival of the fittest. Yet, awe lingers in the air. The crowd whispers furiously about these terrifying rookies who command a national level beast, their reputation soaring to legendary heights.